Robb Stark stood upon the battlements of Riverrun, the wind ruffling his auburn hair, his blue eyes fixed on the distant horizon. The Tully Castle had served as his refuge and rallying point since the tragedy in King's Landing, where his father, Eddard Stark, had been executed. News of that treachery had inflamed the north, and in their fury, the lords had named Robb king in the north. He was young, a new king in a land that had not known its own ruler for centuries. Yet he bore the weight with grim determination. The rivers glistened below the fortress walls, and the blood of his father's murder still stained the illusions of peace that the realm had once harbored. In that moment, the king in the north steeled himself for the most fateful decision of his life. He had convened a gathering of his most trusted bannermen within the Great Hall, intending to share what he had only recently discovered, the truth of Jon Snow's parentage. Robb had grown up with Jon as his half-brother, the quiet boy of uncertain birth, the one always hovering on the fringes of the family's doings. But Ned Stark's last letter, smuggled out of the Red Keep moments before his imprisonment, had shattered that belief in an instant. Jon was no Snow at all. He was a Targaryen, born of the union between Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark. Instead of turning Jon away or withholding the truth for fear of shaking the foundations of the North, Robb intended to honor what his father had tried so desperately to protect. He would reveal Jon's heritage. He would step aside from the seat of power, from the kingship for which the northern lords had raised him, and he would offer Jon the mantle of the king in the north. A part of him trembled at the thought, for this was no mere trifle. This went against centuries of strife between dragons and wolves, and it would upend the fragile alliances he had formed in the war against the Iron Throne. But Robb remembered his father's unwavering sense of honor, the stoicism that defined the Starks, and he believed that a dire wolf who discovered the truth could not bury it. He had to do what was just, not what was convenient. And so, having summoned Lords Grey Jon Umber, Roose Bolton, Rickard Karstark, the Blackfish Brynden Tully, and others loyal to House Stark, Robb had called Jon to Riverrun as well. The black-haired youth had ridden tirelessly from the wall upon receiving the summons. He had no inkling of the news that awaited him. Within the cavernous great hall of Riverrun, the tall windows admitted pale, autumn sunlight. The smell of rushes and old stone mingled with the echoes of the men's voices. Robb waited behind the high table, fidgeting with the pommel of his sword, which bore the sigil of the direwolf. Grey Wind, his beloved direwolf, lay at his feet. Silence held over the hall when Jon stepped inside, wearing dark riding leathers and a cloak dusted with the dirt of many leagues traveled. His dark eyes flicked to Robb, then to the ring of somber lords whose gazes seemed to weigh him more heavily than usual. "Robb," Jon greeted in a low voice, giving a slight bow of respect. King he might be, but to Jon, Robb was still his brother. "Jon," Robb said, his tone grave. He inhaled once, measured, looked upon the faces of his assembled men, and spoke into the hush that followed. "My lords, thank you for answering the summons. I would speak plainly, for we Starks are not given to riddles. We stand at war with the Iron Throne for the murder of my father and the injustice done to our house. Many of you have shed blood. Many of you have lost kin. We have endured heartbreak and betrayal. Yet there is a matter that must be set aright, no matter the cost, for it is my father's will." The air grew taut. Jon cast a sidelong glance at Robb, confusion flitting over his features. He saw the intensity in Robb's bearing, and even in the eyes of the surrounding lords. Surprise, wariness, the slightest glimmer of something like fear. Robb's mother, Catelyn Stark, stood near the dais, her face taut with tension. She clutched her hands tightly, for she knew some shred of what was coming. "My father left behind a final confession," Robb said, "smuggled from King's Landing after his imprisonment. Within these words, he confided something only he knew. Jon Snow is not my half-brother. He is not Ned Stark's bastard. He is the son of Rhaegar Targaryen and my aunt Lyanna Stark." A ripple of shock went through the hall, like a breath of wind stirring a field of wheat. Lords who had been leaning forward in their seats jolted back. Great Jon Umber, barrel-chested and fierce, let out a small, disbelieving grunt. Roose Bolton's pale eyes narrowed, but his face remained impassive. Only the Blackfish, arms folded, eyes cool and contemplative, seemed unmoved by the revelation. As for Jon, every muscle in his body went rigid. He stared at Robb, face ashen, lips parted in silent astonishment. "That's impossible," Jon murmured under his breath. That can't be. How? Robb raised the smuggled letter in his hand. Here, in my father's own words, it is explained. My Aunt Lyanna was carried away by Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, but they were wed in secret. Their child, my father took under his protection, naming him as his own, concealing the truth even from my mother to protect Jon from King Robert's wrath. He feared that if the truth of your birth reached King Robert, you would be killed simply for the blood in your veins. And so, my father lied to everyone. But we no longer live in the time of King Robert. The realm is a maelstrom of war. Rhaegar's father is dead, as is Robert, and now Joffrey sits upon the throne, though I have little doubt he is no true son of Robert Baratheon himself. And you mean to say, Great Jon Umber rumbled, that Jon Snow is not Ned Stark's seed at all, but the blood of the dragon? The hush lingered. Jon felt everyone's gaze upon him. It was a sensation of being stripped bare, with no recourse. He wondered if Robb had taken leave of his senses. Yet, in the back of Jon's mind, the pieces he had never dared to piece together. His father's guarded silence about his mother, the gentleness in Ned Stark's eyes when speaking of that single broken promise, the sense that there was something different about him, coalesced into a final, inescapable truth. His heart pounded so fiercely he thought it might burst. He wanted to object, to cry out that he was a Snow, always had been, that this talk of Targaryens was a vile rumor or a mistake. But something in Robb's steady conviction and the pang of longing Jon had always carried told him that the letter spoke true. Robb waited until the murmuring died down. Then he raised his voice. I ask you, my lords of the north, what is our fight truly about? We war to avenge my father and preserve our land's freedom from tyrants. We will not bend the knee to traitors, oathbreakers, or false kings. But my father taught me to value truth above all else. If Jon is the son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark, then he is no Snow. He is a Stark in blood and name and by Targaryen lineage. He has a claim to more than I do. I was crowned king in the north as my father's eldest trueborn son. But the line of succession is not merely about birth in these times. It is about who can best preserve the north and do what is honorable. And if our father believed that Jon was heir not just to Winterfell but to an entire realm, then we must not hide it. A collective silence reigned. No one dared speak for a long moment, until finally Rickard Karstark, face still drawn from the deaths of his sons, cleared his throat. Have you lost your mind, my lord? You speak of a Targaryen, the lineage that burned us in the past. The dragons destroyed Harrenhal and nearly set the Riverlands aflame. And though your aunt was sister to this young man, we have warred against Targaryens for the sake of Robert's rebellion. How can we hand ourselves over to the same bloodline? There was a time the North fought Robert's war, yes, Robb conceded. But that was then. Robert is gone. His cause may have been just or not. I do not know. But I do know my father's honor was beyond reproach. He would not have concealed Jon's birth if he did not believe it vital to the boy's survival, and to the realm's. The Targaryen line is not ours to condemn or uphold. But this man, he pointed to Jon, who looked ready to bolt from the hall or retch, is my brother in heart, if not in father. I trust him. I love him. And now I know that love was first planted by my father, who believed in Jon's right to live and claim his destiny. I will abide by that. Destiny? Muttered Roose Bolton, the glint in his eyes unreadable. You speak of destiny, your grace, but destiny and war do not always make for easy bedfellows. The Lannisters will sense weakness if we shift our loyalty away from a Stark to some Targaryen boy. They already underestimate us, said Brynden Tully, known as the Blackfish, in a quiet, clipped tone. Besides, if it is war we wage, the truth that we hold a Targaryen heir might be a weapon or a shield, depending on how we wield it. The Targaryen name still holds power across the narrow sea. It might even yield new alliances. Who is to say that a Targaryen Stark king would be any worse than a Lannister or Baratheon or Tyrell? At least this one was raised among U.S. taught honor by Eddard Stark. Those words twisted something in Jon's gut. He found his voice. I never asked for any of this, he said, breath shaking. I took the black. I was sworn to the Night's Watch. Robb's gaze swung to him. Yet you are here. You rode south at my call. I know you vowed to defend the realm against threats beyond the wall, but we share a bigger threat right now. The Lannisters. the illusions of the Baratheon line on the throne. And beyond that, winter truly does come. The White Walkers are no myth. We face a dire threat that will not stop at the wall. If you are a Targaryen, your place is here, among those who might muster the realm to fight it. Jon wrestled with the conflict inside him. He remembered Jeor Mormont's words of duty, the oath he had made beneath the weirwood trees. The Watch required him, but so did the North. If the White Walkers were truly stirring, did it matter that he had sworn an oath to remain at the wall, especially when half the realm scoffed at that ancient threat? And with news of Ned Stark's death and the subsequent war, how could he remain idle? I never wanted a crown, Jon said at last, in a voice that trembled with suppressed emotion. I never thought of myself as anything but a bastard. Now you tell me I'm the son of a prince? Rhaegar Targaryen, who died on the Trident. I'm no more fit to be king than I am to be master of laws in King's Landing. Robb shook his head. But you were, Jon. You were always fit for more than you knew. We grew up together, shared our boyish rivalries, learned swordplay side by side. You have the instincts of a leader if only you would trust yourself. My father saw it, I think. He must have, or else why protect you so fiercely? Jon swallowed, remembering the times Ned Stark had cast a watchful gaze over his training with Ser Roderick, or the nights he would place a reassuring hand on Jon's shoulder. But the North named you king. Not me. And I will yield that title to you, Robb said, and the shock in the hall deepened. Men exchanged incredulous looks. Catelyn Stark's lips tightened as though she yearned to protest but feared to do so publicly. But only if that is what the North desires. We are not like the southern houses who might pass a crown as if it were a bauble. My lords, you bent the knee to me. But if you believe Ned Stark's final wish and trust Jon's heart, then I will stand aside so that my brother, born of my Aunt Lyanna Stark and Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, may claim the seat as king in the North. That's madness, Karstark muttered under his breath, but his tone held no small note of wonder. The other lords murmured. The mixture of confusion, disbelief, and a stirring sense of possibility warred in the air. Jon would have cried out that he did not want it, that this was too grand a destiny for one who had spent his life as a nameless snow. But an odd sense of calm settled on him. He recalled Ghost, his white dire wolf, and the sense that he had always walked on a different path than the rest of his siblings. Yes, siblings, he was no true half-brother, but their bond had been real nonetheless. Perhaps everything was about to change, and yet so much had stayed the same. He was still caught between worlds, the bastard once scorned, a sworn brother of the Night's Watch, and a newly anointed Targaryen prince, if the letter spoke truly. Even as he wrestled with the enormity of the revelation, he recognized that if his father had wished him to claim his birthright, Ned Stark must have believed that what lay ahead demanded such a choice. At length, great Jon Umber let out a mighty sigh, his broad shoulders rising and falling. King or not, if Ned Stark believed this boy is Targaryen and Stark both, then perhaps we should hear more. I'm not about to raise my sword against a lad we've known all our lives. He's as much a Northman as the rest of us, if not more. And if the king in the North, he inclined his head to Robb, is willing to heed his father's final word, who am I to gainsay him? The lords exchanged glances, but the impetus of their earlier anger or confusion began to settle into a simmer of acceptance. Meanwhile, Jon stared at Robb, a tumult in his chest. You said you would pass the crown to me? If the North will have you, Robb replied quietly. It's a right you hold by blood. I won't force it upon you, but it is yours if you wish to take it. Jon fought for breath, remembering the scowling face of Alliser Thorne at Castle Black, the wise counsel of Maester Aemon, and the dire words of Master-at-Arms Corran Half-And, who had taught him that duty often required the hardest choices. A king? The notion felt impossible. Yet if his father had truly died to keep him safe, if the future security of the North or even the realm hinged on the rightful claim of a Targaryen who was raised as a Stark, perhaps duty demanded no less. He cleared his throat, summoning what little composure he could muster. Then I will not hide from what must be done. If the North and you, my lord, my brother, wish me to accept it, then I will do so. But let no man think I will abandon the threats from beyond the wall. The White Walkers are real. They move in the cold darkness, and one day they will march south. A ripple of unease spread among the gathered lords. Most had heard rumors, but few believed or feared them. Even Robb's expression flickered with uncertainty. If that is what you know to be true, then we must prepare. But first, we must secure the North and face the Lannisters. So, are we decided then? Will you stand as king in the North, Jon Targaryen, or Stark, or both? Jon blinked. Targaryen or Stark? In truth, he felt as though half of his heart lay in Winterfell, in the crypts where the voices of the dead whispered in the darkness. Yet some part of him, some dreamlike echo, wondered about dragons, about Aegon's ancient conquest, about the golden dragon that soared on Rhaegar's banners at the Trident. He shut his eyes for an instant, trying to quell the tumult. Then he raised them and his voice. I stand as Jon of House Stark and House Targaryen, if that can be said. I will serve the North and do my duty to protect these lands. If it is the will of the North that I wear the crown, then so be it. Robb exhaled, and in that breath he released the burden that had weighed so heavily upon him. He turned to the men in attendance. You named me king in the North. But I say now that the rightful king is the man who stands before you, a Stark in spirit, a Targaryen by birth, the heir that my father sought to protect at all costs. My father died for doing the honorable thing. Let us honor him by upholding his last request. It was no small request. The men shifted. Some wore expressions of reluctance, others grudging acceptance, and still others faint wonder. Finally, the great Jon bent his knee. Then Lord Bolton quietly, though there was an unreadable flicker in his eyes. Brynden Tully inclined his head with a faint, grim smile. The murmurs cascaded and more men bent the knee, the Glovers, the Manderleys, the Karstarks, the tall and stoic members of the northern houses that had once proclaimed Robb. Catelyn Stark looked on, her lips pressed tight, tears brimming in her eyes, for she had never been told of her husband's secret and had struggled with Jon's presence in Winterfell for years. Yet something about seeing the entire hall bend the knee to him shook her. She too bowed her head, though her expression remained complicated by old resentments and new truths. Amid the glow of torches and candles, Jon stood there, stunned, as one by one the assembled lords hailed him. My king, they murmured, or king in the North, though that last was tempered with a sense of the surreal. But once a cry began, it spread. Men hammered the butts of their spears on the stone floor, chanting, the king in the North. And they called him Stark or Targaryen, uncertain which name to use. Jon felt the ring of sound pressing in on him like a physical force. He was a man caught between two ancient houses, and his heart pounded like a war drum. He turned to Robb, wanting to say something, anything, to express the depth of gratitude, confusion, and love he felt. But Robb simply met his gaze with the softest of smiles, relief glimmering in his eyes. The two embraced, brother to brother, as the lords roared their acceptance. For better or worse, a new era had begun, one in which the lost son of Rhaegar Targaryen stood crowned in the North. A swirl of destiny, a swirl of winter and dragonfire had taken them all. Outside the castle walls, with the ceremony concluded, Jon walked along the banks of the Red Fork. The evening sky stretched overhead in a tapestry of pink and gold, with the first hints of dusk creeping in from the east. His head buzzed with the intensity of all that had happened. He had arrived expecting to join Robb's war effort, perhaps as a scout or a soldier, but had been named a king instead. The North, that vast, cold land he had loved in his youth, had accepted him. At least, that was how it seemed in the fervor of the Great Hall. The real challenge lay ahead, to unite the North truly, not merely in anger or necessity, but in a cause that might see them through winter's storms and Lannister armies. He knelt by the water's edge, splashing cold water on his face. The shock of it helped ground him. The glint of a reflection showed his hair, black as pitch, and his gray eyes that so resembled the Stark brood. But did he have Rhaegar's features as well? He did not know. All he knew of Rhaegar Targaryen were the legends, a prince who loved song and prophecy who died on the Trident. Jon took a shuddering breath, wondering if he would ever feel worthy of such a father. Part of him still felt like the same old snow, overshadowed by a name that was never truly his. A soft step made him turn, and he saw Catelyn Stark approaching. The lady's face was half in shadow, her auburn hair lit by the dying light. She wore a cloak of deep blue that contrasted with the sorrow in her eyes. Jon stood, uncertain how to address her. Would she resent him even more now, after the truth had come to light? She stopped a pace away. Her posture was stiff, her hands clasped before her. For a moment, neither spoke. Then she broke the silence. For many years, I feared you were proof of my husband's infidelity. I resented you for it. Her VO. Ice trembled slightly, but her gaze was level. Yet now I learn I resented a boy whose parentage had nothing to do with Ned's honor. And that for all these years, Ned kept me in the dark, that he did so to keep you alive. Jon lowered his eyes. I never sought to dishonor him. Nor you. I see that. I do. She paused, looking out at the waters of the Red Fork. I loved Ned. I never questioned him openly, for it was not my place. But in my heart I did. I questioned how a man of such honor could father a child outside our marriage. It hurt me more than I can say. But I see now I was wrong. My husband did what he believed was right, and I must wrestle with what that means. He offered a tentative nod. My lady, I never wished to cause you pain. I only wanted to find my place in the world. And now that place seems bigger than I ever wanted. She studied him, tears threatening in her eyes. Yet Ned chose you for a purpose. My heart still aches, but I have to trust my husband's final wish. If he believed you worthy, then perhaps you are. Her voice softened. I will not stand in your way. If the North truly needs you as king, I will give you what aid I can. For my children's sake and for Ned's memory, I will try to put aside my bitterness. Jon felt a rush of gratitude. Thank you, my lady. That means more to me than I can say. He hesitated, uncertain of how to express the depth of the ache that had sat in his chest for so many years. He was your husband. He was my father in all the ways that mattered, though not by blood. Maybe the only father I'll ever truly know. They shared a moment of silent accord, each mired in their own memories of Eddard Stark. The swirl of time and fate had cast them in roles they had never expected. Finally, she bowed her head in a gesture of respect. I shall go now. I only wish to speak those words to you. She turned and walked away, her cloak trailing behind her, leaving Jon alone with the memory of her strained forgiveness. The days that followed were a flurry of preparations, councils, and new allegiances. Men wondered if they should refer to him as Jon Stark or Jon Targaryen or some combination. He insisted they call him simply Jon if they desired, or Your Grace if they must use a title, but for official documents, it was decided that he should be styled Jon of the Houses Stark and Targaryen, King in the North. Rumors flew fast among the men. Talk of the son of Rhaegar Targaryen raised in Winterfell, talk of the new king who walked with a dire wolf at his side. Some whispered that a man who bore the blood of ice and fire might be a boon or a curse. Others speculated that Daenerys Targaryen across the sea was also raising an army, that perhaps she would ally with Jon or that they would clash for the Targaryen name. Jon found it dizzying, but he pressed on, trusting in Robb's guidance and the counsel of loyal lords. Robb remained at his side, though his status was confusing to some. He had been king in the North, but now stepped aside as if he were content to serve. It did not diminish the men's respect for him. If anything, the act of surrendering his title for the sake of Ned Stark's last secret elevated Robb in their eyes. He became not only a skillful commander, but a testament to Stark honor. His bond with Jon felt more profound than it ever had, forged anew by the fires of war and the burden of kingship. One chilly morning, Jon convened a war council. He did not wish to supplant Robb's leadership in military affairs, for Robb was their proven commander. Yet men looked to Jon for final decisions as the recognized king. The lords crowded around the map-laden table in Riverrun Solar. Candles flickered over the parchment that showed the riverlands, the north, and the passes that led south. They mapped out the Lannister positions, Tywin Lannister's men in the west, the remnants of the King's Landing forces to the south, and the possibility that Stannis Baratheon or Renly Baratheon might stake their own claims. The realm was in chaos, with multiple kings claiming dominion. Roose Bolton's voice was cool as he discussed the tactics. We could force Tywin's hand by marching west to threaten the Lannister seat of Casterly Rock. But that might draw us too far from the north. Alternately, we might strike King's Landing, though we lack the numbers to siege it effectively. And what of Renly and Stannis? They war with each other as well. Robb nodded. We have the Riverlords at our side, and the Freys, though they're a precarious ally at best. My father arranged my betrothal to one of Walder Frey's granddaughters for safe crossing at the Twins. That arrangement still stands, though the Freys might bristle if we show any sign of wavering. The Blackfish scowled. Walder Frey is slippery as an eel. I trust him not. If we rely on him too heavily, we open ourselves to betrayal. We must keep him placated, but not allow him to hold our future hostage. Jon listened carefully, absorbing the men's insights. Finally, he spoke. We must protect the North above all. My father, our father, Ned Stark, believed winter was coming. The threat beyond the wall is real, and we cannot drain the North of all its fighting men if we might need them on our own shores. But the Lannisters will not relent until they have broken us. If we can force them into a truce or distract them with another front, we might secure time. You speak like a man who hopes to avoid open confrontation, Great Jon Umber said. Are you suggesting we bend the knee to them? No, Jon replied firmly. The North must remain free. But if we can muster enough men to win a decisive victory or form an advantageous alliance, we can ensure that the Lannisters no longer pose an immediate threat. Then we can turn our attention to the Wall and the White Walkers. Ricard Karstark grunted. Is there any alliance to be found with one of the Baratheons? Stannis is said to be Robert's true heir if Joffrey is illegitimate. Perhaps he would treat with us, especially if we hold a Targaryen heir in our midst. Roose Bolton's thin lips curved. Stannis despises Targaryens as traitors to the crown. He served Robert loyally during the rebellion. Renly might be more inclined to treat, but he is too green, and I doubt he has the stomach to join with a Targaryen, even a half-Stark. An uneasy pause followed. Jon recognized that forging alliances might be complicated by his heritage, something that had once been the cause for Robert's rebellion. We could send envoys to both Stannis and Renly to gauge their positions, he said. Meanwhile, we secure the Riverlands fully. Lord Tywin is cunning. He will not ignore us forever, but perhaps we can buy time. Every day we sow doubt among our enemies is a day the North can prepare for winter. Robb tapped the map. I say we dispatch a force to the west, threatening the Lannisters' home territory. While Tywin is distracted, we hold Riverrun with a strong garrison. We might lure him into battle on ground of our choosing. If we defeat him in the field as we did before, we could force terms. Jon recalled how Robb's cunning had caught Jaime Lannister at Riverrun, his father's death fueling that victory. Agreed, he said. We will rely on your command, Robb. I would accompany you, but it might be better if I remain here to coordinate the wider strategy with the Riverlords and keep an open line to the north. Unless you think I should march at your side. Your presence might inspire the men, Robb said, but it is your choice. You are king now, Jon. I will follow your lead. Jon shook his head, a rueful smile on his lips. You are the better battlefield commander, brother. In the heat of battle, I'll gladly stand with sword in hand, but for strategy, I trust your instincts more than my own. Go west, threaten Tywin, see if we can bring him to the table. In the meantime, I'll manage the alliances we can muster and prepare to send word to the north to guard our own borders. A sense of clarity settled over the assembled lords. They hashed out the details, how many men to send west, who would remain in Riverrun, what terms to offer if the Lannisters were amenable, how to approach the phrase. It was a grand balancing act, and in the hush after the decisions were made, everyone knew that war was a swirling storm about to break. But if they were cunning, if they had the blessings of the old gods and the new, perhaps they could weather it. After the council broke, Jon found himself in the courtyard where a light rain had begun to fall. He took shelter under an overhang, lost in thought. The swirl of courtly concerns, of ravens dispatched, of diplomacy was a far cry from his life at the Wall. He felt the weight of the crown even if no physical circlet graced his brow yet. The lords wanted him to be a symbol, a rallying point, a figure that might unify them. Yet inside, he still felt the same uncertainties, the same raw fear of failing those who looked to him for protection. His father's memory was always present, guiding him, and he wondered if Ned Stark's spirit lingered, an unseen guardian in the wind. He hoped so. A voice at his shoulder startled him from his musings. It was Samwell Tarly who had come south with him from the Wall. Your Grace, Sam said in a hushed, apologetic tone, as if he could not believe he was addressing Jon so formally. I wanted to let you know a raven arrived for you from Maester Aemon. Jon turned, an ache in his chest at the sight of his friend. Sam had always treated Jon as a brother and friend, not as a bastard or lesser. Sam, Jon said warmly, you don't need to call me Your Grace. It's still just me. Sam fidgeted, pushing his damp hair back from his forehead. But, well, you're a king now, and it would be improper to, oh, never mind. I'll try to remember. The message is about the state of the Wall. The wildlings appear to be gathering under a man called Mance Rayder. Jon exhaled slowly. So the threat grows? Yes, Sam said, voice trembling. Maester Aemon warns that Mance Rayder might attempt to cross the Wall. There are rumors that he is uniting the free folk for something big. Jon gazed at the watery skies. The threat beyond the Wall had not diminished. If anything, it would grow as winter approached. We cannot abandon the Night's Watch, he said softly. I must find a way to strengthen them. Even if we are embroiled in war in the south, we cannot let the Watch stand alone. Sam nodded fervently. I told Maester Aemon you wouldn't forget them. The war in the south is important, but the real war is up there, beyond the Wall. Jon's expression hardened with resolve. I'll dispatch additional men to the Watch once we can spare them. And I'll see if we can gather more supplies for them, new recruits from the north. The Watch must be ready for anything. Sam's eyes lit with relief. That's good. Very good. I'm sorry about everything, Jon. I can hardly imagine what you must be feeling to learn well, you know. Jon offered a faint smile. I'm still learning to imagine it myself, Sam. For now, I'll keep going. There's no other choice. Spring rains gave way to damp, gray days. Preparations were completed, and Robb's army marched west in a column of steel and determination, thousands of men wearing the dire wolf sigil or the sigils of the various northern and river lords. Jon stood on the battlements of Riverrun as he watched them depart. His own heart tugged him to ride with Robb, to stand shoulder to shoulder with his brother in the coming battles. Yet he had chosen to remain and consolidate his newly formed court, if it could be called that, forging alliances and ensuring the north and the Riverlands would stand firm. Grey wind bounded at Robb's side, a gray streak of savage grace. Robb had parted with a wry grin. Don't you forget, brother, you owe me a duel once this war is done to see if you've surpassed me in swordplay. Jon's laugh had echoed in the courtyard, a rare sound of brotherly warmth amid the gloom of war. Soon enough, Jon found himself enmeshed in the politics of ruling. He received letters from White Harbor, from Torrens Square, from Bear Island, each house pledging support but also voicing concerns. He listened to the entreaties of the river lords who demanded protection against the raiders that Tywin's foraging parties might send. He penned carefully worded messages to Stannis and Renly Baratheon, though he suspected neither would be quick to treat with a Targaryen claimant. He directed that a portion of their supplies be diverted northward to the Wall, though it was met with some resistance by the more pragmatic lords who wondered why they should feed the Black Brothers when their own men needed provisions. Yet Jon insisted, and the compromise was to send at least a fraction. The days blurred into a routine of councils, letters, and training. He spent what free time he could sparring in the yard or gazing at the flames in the Riverrun hearth, remembering Winterfell's godwood, wishing he could pray beneath the weirwood tree again. In the midst of it all, the one thing that steadied him was the occasional presence of Arya Stark. She had managed to flee King's Landing after Ned Stark's execution with Yoren of the Night's Watch, and after a harrowing journey, she had found her way back to her family's camp, at least in this telling of events. Her hair was cropped short and she was skinnier than ever, but she was alive and fierce as a little she-wolf. Robb had left her in Riverrun for her safety, and so Jon found himself reuniting with the sister who always had more wolf's blood in her than the rest. They spoke in hushed tones in the courtyard or by a quiet fire about everything and nothing. "I knew you'd come back," she told him fiercely, her gray eyes brimming with tears. "I knew you wouldn't leave us. But now they say you're a Targaryen. Does that mean you're going to grow a dragon or something?" Jon laughed, a sound tinged with sadness. "If only it were that simple. I suppose I'm as much a Stark as ever. The Targaryen part is just blood. I still feel like me." Arya scrunched up her face. "Good. I wouldn't want you to change. I don't trust dragons much." She paused, then reached out a hand to him, her fingers calloused from holding needle. "You won't send me away to some castle with a scepter, will you? I want to learn how to fight. I want to kill the ones who hurt father." Jon's heart twisted. He wished she could have known a gentler life, but reality was harsh. The realm was on fire. "I won't force you to do anything. But be mindful, Arya. This world can be cruel to a young girl with a sword." She lifted her chin defiantly. "I'll be cruel back." He embraced her, holding her close, and wished fervently that he could shield her from the horrors of war. But if there was one thing he knew, it was that Stark children had to face the winter winds or break. Word reached Riverrun within the fortnight that Robb's forces had scored a minor victory against a Lannister scouting party near Oxcross. Yet with the tidings of victory also came news of growing unrest in the south. Renly Baratheon had been killed under strange circumstances. Some whispered of shadows, and Stannis Baratheon now claimed the Stormlands. Tywin Lannister was rumored to be consolidating his forces, seeking to retake Harrenhal. The entire realm was a tinderbox awaiting a spark. On a crisp morning, Jon stood in the solar with the Blackfish, Brynden Tully, discussing the lines of supply from the Vale when a messenger burst in, his face drawn. "Your Grace, there's a man here, just arrived, wearing the red cloak of House Lannister, asking for an audience. He bears a flag of truce." Jon exchanged a wary glance with the Blackfish. "Send him in," Jon said. "But double the guard." The messenger scurried off, and soon a tall, gaunt man with keen eyes strode in, flanked by armed guards. He wore the Lannister colors but carried no visible weapon, only a sealed letter in his hands. He bowed stiffly. "Your Grace, I am Ser Tybalt Hill, a messenger for Lord Tywin Lannister. I come under a flag of truce to deliver terms." Jon's expression hardened. "Speak then." Tybalt inclined his head. "Lord Tywin extends an offer of peace to the north under certain conditions. He will acknowledge you as king in the north, provided you relinquish any claim beyond the neck, permit the crown to receive a nominal tribute from your lands, and, above all, surrender the young wolf, Robb Stark, to face justice for his part in the rebellion." The Blackfish let out a scoffing laugh. "Ludicrous," he said flatly. "What justice does Tywin Lannister imagine after what his vile grandson did to Ned Stark?" Ser Tybalt's expression was impassive. "Justice for the capture of Ser Jaime Lannister, who remains in your custody, and for the men slain in the Lannister host. My lord offers you your crown and peace if you surrender Robb Stark and release Ser Jaime." Jon's jaw clenched. The audacity of Tywin Lannister never ceased to amaze. He would have us betray Robb? My brother, the one who led our armies in retribution for my father's murder? This is not an offer of peace. It's blackmail. We will not hand him over. Ser Tybalt pressed the letter forward. My lord seldom deals in illusions. He offers you recognition which could end the war if you sacrifice the man who prosecuted it. Surely that is a smaller price than the countless lives that may be lost if this continues. Jon snatched the letter, but he did not bother to read beyond the initial lines. Tell your lord his offer is refused. We will not surrender my brother, nor will we pay tribute to a crown that murders the innocent. The North is free, and if Tywin Lannister wants it otherwise, he may come and try to claim it. For the first time, a flicker of hesitation passed over Ser Tybolt's features. As you say, your grace. Then I will return to Lord Tywin with your refusal. I pray you do not regret this decision. Jon's voice was low, dangerous. I regret only that we must parley with men who murdered my father. Go now, before I forget your flag of truce. The messenger bowed and departed, flanked by guards. The Blackfish turned to Jon, lips pressed thin. Lord Tywin's cunning. He's testing your resolve, hoping you'll be naive enough to betray Robb to buy peace, or sow doubt among our men by offering you a direct bribe. Jon nodded grimly. He'll find no traitors here, but this means the war will not end easily. We must press on and see if Robb's campaign in the west can force Tywin's hand more convincingly than any negotiation. Inwardly, Jon felt a pang. War was never his desire, but Tywin Lannister offered no middle ground. A man who orchestrated the reigns of Castamere and other brutalities was not one to be trusted with compromise. So be it, Jon told himself. He had cast aside his black cloak for a crown he never sought, and he would do his duty no matter the cost. Through the weeks that followed, rumors multiplied. Some said Daenerys Targaryen had hatched dragons across the narrow sea and was building an army of the Unsullied to lay claim to the Seven Kingdoms. Others whispered that the Tyrells had allied with King Joffrey in King's Landing to strengthen the Boy King's hold on the throne. Ravens went out, ravens returned, bearing uncertain tidings, half-truths, and pleas for alliance or help. A sense of shifting tides permeated every discussion, every war council. Jon prayed that Robb's successes in the field continued. The quiet nights in Riverrun's halls offered little comfort. Then, on a day when storm clouds choked the sky, Jon stood in the courtyard as a batter. A party of horsemen arrived. They wore northern sigils, their cloaks spattered with mud, their faces drawn. At their head rode a man who dismounted with a stiff limb. It took Jon a moment to recognize him as Hally's Hornwood's cousin, Ser Torrhen Hornwood. Blood trailed down his arm as he stepped forward. Your Grace, Torrhen said, voice raw. I bring grievous news from the west. We had a skirmish at the crag. It went well, but, Your Grace, King Robb was wounded. We lost many men trying to protect him. Jon's heart lurched. How badly wounded? We're not certain. He was taken to the crag's maester, but they said it was grave. An arrow to the side, possibly poisoned. We had to pull back. Lord Bolton is reorganizing the host, but they're calling for reinforcements and for your presence if you can muster enough men to break the Lannister lines. Jon felt the world tilt under him. Robb wounded, potentially dying? He forced himself to remain composed. We'll gather every man we can spare. We ride at first light. Find Maester Vyman and have him tend to your wound. Then we'll talk more. Torrhen bowed his head, relief shining in his eyes at Jon's measured response. As the man was led away, Jon remained in the courtyard, fists clenched. Gray gloom hung overhead, thunder rumbling in the distance. He could almost sense the shape of fate twisting, a dark corridor opening in front of him. The war had come to a head and his brother's life teetered in the balance. In his mind, he saw a flash of memory, the day he and Robb had sparred as boys in the courtyard of Winterfell, the laughter on Robb's face when they wrestled in the snow. He would not lose Robb. Not after losing Ned, not after losing the only sense of normalcy he had ever had. Whatever it took, Jon vowed he would save him. Jon swept inside, calling for the war council. Men and women scurried about at his urgent summons. When they convened in the great hall, many lords looked to him with wide eyes. He explained the situation swiftly. Robb is wounded and needs reinforcements. We will ride west. I'll lead the men personally. Those who can stay behind will defend Riverrun. We cannot abandon the castle fully lest the Lannisters slip behind us. Great Jon Umber, who had returned to Riverrun after a minor mission, slammed a meaty fist on the table. I'll ride with you, Your Grace. Let's gut those lions once and for all. Brynden Tully's face was grim. I will remain to hold Riverrun if that is your wish. But be mindful, the route west is perilous, and if Robb's host is scattered, you may be riding into a trap. Jon set his jaw. That may be so, but I won't leave Robb to die. We ride at dawn with all the men we can spare. Arya, you'll stay here? Arya, who had slipped into the hall, glowered. I want to come. No, his tone was firm, brooking no argument. You'll be safer here. Keep an eye on Lady Catelyn. If anything befalls us, you will be the last Stark in Riverrun." Anger flashed in Arya's eyes, but she nodded, albeit reluctantly. "Fine, but don't think I'll just sit and so. I'll fight if the Lannisters come." Jon managed a grim smile. "I know you will." They dispersed, each to make preparations. Jon retreated to his chamber to don armor that felt far heavier than it ever had before. He thought of how he once dreamed of going south to fight heroic battles. Now, each clang of metal, each tightened strap on his cuirass reminded him of the cost. He slipped Ice's smaller cousin, Long Claw, into its sheath. The Valyrian steel glinted, and he recalled Jeor Mormont's words when he gifted it to Jon, "You'll need a good sword if you're to protect us all." He prayed the sword would serve him well now. They rode west at dawn, a column of 4,000 men, mostly mounted. Jon led them at the head, cloaked in black and gray, the stark dire wolf embroidered on his surcoat. Though he was hailed as king, he felt more a commander than a monarch, scanning the horizon for threats, ensuring the men kept formation. The roads were muddy from recent rains, so their progress was slow. Word had been sent ahead to Robb's host, though no reply had arrived yet. The tension gnawed at Jon's mind. Was Robb already dead? Was it too late? Villages they passed bore scars of war, burnt farms, the stench of death in the fields. The reality of conflict lay everywhere, stark and undeniable. Men doffed their caps in respect when Jon's company passed, or stared in fear and confusion. Some recognized him as the new king in the north, the black-haired youth who was said to be half Targaryen. Jon felt their eyes on him like a brand. He pressed onward, refusing to let doubt slow him. On the 5th day of travel, they reached the outskirts of the crag, a small castle perched near the sea. Scouts brought word that Robb's army was encamped nearby, battered but holding. As Jon's column approached, horns sounded a greeting. Jon wasted no time, riding straight through the camp with Great Jon Umber at his side until they reached the maester's tent. There, the stench of blood and sickness hung in the air. Robb lay on a cot, bandaged at the side. His face was pale, beads of sweat dotting his brow. Gray wind curled protectively at the edge of the tent, growling softly when anyone came too close. Catelyn Stark was there, as well. She had come from Riverrun earlier, so desperate was she to see her wounded son. She looked up as Jon entered, relief flooding her features. "He's alive," she said quietly, but feverish. "The maester says the arrow was poisoned. They've done what they can," but her voice broke. Jon knelt beside Robb. "Robb," he murmured. His brother's eyes flickered open, glazed with pain. A faint smile tugged at his lips. "Jon, you came." He forced the words out. "You big fool, you should have stayed safe." Jon managed a tight laugh that was half sob. "We're Starks, remember? Always rushing into trouble." Robb's smile weakened. "Aye. Good to see you with an army at your back. The men, they need a commander. I've done all I can. You must lead them now." "You'll recover," Jon insisted, though a voice in his head wondered if that was only a desperate hope. "The maester's poultices will work." Robb coughed, wincing. "If I don't, you're king in the north. Don't let them break us. Don't." His eyes squeezed shut in pain. "Don't let them tear us apart." Jon gripped his brother's hand tightly. "I won't. I promise." Catelyn hovered, brushing sweat-damp hair from Robb's brow. Jon looked up at her, seeing the anguish etched into her face. The differences and resentments that once separated them seemed meaningless now. He was simply the man trying to save her son. He bowed his head to her, and she nodded back, their silent truce unspoken yet understood. He turned to the maester, who was mixing a foul-smelling concoction in a mortar. "Is there more you can do for him?" The old man's eyes were sunken with fatigue. "I am doing all I can, your grace. The poison is slow, but it lingers in the blood. If his fever breaks, he may survive. If it does not," he trailed off, and Jon's stomach twisted. "Then I'll pray to the old gods," Jon said quietly. "In the meantime, I will lead until Robb recovers." He left the tent, hearing Robb's ragged breath behind him. Outside, he found himself encircled by lords who looked to him expectantly: Bolton, Karstark, the Great Jon, various others. They needed orders, direction. The Lannisters were still near enough to pose a threat. Jon breathed deeply, steadying himself. He had come so far from the boy he once was at Winterfell, who dreamed of glory in the stories old Nan told. The truth was that glory seldom accompanied war, only blood, pain, and heartbreak. Yet here he stood, burdened by duty and compelled by love for his family, forging onward. "We hold position for now," he announced, scanning their faces. "We cannot abandon Robb or move him while he is in this condition. Send out scouts to watch for Lannister movements. Keep the men alert, but let them rest. We'll face the Lannisters head-on if they come. If they do not, perhaps we can press an advantage once Robb recovers." The lords bowed or nodded in assent, though Jon sensed impatience in some of them. Roose Bolton's calculating gaze lingered on Jon a moment too long, but the man only inclined his head and left along with the others to see to the tasks. Alone for a brief moment, Jon wiped sweat from his brow, ignoring the chill in the air. He found a small grove of trees near the camp, slim, southern trees, not the hardy evergreens of the north, but enough to remind him of a godwood. There he knelt on the damp earth, pressing his hands together. He prayed for Robb to recover, for his father's guidance, for the north to endure. He prayed to the old gods that if any part of his Targaryen heritage threatened to lead him astray, they would keep him bound to the traditions of the wolves. The wind rustled overhead, and he imagined he heard the whisper of leaves. "We are listening." When he rose, he felt calmer, if not hopeful. A clarion call from the edge of camp interrupted his reverie. One of the sentries hurried forward, breathless. "Your Grace, riders approach. Lannister outriders. Shall we capture them?" Jon thought fast. "Stop them if they try to advance. I'll see if they come bearing a message." The soldier dashed off. Jon followed, soon reaching the outskirts of the camp, where he saw a small party of 3 Lannister men reined in at a distance, a white banner raised high. They wore expressions that blended arrogance and caution, as if they could not believe the reports that a Targaryen Stark king led this host. One of them stepped forward. "We come to parley on behalf of Lord Tywin Lannister. We heard your king was gravely wounded. We wish to discuss terms." Jon's jaw tightened. Another attempt to exploit Robb's plight, no doubt. "Your terms will be the same as last time, I suppose. Surrender my brother in exchange for recognition of my crown." The Lannister man cleared his throat. "Lord Tywin is pragmatic. He may offer alternative terms now that the situation has changed. Might we speak in your command tent?" Jon hesitated. Bolton and Karstark had arrived. Overhearing, Karstark leaned close and muttered, "It could be a trap, your grace." Jon nodded. "Indeed, but I want to hear what they propose. We'll meet in a neutral clearing outside the camp. I will bring a small guard. They can do the same. If they refuse, they can ride back to Tywin empty-handed." The Lannister herald seemed relieved. "Very well. We will wait for you there." Jon turned to his men. "Gather a small honor guard. No more than a dozen. We'll talk to them." It was nearing dusk when they assembled in the clearing. Jon, flanked by Great Jon Umber and a handful of trustworthy men, and the Lannister herald with his retinue. Dusk's pale light filtered through the stand of trees, casting elongated shadows. They stood a careful distance apart. The herald, a man of middling years with a scar across his cheek, took the lead. "My lord, as we have heard, your brother, the young wolf, is wounded and possibly near death." Jon's fists clenched around the hilt of Longclaw. "That's no concern of yours. On the contrary, Lord Tywin sees an opportunity for peace. He offers that if you surrender Jaime Lannister to him and release your claim upon any lands south of the Neck, thus confining your kingdom to the traditional boundaries of the north, he will promise not to pursue further aggression. He will allow your brother Robb to live out his days quietly, though perhaps as a hostage in King's Landing." The Great Jon bristled. "This is no offer at all. You want us to cede half the realm to you, keep our men out of the Riverlands, and hand over the king in the North's brother as a hostage? That's a ransom, not a peace." The herald's face hardened. "It is more generous than you deserve, if we're frank. The Lannisters have the might to crush you eventually, especially if the Tyrells lend them their power. Even if your brother recovers, you cannot stand alone against the combined might of the Crownlands and the Reach." Jon met his gaze evenly. "We do not stand alone." The herald blinked. "You speak of alliances with the Vale or some other realm?" "Doubtful. Lord Tywin has ways of forging new alliances swiftly." Jon recalled the rumors that House Tyrell might have already joined Joffrey's cause by offering Margaery Tyrell as the new queen. The might of Highgarden was indeed formidable, but he refused to capitulate. "Tell Tywin Lannister we will not yield the Riverlands. They are under my protection, and that will not change. Ser Jaime Lannister remains our prisoner until we have justice for my father's death. If he wants peace, he must acknowledge the North's independence fully, and he must free Sansa Stark, my sister, who is still held in King's Landing." The herald frowned. "And what of Arya Stark?" Jon's pulse quickened. "Arya is safe, beyond his reach," he lied smoothly, not about to reveal her location. He must free my sister Sansa, and he must end the tyranny in King's Landing. Then we can speak of a truce." The herald exchanged glances with his men, then shrugged. "I suspect Lord Tywin will not accept those terms, but I will relay them." He turned to mount his horse. "Pray that your brother's fever breaks before Tywin Lannister brings the full might of the realm upon you." Jon watched them go, a swirl of anger churning in his gut. The great Jon muttered curses under his breath, calling the Lannisters every foul name he could muster. But the tension in the air was undeniable. War was about to escalate. Either Robb would recover or Jon would lead their army into a pitched battle that could decide the fate of the North. He ordered a watch set around the camp, then visited Robb. The tent was dim, lit by a single lantern. Robb's breathing was ragged, his brow gleaming with sweat. Catelyn sat at his side, clasping his hand. Jon gently placed his hand on Robb's forehead, the skin burned. "Still no better," Catelyn whispered, tears slipping down her cheeks. "The maester has done all he can. If only we had better healers. If only your father," she broke off, burying her face in her free hand. Jon placed his arm around her shoulders in comfort, ignoring the strangeness that had once separated them. Robb stirred, his eyes fluttering open, though he seemed half delirious. "Jon," he rasped, "promise me you won't let the North fall." Jon pressed Robb's hand to his chest. "I promise." Despite his best attempts to remain strong, Jon felt a tear slip down his cheek. Robb was not only a great king or a skilled commander, he was his brother, the boy who had raced him through Winterfell's courtyards, who had wrestled him in the snow, who had smiled at him when the world seemed darkest. The thought of losing him was a knife to the heart. He left the tent, cold resolve taking root in him. If the Lannisters came, he would give them battle. Perhaps it was suicidal, but he had no choice. Robb's men needed leadership, and he had to be that leader now, no matter how unprepared he felt. He walked among the campfires, speaking quietly with the men, assuring them that Robb would recover, that the North was strong. Ghost padded at his side, silent and watchful. Occasionally, men murmured, "Your Grace," or "My King," bowing their heads as he passed. It all felt unreal. Yet he steeled himself, for come the dawn, the tasks of war would not wait for his doubt. Far in the distance, thunder rumbled again, or perhaps it was the echo of distant drums, a harbinger of battle. Jon lifted his gaze to the dark sky, where no stars could be seen. He pictured the wall looming in his memory and the threat beyond it. For all the politicking and warring in the south, the real war with the White Walkers approached. But first he had to save his brother, protect the North, and fend off Tywin Lannister's might. The scope of it threatened to crush him. Only the echo of Ned Stark's voice in his mind, reminding him of honor, duty, family, kept him upright. He inhaled the damp air and murmured under his breath, "For the North, for my father, for Robb, I will not fail." And the wind, rustling through the dark encampment, offered no answer but its cold caress. Yet Jon found within himself a quiet spark of resolve that matched the dire wolf sigil he bore and the hidden dragon blood in his veins. Winter was coming, and he would stand against it, king, brother, warrior, and child of destiny, all in one. He allowed no thought of surrender or despair. Only forward, only through the darkness into whatever dawn awaited them. He retreated to his tent to rest what little he could. But sleep did not come easily. When he closed his eyes, he saw visions of a battlefield strewn with corpses, the flayed man banner of House Bolton flying in place of the dire wolf, while a monstrous shadow advanced from the north in a swirl of ice. He awoke, heart pounding, drenched in sweat. Outside, the camp was still, the men mostly asleep aside from the sentries. Ghost lay at the foot of his cot, ears perked. Jon rose, pushing aside the blanket, stepping into the cool night air. The moon was veiled by thick clouds, but the silhouettes of tents and pikes formed a jagged horizon. He took a moment to breathe, to banish nightmares that lurked in every corner of his mind. Then he remembered the vow he had made: he would not fail. His father's memory demanded no less. The North demanded no less. He was Jon Targaryen, Jon Stark, or perhaps simply Jon, the one who would unite wolf and dragon to save the land from the storms to come. In the distance, lightning flashed, momentarily illuminating the night. Jon gazed at that fleeting brilliance and felt a flicker of hope. Even amidst the storm, light could still break through. He held onto that thought as he returned to his tent. Tomorrow, he would face Tywin's challenges or muster the men to go on the offensive. He would stand as the king in the North in truth, not just in name. Sleep reclaimed him in fits and starts. When dawn broke, pale and wet, the horns sounded across the camp. Word came that Lannister forces might be on the move, edging closer. The time for hesitation had passed. Jon donned his armor, strapped Longclaw to his side, and stepped out to greet the day with defiance burning in his chest. He would do what must be done for Robb, for his family, for the living who needed him to stand strong. The future of the North and perhaps all Westeros hung upon the decisions he would make in the hours to come. Honor, duty, truth, these were the legacies of Ned Stark. Now they merged with the unquenchable flame of the Targaryen line in Jon's veins. With that union, he hoped he could forge a path through war and winter alike. And so the morning sun rose behind gathering clouds as Jon, king in the north, prepared to meet his destiny head-on, never looking back, never bending, never breaking. If Dragonfire and dire wolf fangs could unite, perhaps there was a chance the north would endure the storm and the realm with it. Dawn arrived behind a thin veil of clouds, casting the camp in a pallid light. Jon emerged from his tent clad in mail and boiled leather, long claw sheathed at his side. In the yard, men were kindling breakfast fires and feeding tired mounts, their breath misting in the chill air. A hush of anticipation hung over them all. They knew the Lannisters might come, that the war could erupt again at any moment here on the western coasts of the continent. And Robb Stark's life hung by a thread. The gravity of those truths gave every whispered conversation a taut undercurrent. Jon passed small clusters of soldiers northern houses, flints, serwins, tall hearts, and men loyal to the river lords, each group perched on overturned barrels or crouched beside sputtering braziers. Tense greetings and murmured "Your Grace" followed him. Their faces reflected gratitude that he was there to lead them in Robb's stead, but also worry over the knowledge that their king in the north lay delirious with fever. Jon tried to project calm reassurance, offering brief words, courage, or "we stand together," or "Winterfell endures," but the weight of his own uncertainties pressed heavily on his ribs. He inhaled the morning's damp air, tasting salt from the nearby sea, thinking of the last time he had glimpsed the ocean from the distant shores at Eastwatch by the sea, back when he was still a black-cloaked brother of the Night's Watch. How far he had come since then. He found Great Jon Umber in the heart of camp, already belting on his sword with theatrical gusto. "Your Grace," the Great Jon boomed, planting his hands on his hips. He was a massive figure, half a head taller than Jon, with a thick beard still flecked by the previous night's crumbs. "The men are ready to march or fight, whichever you command. No sign of Lannister outriders yet, but we've posted scouts north and south. Tywin's an old fox, we'll not catch him napping easily." Jon nodded, glancing around for a sign of Roose Bolton or Rickard Karstark, two of the more senior lords. "We'll hold position for now. If the Lannisters decide to sweep in, we need to protect Robb. But I don't want us to remain idle. We'll send small cavalry parties to harass their foraging routes if they come too close. Let's keep them off balance." Great Jon gave a barking laugh of approval at that plan, a broad grin spreading beneath his bristling mustache. Jon clapped his shoulder, appreciating the man's fierce loyalty. "Has there been any change in Robb's condition?" he asked, more softly. The Great Jon's face fell, turning grim. "Not that I've heard. He's still burning up with fever. Maester's done all he can, some potions and salves. The only talk of improvement is that he hasn't died yet. No one say it so plainly, but the men are worried." Jon nodded, swallowing the prickling tightness in his throat. "I'll go to him now." He left the Great Jon to confer with captains about the pickets and supply lines, weaving through the throng of tents until he reached the Royal Pavilion, a canvas structure that flapped in the breeze, guarded on either side by bannermen wearing the dire wolf sigil. One of them, a young Mormont lad, bowed stiffly as Jon stepped inside. The interior was dimly lit by 2 lanterns and a brazier. The smell of herbs, sweat, and old blood hung in the air, cloying and thick. Robb lay on a cot, stripped to the waist, his torso swathed in a bandage that wound around his ribs. His face looked drawn, and a faint sheen of sweat coated his forehead. Catelyn Stark sat at the edge of the cot, one hand cradling Robb's. She raised her eyes when Jon entered. There was a weariness in her gaze that nearly undid him. "He's the same," she said in a hushed, exhausted tone. "He drifts in and out. The maester tested the wound again this morning, no fresh sign of weeping, but the fever is stubborn." Jon stepped forward, dropping to one knee beside the cot. "Robb," he murmured. He rested a hand gently on Robb's arm, feeling the unnatural heat coursing under the skin. He remembered the countless times they'd horsed around as boys, wrestling in the snowbanks of Winterfell, and how his brother's sturdy form had always radiated warmth. But this was different, a smolder of sickness, not healthy life. He felt helpless in the face of it. Robb's eyes flickered open as if sensing Jon's presence. Those pale tully-blue irises, heavy with delirium, blinked slowly. His lips moved in a whisper Jon had to lean in to catch. "You're here," Robb rasped. "They said you took the crown. The North needs you." Jon's throat constricted. "We need you, Robb. Rest, and you'll be on your feet again soon, commanding these men better than I ever could." A faint smile curved Robb's cracked lips. Always so serious, Snow? That's what you were in my head, my brother. Titles don't matter so much. He coughed and a spasm of pain contorted his face. Catelyn instantly clasped his hand with both of hers, her knuckles white. Jon squeezed Robb's shoulder, a silent vow that he would bear the burdens of command until his brother recovered, if he recovered. The swirl of despair at that thought threatened to overwhelm him, but he steadied himself. Rest, he said firmly, voice hushed. That's an order from your king. An attempt at levity. Robb gave a rough, feeble huff that might have been a laugh, then his eyelids drooped again. Catelyn didn't look away from Robb's face, but she addressed Jon quietly. They say Tywin Lannister's men are near enough to launch an attack. Must they fight here, so close? If the camp is overrun, my son. Jon laid a hand on her shoulder as gently as he dared. We won't let that happen. I've given orders to keep the pickets wide. If the Lannisters approach, we'll meet them on ground of our choosing. I'll not allow them to storm our camp. He rose then, looking down at her, at the lines of worry etched into her features. She nodded, unable to hide the flicker of relief that even a promise could bring. He left the pavilion, stepping back into the day's chill. The sun was climbing behind sullen clouds. A light wind hissed through the camp. Men hustled around in partial armor, some carrying water pails, others sharpening swords. The uneasy hush was replaced by a sort of grim bustle, the daily life of soldiers preparing for possible battle. Jon spotted Roose Bolton near a cluster of tents, speaking to a half-dozen of his men in that quiet, measured voice. When Bolton saw Jon approach, he dismissed his men and turned. Your Grace, Bolton said, bowing with a half-lidded gaze. The Outriders have returned. They saw no large Lannister force within a league. Word, however, travels that Tywin is mustering near Ashmark, possibly forging an alliance with local lords or bringing in fresh levies. It appears he's in no hurry to face us in a pitched battle. He may well be trying to wait us out using Robb Stark's condition to sow fear. Jon set his jaw. He'd like us to make a rash move, maybe. Or dwindle our provisions while we remain camped near the crag. Already, feeding so many mouths in an area stripped by war was a challenge. Has the Maester heard any new tidings from the west? Do we know if the Ironborn are stirring? The memory of Theon Greyjoy, who had once stood beside them as a brother-in-arms, tugged at Jon's mind. In the canon course of events, Theon had turned on the Starks to seize Winterfell. Would that remain the case now, with the timeline so drastically changed and with Jon, not Robb, recognized as king? Bolton's pale eyes flickered with speculation. Ravens speak of Ironborn reavers along the coast, as they always do in times of chaos, but no large-scale invasion is reported. Still, Balon Greyjoy might well see our distraction in the west as an opportunity. We should be mindful. Jon nodded, thanking him, then parted with the man. Despite Bolton's polite airs, Jon never felt entirely at ease in his presence. Something about the Lord's cool detachment set the hairs on Jon's neck on edge. Nevertheless, for the time being, he had no choice but to rely on every ally the North had. He found himself drawn toward the horse lines where grooms and squires were brushing down the mounts. Ghost patted at Jon's heel, silent as a shadow. The great white dire wolf turned heads wherever he went. Some men still marveled that King Jon of the North possessed a dire wolf as eerie and pale as the snows beyond the wall. Jon crouched and ruffled the fur behind Ghost's ears. The wolf pressed against him, an uncanny intelligence in those red eyes. Jon wondered if the old gods somehow spoke through these beasts. Ghost had always sensed danger before Jon himself did. A slender figure approached, and Jon recognized Arya by her purposeful stride. She had donned a boy's jerkin and breeches, her dark hair cropped short. The guards at Riverrun had insisted she remain safely behind, but Arya had argued fiercely that she belonged with her family, especially if Robb was hurt. She had come west with a contingent led by Ser Edmure Tully, just 2 days behind Jon's own travel. Now, her presence in camp was an uneasy secret, known only to a handful so as not to draw any Lannister attention to the fact that another Stark was within reach. Yet Jon had found her that very morning, ordering stable hands about as though she owned the place. She halted in front of him, hands on her hips in a posture reminiscent of her mother's determined stance. Jon, I want to see Robb. They told me it's best if I stay away, but he's my brother. Jon rose. He's asleep now. The Maester said he needs as much rest as possible. Perhaps later we can go together. Her lower lip jutted in frustration. I'm not a little girl anymore. Don't treat me like one. He understood the pain in her voice. The family she loved was splintered, scattered. I'm not treating you like a little girl. I only want to give Robb the quiet he needs. Don't worry, you'll see him soon. Maybe after we confirm the Lannister movements. Arya scowled but seemed to relent. If they do attack, I can fight." Jon regarded her solemnly, remembering how she had indeed killed in self-defense while escaping King's Landing. She was no stranger to the realities of bloodshed, but that did not mean he wanted to thrust her into pitched combat. In a real battle, it's not like dancing practice. Stay close to me or to someone you trust. If the lines break, you run for the rear. Do you understand? She clenched a fist as though to protest, but something in Jon's expression must have dissuaded her. "All right," she said in a small voice. "But don't ask me to hide in a wagon or cower behind tents." "I won't. I know." He allowed himself a faint, rueful smile. "Go on then. Get some rest. We might have a long day ahead." She stared at him another moment, then nodded tersely and hurried off as if she had 1,000 chores to attend. Jon watched her retreating form, a mixture of pride and sorrow welling in his chest. She had always been so headstrong. He wondered how different her life might have been if their father still lived, if the realm were at peace, if she could have grown up learning how to be a lady or a water dancer or anything else she wanted, instead of traveling war-torn roads, blade in hand. Yet that was not the world they inhabited. He heard a sudden stir from the western edge of camp. Riders galloping in, their approach heralded by a watchman's horn. Jon strode swiftly in that direction, picking up the pace as men parted to let him pass. By the time he arrived, several scouts had dismounted, breathless, mud-splattered on their boots and cloaks. One scout, a lean man with a ragged beard, bowed quickly. "Your Grace, we sighted a Lannister vanguard perhaps 2 leagues away, heading northeast. Could be a probing force, maybe 500 men or so. They've standard bearers with the Lion of Lannister in plain view. They didn't see us, I think." Jon nodded, scanning the distant ridge as if he could will his gaze to pierce the trees. "Are they heading directly for us or circling around?" "Hard to say," the scout replied. "They're on the move, but not in full battle formation. More like testing the land." Jon frowned. "We'll not let them roam freely. Great Jon and I will organize a cavalry sweep to drive them off or capture stragglers. If they're trying to gauge our strength, I'd rather show them enough teeth to send them scurrying back." He motioned the scout to follow, then turned on his heel and marched toward the command tent. Already, men were being roused to readiness, pulling on helms, buckling armor, gripping spears and shields. The tension in the air ramped up with each passing moment. In the large brown tent used for councils, Jon gathered Great Jon Umber, Roose Bolton, Rickard Karstark, and a few other captains. A map of the local terrain was spread over a crude wooden table. Jon pointed to the approximate location where the Lannisters had been spotted. "We have a chance to spring on them. I want 200 mounted men, perhaps more if we can muster them quickly, to sweep around their flank. But we also have to be careful this isn't a trap. I don't trust Tywin to send an isolated vanguard unless he's luring us away. So we'll keep a reserve of foot soldiers here to guard the camp." Greatjon's eyes gleamed at the prospect of action. 200? I can raise that many in half an hour. I'll lead the charge myself. Jon turned to him. "I'll ride with you. But I need you to keep an eye on the flanks. No chasing them blindly if they break. We don't want to tumble into an ambush." Great Jon slammed a fist to his broad chest. "You have my word. But you should stay behind if you prefer, Your Grace. If this is a skirmish, we can manage it." Jon's expression hardened with determination. "No, I won't hide. Robb isn't here to lead, and these men need to see their king ride at the fore." A hush followed that statement, a hush of both respect and anxiety. Bolton's pale stare shifted, but he said nothing. Karstark murmured agreement. Jon recalled all too well the oath he had taken at the wall to protect the realms of men. Though he was no longer a brother of the Watch in practice, that vow still burned in him. Leading from behind had never suited him. They broke the council swiftly. Horns rang through the camp, summoning riders. Horses were led out, bridles jingling. Men swung onto their saddles with hurried energy, though they tried to maintain discipline. Jon selected a sturdy gray courser for himself. Ghost would not be able to keep pace with cavalry, but the dire wolf loped at his stirrup for as long as he could. Jon patted Ghost's neck and murmured for him to remain, hating the separation but knowing the wolf would be safer guarding Robb. Grey Wind, were he healthy enough, would have raced beside them, but that savage dire wolf was still stationed at Robb's tent, refusing to leave even as the maester tried to keep the space calm. In less than half an hour, 200 mounted men formed ranks. Great Jon took the left flank, leading a wedge of riders brandishing axes and swords, while Ser Wendell Manderly led a smaller group on the right, carrying the trident sigil of House Manderly alongside the dire wolf banners. Jon rode in the center, Longclaw at his side, the wind tugging at his cloak. The rest of the camp remained in partial readiness in case Tywin had a larger force waiting beyond. A horn blew. The ground thundered beneath pounding hooves, and they galloped west, following the scout's directions. The land sloped gently with scattered copses of oak and pine dotting the rolling fields. Low stone walls, once boundaries of local farmland, crisscrossed the countryside. In the distance, the dull roar of the sea teased Jon's ears. He kept glancing left and right, scanning for signs of a trap. The outriders rode ahead, swiftly returning with terse updates. They're up ahead to the south side of that copse. Jon raised a hand, signaling the formation to slow. They advanced with more caution, splitting into 2 columns to flank the woods. Sure enough, a cluster of Lannister horsemen in red cloaks and half-armor milled in a clearing, outnumbered though not so drastically as to be helpless. Their bright banners fluttered in the breeze, a gold lion on crimson field. Several mounted archers loitered at the edges. The moment the Lannister men spotted Jon's force, they began to maneuver in a defensive line. Jon could almost sense their alarm, as if they had not expected so many Northmen so swiftly. Great Jon bellowed from the left flank, "Loose and charge!" Northern archers along the edges of Jon's column let fly a volley of arrows, and the whistle of shafts sang through the air. The Lannisters scrambled to raise shields. Some arrows clattered harmlessly against trees, but a few found their marks. Men cried out and toppled from saddles. Then Jon spurred his horse forward, brandishing Longclaw as they thundered toward the Lannister line. The air filled with the savage cacophony of steel on steel, panicked shouts, the shriek of wounded horses. Jon had been in battle before, at the wall, in skirmishes beyond it, but never leading so many. Yet in that moment he felt a surreal clarity, as if each heartbeat was a deliberate step in a dance. He wove his horse between 2 Lannister knights, parrying a desperate slash from one. Longclaw's Valyrian steel bit into the man's shoulder, sending blood spraying. Another swung at Jon from the left, a heavy mace whistling past Jon's ear, but he managed to duck, cutting upward to slice the man's reins, causing the knight's horse to rear and throw its rider. A swirl of confusion, men toppling, the ring of swords overshadowed all else. He felt an arrow graze the edge of his spalder, scraping with a sharp screech, but it did not pierce. He caught a glimpse of Great Jon Umber wading into the thick of the fight, hacking with an axe in each hand, roaring like a bear. Manderly's riders swept in from the right, their banners trailing. The Lannister men, outnumbered and caught off guard, fought bravely but were soon driven into disarray. Some attempted to wheel about and flee, but Jon's outriders pursued. The clash was short and brutal. When at last the dust settled, the clearing lay strewn with wounded men and dying horses. A few Lannisters had escaped into the woods, but at least a dozen remained captive, having thrown down their arms. Jon circled the field, breath coming in labored gasps, heart still hammering with adrenaline. Dark blotches of gore stained the ground. Northern losses seemed minimal, though a handful of men lay still or groaning in pain. Great Jon trotted up to Jon, panting, face streaked with dirt and blood that was not his own. "Ha! We gave them a thrashing, your grace. A fine day's work." Jon took a moment to compose himself, reining in the trembling in his limbs. Killing another human was always a shock, no matter how necessary it felt. "Gather the prisoners. We'll question them about Tywin's plans. Then we head back before more Lannisters arrive." Great Jon barked an affirmative and turned to bellow commands. Jon dismounted to help a wounded soldier crying out for aid, pressing a cloth to the man's bleeding thigh. He called for a medic. All around him, his men began collecting the fallen, searching for survivors. Captured Lannisters were herded together under guard, many wearing expressions of sullen resignation. A short while later, once the field was cleared of the worst carnage and the prisoners bound, Jon signaled the return. They rode back, battered but victorious, with a handful of wounded men carted along. Birds wheeled overhead, drawn by the scent of blood, while the wind off the sea carried a brine-tinged chill. Jon felt no joy in the conquest, only a grim satisfaction that they had proven they would not be intimidated. They reached the camp late in the afternoon. News of their success spread rapidly, and the men's spirits rose, an encouraging sign, especially as so many had feared an imminent onslaught. Jon saw to it that the prisoners were placed under guard and that the wounded were treated. Then he hurried to Robb's pavilion. The guards let him pass with murmured congratulations for the victory. He found Catelyn there still, keeping vigil at Robb's side. The maester was bent over Robb, checking the bandages and feeling his forehead with the back of his hand. Catelyn's gaze darted up when Jon entered. "You're back. The men said you won a skirmish. Are you hurt?" She scanned him for injury, her motherly instincts overriding her usual reserve. Jon shook his head. "Some close calls, nothing more." He stepped closer, heart pounding in worry. "How is he?" The maester glanced over his shoulder. "There may be cause for cautious hope, your grace. The fever seems to have lessened somewhat in the last few hours." Lady Catelyn has been applying cool compresses and I changed the poultices. He's still weak, but if his fever continues to subside, he may yet recover. A wave of relief so potent it nearly made Jon's legs buckle swept through him. He approached Robb, placing a hand on his forehead to feel for himself. It was still warm, but not the raging heat from before. Robb's eyes fluttered open at the contact, drifting over Jon's face without full comprehension. He murmured something that sounded like mother, father, and then drifted back into uneasy sleep. But his breathing was more even. Catelyn let out a trembling exhale. "Thank the gods," she whispered. He's been delirious all day, but the worst of the fever might be breaking." Jon offered a slight nod. "He's strong. He'll pull through." He did not speak his deeper worry aloud, the possibility of infection or a relapse. But for now, this glimmer of improvement was enough to buoy them both. Catelyn raised eyes brimming with gratitude, and Jon gave her hand a reassuring squeeze. Outside, the camp bustled in a hum of subdued triumph. The captured Lannisters were put to the question. One man, a higher-born knight called Ser Balman, revealed that Lord Tywin was indeed massing more men near Ash Mark, apparently waiting for a larger host from the west to join him before committing to open battle. Jon and the War Council concluded that Tywin might attempt to either flank them or force them away from the coast to sever supply lines. For the time being, though, Tywin was forced to acknowledge the Northmen's readiness and that Jon, as the new king, would not be cowed by threats or half-measures. Days passed in a slow dance of stalemate. Scouts came and went, bringing news of Lannister detachments on the move, but no major attack materialized. Tywin seemed content to wait, as if measuring how quickly Robb might recover or how well supplied Jon's camp remained. Jon used the lull to send riders to the local lords' houses sworn to the Lannisters or on the fence, urging them to stay clear of the fighting or switch allegiance, but few responded. The region was wary, battered by the ongoing war. Meanwhile, the Outriders patrolled diligently, ensuring that no Lannister raiding parties could creep too close without warning. Robb's condition continued improving. On the 7th day after Jon's skirmish with the Lannisters, Robb was able to sit up unaided, though he remained weak. Jon entered the pavilion to find his brother sipping a cup of watered wine, his chest propped up on pillows. Catelyn fussed over him, adjusting the blankets as he insisted he was warm enough. Robb glanced up at Jon, and his eyes, still hollow with fatigue, lit with a familiar spark. "You were busy while I slept," he said in a rasp. "I heard about your victory in the clearing." Jon approached with a warm smile. "It was a small fight. We just made sure they knew we won't be trifled with." Robb's lips twitched. "And you didn't get an arrow in the chest, so I suppose it was a success." He tried to laugh, but it ended in a cough. He winced, pressing a hand to his bandaged side. Catelyn stepped in, worry etched on her face. "Enough chatter. You need rest. If you tear open that wound—" "I know, Mother," Robb said gently, though an undercurrent of impatience surfaced in his tone. His gaze returned to Jon. "You did well, brother. Father would be proud. But you must be weary. Command is no easy mantle." Jon exhaled, finding his own tension mirrored in Robb's expression. "I'll manage until you're back on your feet. We need you leading our armies, Robb. The men look to you as their young wolf. I'm just the bastard who ended up with a crown." Robb's face tightened. "You're not just a bastard. You're my brother. You always have been, and now we know the truth that you have Targaryen blood as well. But that doesn't change who you are. Father must have seen that. Thank you for not letting the war slip through our grasp while I was stuck in this cot." Catelyn dipped her head in agreement. "He's been commanding ably, Robb. If you'd seen the calm he brought to the men when they learned you were injured, you'd be proud." Robb's eyes flickered with a deep gratitude. "Then I'll keep resting until I can stand again, though the moment I can ride a horse, I plan to rejoin the fray. Tywin Lannister won't wait forever." Jon exchanged a glance with Catelyn, both knowing how impatient Robb could be. "We'll be ready," Jon promised. "We're gathering more men from the River Lords who remain loyal. If Tywin attacks, or if we choose to strike first, we'll do so on our terms." He left Robb to his mother's care, a flicker of relief and pride in his chest. Each day brought a little more color to his brother's face. If the gods were kind, Robb would be back in fighting shape soon. And yet, Jon also recognized a quiet shift in the men's attitudes. They had begun to see Jon not only as Robb's stand-in but as a king in his own right. The fact that he had led a successful cavalry charge, killed foes in personal combat, and refused to yield to Tywin's threats left a mark on their perceptions. For better or worse, he was no longer just the other Stark boy. He was the king in the north as well, enthroned by Ned Stark's last confession and Robb's willingness to step aside. The weight of that realization pressed upon Jon. He often found himself wishing he could vanish into the quiet of the wall or stand watch in some remote outpost. But that longing had no place here. Duty had pinned him to a path he could not forsake. On the 10th day after Robb's wound, a new crisis arrived in the shape of a raven. It bore the black wax seal of the Night's Watch. Jon took it in hand, his stomach tightening. He had been waiting for word from Castle Black, from Maester Aemon, from Samwell Tarly. But reading the raven's contents in the War Council tent, he felt a cold sweat break out on his brow. Maester Aemon's letter was brief. Mance Rayder's host of wildlings was gathering in unprecedented numbers beyond the wall. Some watchers claimed the free folk had giants among them, fierce tribes from the frozen shore, and worse. If that host broke through the wall, the North would be the first to feel its wrath. And beyond even that threat loomed the Whites and the others, the ancient horror stirring in the far north. The letter begged for more men, more supplies, anything the Watch could use to hold the line. A single line at the end read, "Winter truly comes, and with it death." Jon set the parchment down on the table. Around him, the lords in attendance studied his expression. Great Jon Umber let out a dismissive snort. Wildlings? They never unify in large numbers. Why fret? The walls kept them out for ages. Jon shook his head. They've never had a king like Mance Rayder before. And we can't assume the wall is invincible. The Night's Watch is severely undermanned. If Mance is uniting all the clans, that host could number in the tens of thousands. Karstark pressed his lips together. Thousands of wildlings, half-starved and untrained. Could be we have nothing to fear. Roose Bolton's voice, cold and steady, cut through. Or it could be that if they slip past the wall, they'll pillage and raid the north at will, especially if we have most of our armies engaged fighting the Lannisters. Our home front would be vulnerable. Jon nodded, feeling the old ghosts of dread swirl in his gut. He remembered the things he had seen north of the wall, the eerie blue eyes of reanimated corpses, the savage cold presence that threatened to extinguish all life. He had told the council only bits and pieces, but he was sure that few believed the fullness of his tales. Still, the letter in his hand was proof that the Watch was alarmed, and that alone was cause for alarm. We can't ignore this. The men of the Watch are our first defense against the others or anything else. I swore an oath once. Even though I've left the Watch behind to help fight for the North, I can't break that vow in spirit. They need help, or the North could face a threat far worse than the Lannisters. Great Jon scratched his thick beard. But we're in the middle of a war here, Your Grace. How many men can we afford to send? Tywin's not about to show mercy if we weaken ourselves. Jon drummed his fingers on the table. Not enough to cripple our efforts, but enough to stiffen the Watch. A few hundred, at least, plus supplies. The Watch might accept prisoners or recruits if we have them. I know we've been capturing Lannisters. Many might choose the Black over rotting in a cell. Roose Bolton's mouth curved faintly, though his expression remained inscrutable. Offering criminals to guard the realm's northern border. A practical solution, if somewhat ironic. But yes, that could bolster the Watch's numbers. Jon scanned their faces, uncertain how many truly grasped the urgency. Lord Umber, Lord Karstark, can you spare some men from your retinues to send north? Even a fraction might do some good. They exchanged doubtful glances. Finally, Karstark gave a curt nod. I'll muster a token force. I won't gut my strength here, but I'll send 50 men. Is that enough? Add mine, said Great Jon, a faint rumble of reluctant acceptance in his voice. Another 50. The dread beyond the wall might be greater than I like to imagine. Jon felt a flicker of gratitude. I'll instruct them to ride soon. They'll have to circumvent the fighting along the main roads traveling through the neck. I'll dispatch ravens to White Harbor requesting they offer ships to ferry men northward more swiftly if possible. He looked around, seeing no further objections. Thank you. A small, partial measure of relief eased the tension in his chest, though he knew it was nowhere near enough to truly secure the wall. Still, it was something. After the council, Jon lingered by the table, rereading Maester Aemon's words. Could he truly face war on two fronts? The unstoppable Lannister host in the south and the wildling hordes in the far north, not to mention the horrors beyond? Even if he were 2 men, it might not be enough. His thoughts turned to Daenerys Targaryen, rumored to be raising dragons across the narrow sea. If she eventually came to Westeros, how would that complicate everything? Yet that was a concern for tomorrow. Right now, he had to hold the line for the North, for his brother, and for the unheeded warnings of the Watch. Outside, the camp buzzed with the hum of daily life. A company of newly arrived riverlords had just ridden in, adding nearly 300 men to their ranks. Some were from House Vance, others from House Mouton. They brought tidings that Tywin Lannister had secured a stronger alliance with Lord Westerling of the Crags region, but no major offensive had begun. One day, perhaps soon, Tywin would come. Or perhaps he was waiting to confirm rumors that the North lacked real leadership while Robb was injured. If that was his game, they would prove him wrong. In the week that followed, Robb's strength gradually returned. By the 13th day after his wounding, he was able to stand with help and shuffle around the pavilion, though the maester insisted he avoid riding until his side had fully mended. Robb chafed at the restriction, but his mother and Jon both scolded him into compliance. He spent more time in councils, leaning on a tall staff or a friend's shoulder. The men seemed heartened by the sight of him awake and upright. Jon, still recognized as the king in the north, found a more comfortable footing now that Robb could share some of the decisions. They acted almost like co-rulers, though the official stance remained that Jon wore the crown while Robb was the newly recovered heir of Winterfell. For many of their banner men, the distinction mattered less than the unity they saw between these two Starkwolves, one with Targaryen blood and one with the pure line of House Stark. On a crisp autumn afternoon, Jon and Robb stood by a small line of trees near the camp's edge, leaning against the trunk of an oak while a mild wind rustled the leaves overhead. Arya was a little way off, practicing thrusts with needle under the watchful eye of an old armsman determined to perfect her stance. Catelyn hovered further back, prepared to intervene if Robb seemed too exerted. Jon studied his brother's face, pale still, but flushed with the excitement of being out of bed. "I owe you my life, Jon," Robb said quietly, gaze drifting to the horizon. "You held the army together, forced the Lannisters back, and kept Mother from despair. I can never repay that." Jon shook his head. "You'd have done the same for me. That's what brothers do." He paused, a current of deeper emotion tugging at him. "I'm just relieved you're up and about. The men need you. The North needs you." Robb turned, meeting Jon's eyes. "And yet, you're the one they call king. I gave that title to you willingly because Father's letter said it should be so and because I believed in your claim. But now, how does this end, Jon? Do we remain two heads of House Stark, one Targaryen, one not? When the war is done, if we ever push the Lannisters away and secure our home, how do we rule?" Jon stared at the rust-brown leaves swirling around their feet. That question had gnawed at him. "We rule together," he said after a moment. "This is bigger than a single title. The North has accepted me, but they'll never turn their backs on you. And you are Ned Stark's heir in blood. Once the war ends, if it ends, maybe we can find a way to share the burden." "I don't hunger for a crown, Robb. I never did." A faint smile touched Robb's lips. "That might be the best solution. Father once told me that true leadership is about the people we protect, not about a throne. If we can make that clear, the realm might see sense." Jon gave a wry snort. Sense is in short supply nowadays, with half a dozen kings warring. Robb's smile grew. "True enough. But as soon as the maester clears me, I want to ride out and see Tywin put in his place. The Riverlords say the Lannister outriders have grown bold again, possibly harassing small villages. We can't let that stand. And if that draws Tywin into open battle, so be it." He paused, inhaling a shaky breath as a pang seized his side. "We'll do it together. Wolf and dragon, side by side." Jon clapped him gently on the shoulder. "Agreed." He felt the knot of tension in his chest loosen a fraction. For all the confusion and pain that had come with discovering his true parentage, one thing remained steadfast. The bond between him and Robb, shaped by shared childhood and hammered by war. They were not the same boys who once played in Winterfell's courtyards, but their brotherhood endured. That evening, a raven arrived bearing messages from the Vale. It seemed that Lysa Arryn was refusing to commit any troops to either side, determined to keep her young son Robert safe behind the Aerys' high walls. Jon let out a frustrated sigh as he read it, passing it to Robb. The Vale could have been a powerful ally, but Lysa hides. This is the same as we expected from her, I suppose. She's always been fearful and closed off. Robb frowned. At least she isn't siding with the Lannisters. But yes, it's a missed opportunity. The Vale is formidable. If they joined us, Tywin might not dare remain in the field. Instead, we'll have to rely on the Riverlords and our own northern might. A second raven carried more worrying news. The Ironborn under Balon Greyjoy had reportedly begun raiding the coasts near Deepwood Motte and Torrhen Square, perhaps testing the realm's defenses. Jon felt the blood drain from his face when he read it. The possibility of Theon Greyjoy turning against them, as in the original timeline, was all too real. If Balon Greyjoy launched a full-scale invasion, the North could be pinned between two fronts. Robb looked equally troubled, cursing under his breath. "We can't fight a war on three fronts," Jon muttered. remembering the wildling threat beyond the wall. We have Lannisters to the south, the Ironborn harrying our western coasts, and the wildlings stirring in the far north. Not to mention the rest of the realm fracturing. Robb's eyes flashed with anger. If we were to sail north and crush the Ironborn, but we don't have the ships. White Harbor's fleet is small, and we need them for supply lines. We must rely on the Manderleys or the Glovers to repel raiders. Meanwhile, we can't abandon our push against Tywin. If we let him roam free, he'll lay waste to the Riverlands or strike at us. This is exactly the sort of chaos the Ironborn thrive on. Jon could see the frustration written plainly on his brother's face. They had wanted so badly to keep the focus on avenging Ned Stark and securing the North's freedom. But the realm's shifting alliances and opportunistic houses threatened everything they built. One problem at a time, Jon said, though he felt no real certainty. We'll send riders to the north, telling the lords to strengthen their coastal defenses. We'll write to Lady Mormont on Bear Island, too, though she's as tough as they come. She won't let the Ironborn land easily. For now, we remain here, facing Tywin. If we defeat him or force him to the table, we can turn our attention west. Robb nodded, though tension still radiated from him. If only we had Theon still at our side. Perhaps we could have reasoned with him, offered the Iron Islands some measure of autonomy, but I doubt Balon would settle for that. He wants a crown as well. Jon recalled the Theon Greyjoy he had grown up with, a boastful boy who always tried to impress, overshadowed by Ned Stark's protective custody. Would Theon have turned out differently if Ned had told him truths about Jon's parentage, or if the North had never gone to war? Impossible to say. All that remained was the reality that Balon Greyjoy smelled blood in the water and was seizing his moment. They would have to face that threat in time. They devoted the next days to building fortifications around the camp and forging connections with local houses who might provide grain or intelligence. Robb insisted on walking the perimeter with Jon at his side, though each step left him wincing. Soldiers bowed their heads respectfully, calling them both your graces or my lords, uncertain which title truly applied. Despite the confusion, morale was higher than it had been weeks ago. Stories spread of how the king in the north led a victorious charge, of how the young wolf survived a poisoned arrow through sheer will. These legends began to crystallize, giving the men hope that they followed not one but two extraordinary leaders touched by fate. One quiet evening, Arya slipped into Jon's tent. She carried Needle in her hand, fiddling with the pommel as if trying to muster courage. Jon looked up from the letter he was composing and appealed to the Manderleys for more ships and smiled. You're roaming about late. Arya shrugged. Couldn't sleep. Too many dreams. She bit her lip, glancing to the side. Sometimes I dream about father. And sometimes about the people I left behind when Yoren took me out of King's Landing. Jon set aside the quill and motioned for her to sit on a low stool. I'm sorry. War leaves us with so many ghosts. She nodded in agreement. For a moment, he wondered if she had come only to share her nightmares. But she looked up, her eyes dark and intense. You're going to fight the Lannisters again soon, aren't you? She asked. You and Robb. I can see it in how everyone's preparing. Yes, Jon said softly. We think Tywin might attempt a major move soon, or we'll try to draw him out. Either way, it won't be long. Arya's expression turned fierce. I want to be there. I want to fight alongside you. Arya. He started to protest, but she cut him off. I won't get in the way. I can fight better than half these squires. She lifted Needle, brandishing the thin blade. We're wolves, aren't we? We stand together. If you leave me behind in camp, I'll sneak out anyway. Jon recognized the stubborn set of her jaw. He thought of how their father once insisted that Arya learn needlework, only for her to interpret that in her own way, through the slender sword she now held. Arya, you're skilled, but a battlefield is chaos. This isn't a courtyard duel. There will be arrows, cavalry charges, lines collapsing. She clenched her teeth. I'm not afraid. Jon sighed, torn between protecting her and respecting her spirit. Promise me, then, if it comes to battle, you'll stay near me or near someone I trust. You won't break off and do something reckless. Needle is good for close work, for a quick thrust, but you'll be vulnerable against armor. She studied him, then gave a solemn nod, as though sealing a pact. I promise. He hoped he wouldn't regret that. All right, but we might not fight a pitched battle anytime soon. War is mostly waiting. Arya's gaze dropped to the dirt floor. I hate waiting. Feels like the world's in motion, and I'm stuck in place. I want to do something, especially after what happened to Father. She trailed off, eyes shiny with unshed tears. Jon rose, crossing to kneel beside her. He placed a hand on her shoulder, the memory of their father looming between them. His quiet voice, his steady presence, the love he showed each child in his own measured way. You will have your chance, he said gently. But remember what Father always said. Fear cuts deeper than swords. We have to face it, but we can't let it rule us. And also, the lone wolf dies, but the pack survives. We must stay together, watch over each other. She sniffed, nodding. All right. A moment of silence passed, and then she threw her arms around Jon in a tight embrace. He hugged her back, hearing the muffled sob she tried to hide. The war had taken so much from them. Innocence, home, the sense of safety. All that remained was their bond and the uncertain hope that tomorrow might be kinder. The next morning, scouts reported a large Lannister force on the march at last, approaching from the south. It seemed Tywin had grown tired of the stalemate and was advancing with some 10,000 men to challenge the northern host near an old hillside ruin. Jon convened the war council with Robb present, leaning on his staff but resolute. Though Robb still moved gingerly, the strength in his voice had returned. Tywin means to push us away from the coast, Robb said, gesturing to the map. If he takes this ridge, he can control the main roads to the west. We need to choose where we'll meet him. Either we hold defensively here near the crag, or we march out to intercept him on ground we know better. The local terrain might favor us if we can lure him into a narrow pass. Jon studied the map, recalling lessons from Winterfell's master-at-arms about how to read a battlefield. Holding the crag could pin us against the sea if we lose. But if we intercept him near these hills, we might have an advantage, higher ground, the element of surprise if we move quickly. We can hide men in the ravines around the old ruin. Bolton nodded. Indeed, Tywin may not anticipate a forward strike if he believes we're still waiting for King Robb to recover. He might approach leisurely, expecting an easy victory. Robb's mouth tightened. Then let's not give him an easy anything. The men are restless. A bold move might galvanize them. We'll march at dawn, leave a small garrison here in camp, and take the fight to Tywin. They spoke for another hour, finalizing positions, deciding how to arrange cavalry and archers. Then it was settled, at dawn they would march south to meet Tywin near the hills. The outcome could tilt the entire war. Jon tried to keep his features composed. He sensed the finality crackling in the air. This was the moment. They would no longer dance around small skirmishes but commit to a real engagement, one that could cost many lives. When dawn broke, a pale hush of anticipation settled over the camp. Trumpets sounded the call to arms. Men strapped on breastplates, tightened sword belts, and said their prayers to the old gods or the Seven. Robb insisted on riding, though the maester frowned. He swallowed pain-killing draughts, but his posture remained stiff. He rode a sleek chestnut stallion, gray Wind trotting beside him, the direwolf's ears alert. Jon mounted the same gray courser he had used before. Arya appeared beside him with her pony. He gave her a pointed stare, and she set her jaw, falling in beside one of the armsmen Jon had assigned to watch over her. Ghost padded near Jon, silent as ever. Their host consisted of about 7,000 men, some on horseback, most on foot. Another 1,000 guarded the camp. The Riverlords flew their banners alongside the dire wolf of House Stark, and the men seemed eager for a decisive confrontation. The column marched in good order, dust rising from the well-trodden road. Scouts raced ahead to keep watch for Lannister outriders. Overhead, the sky hung a steely gray, threatening rain. Jon thought of how the weather often shaped battles. A sudden downpour could turn the hills into slick mud, hamper cavalry, or foul bowstrings. They reached the area near the ruin by mid-afternoon. It was a once fortified hilltop scattered with crumbling stones, now overgrown with tough grass and thistles. The slope was moderate but enough to give an advantage. Beyond it lay a wide, shallow valley. According to the scouts, Tywin's force would pass through that valley on the way north. Jon and Robb surveyed the ground from atop the hill. They agreed that half their men would hide among the trees and boulders to either side, poised to ambush the Lannisters' flanks. The rest would hold the crest. When Tywin arrived, the plan was to let him climb partway up the slope before unleashing a barrage of arrows and then crashing down on him from all sides. It was a simple tactic, but with good timing and discipline, it could be devastating. As the men took positions, tension mounted. A faint drizzle began, pattering softly against shields and helms. Ghost and Grey Wind both seemed restless, noses twitching at the damp wind. Robb sat on his horse, face pale but set. Jon caught his eye and gave him a short nod. "We do this together," he said. Robb nodded, returning a tight smile. An hour later, horns in the distance announced the arrival of Tywin's force. Jon felt his heart hammer. He climbed atop a broken bit of wall, peering down into the valley. Sure enough, a sea of red and gold banners spread across the plain. At the vanguard, knights in shining armor, followed by rank upon rank of spearmen and crossbowmen. Lannister trumpets brayed, echoing off the hills. The drizzle thickened, turning the ground slippery. Robb raised a hand, signaling the hidden archers to ready themselves. Jon could see the silhouettes of men crouched behind rocks, peeking over ridges. He prayed the Lannisters would not suspect an ambush. The columns advanced steadily, cresting a small rise in the valley. Then Tywin's standard appeared, a gilded lion on a high pole surrounded by mounted knights. They were drawing closer to the slope. Robb took a deep breath. Hold, he murmured, voice barely audible. Jon clenched his fists. The moment stretched taut as a drawn bowstring. The Lannister host began ascending, the front ranks carefully picking their way on the wet grass. In the hush, Jon's entire world narrowed to the sight of that red banner creeping upward, step by step. He could pick out the glint of steel from their ranks, the drips of moisture on shields, the stony concentration on the faces of the frontline soldiers. Then Robb dropped his arm. Horns blared from the hillside. The northern archers and crossbowmen rose from cover, unleashing a deadly rain of arrows. Shouts and screams erupted below as Lannisters fell. Others raised shields, but the slippery ground made it hard to form a coherent shield wall. Bolts and arrows hammered their lines. Immediately, Tywin's knights spurred forward, trying to push up the slope faster to reach the archers before they could loose again. But that was the signal for the hidden flanking forces to surge out, crashing into the Lannisters' sides with swords, spears, and axes. War cries tore through the drizzle. Jon drew Longclaw and vaulted from the broken wall onto his horse, urging it down the slope. Robb galloped alongside him, teeth clenched in pain but unwavering. Grey Wind bounded ahead, savage snarls echoing off the hillside. Jon's cavalry segment smashed into the right flank of the Lannister host, meeting their knights in a cacophony of steel. The hillside terrain favored the attackers, with gravity lending momentum to the charge. Jon caught a glimpse of Tywin himself, an older man in ornate plate, eyes cold and calculating, even as chaos swallowed them all. Arrows flew overhead, some skipping off rocks or burying themselves in the muck. A Lannister knight thundered toward Jon, couched lance aimed high. Jon yanked his reins, guiding his horse aside at the last moment. The lance glanced off his pauldron, sending a jolt through his bones. He lashed out with Longclaw, the Valyrian steel shearing through the knight's side. The man toppled with a garbled scream. Another attacker rode in, red cloak streaming, and Jon twisted to parry, steel ringing on steel. Somewhere to his left, Great Jon Umber's guttural roar signaled his presence, likely hacking men apart with wild abandon. The reek of blood and churned earth filled Jon's nostrils. Rain stung his eyes, half blinding him. He pressed forward, trusting the plan to keep forcing the Lannisters onto the defensive. Robb was in the thick of it too, swinging a sword with measured ferocity despite his healing wound. Grey Wind leapt at enemy horses, ripping down riders. But the Lannisters were no cowards. They rallied, forming small pockets of resistance, crossbowmen behind lines of pikemen. The advantage of the slope began to lessen as men were forced to fight at close quarters on slippery ground. Bodies accumulated underfoot. Cries of pain intermingled with shouted orders. Jon found himself face to face with a burly knight who wore the sigil of House Brax. Their swords clashed furiously, the knight cursing with each blow. Jon felt his muscles burn, remembering Ser Alliser Thorne's old drilling sessions at Castle Black. He twisted around a downward cut, slamming his pommel into the knight's visor. The man reeled and Jon drove Longclaw into the gap of his breastplate, feeling the sickening yield of flesh. Blood splattered. The knight crumpled. Jon yanked his sword free, panting. He spared a desperate glance for the battlefield's broader shape. On the left flank, Karstark's men were engaging a mass of Lannisters. The flanking ambush was effective, but the Lannisters had regrouped enough to hold a partial line. In the center, archers under Bolton's nominal command rained shafts onto the enemy whenever they could. The ground was now a churned mire of mud and corpses. Jon spotted Tywin's banner a short distance below, ringed by his personal guard. Their lines were battered, but still holding. If Tywin consolidated them and launched a countercharge up the slope, the Northmen might be forced into a prolonged melee that favored the bigger host. "Robb!" Jon shouted, kicking his horse to close distance with his brother. Robb had just broken from a knot of fighting men, breath ragged, side bloodied again from exertion. Grey Wind snarled at his heels. "We need to press the advantage now or they'll form up again. We have to break Tywin's line." Robb gritted his teeth, eyes blazing. "Then let's do it. Stay beside me, brother." They gathered a wedge of mounted men for a direct assault on Tywin's position. The Great Jon came barreling in from the right, whooping in savage glee. Dozens of other northern knights joined, forming a steel-tipped wedge. Trumpets blared anew. Jon cast a quick glance about, spotting Arya briefly in the distant swirl, standing with an armed man, mostly out of the fray. Relief flickered through him. Then he leveled Longclaw, surging down toward Tywin's cluster of guards. The slope was treacherous, studded with bodies and puddles of rainwater. Lannister crossbowmen frantically loosed bolts at the oncoming wedge. One tore across Jon's forearm, only partially deflected by his bracer, leaving a hot slice of pain. He clenched his teeth, ignoring it. The wave of cavalry crashed into Tywin's guard. Swords clanged, horses screamed. Jon caught a glimpse of Tywin himself, stoic behind his visor, skillfully striking down a Manderly knight. Robb lunged for Tywin, swords meeting in a shower of sparks. Tywin's skill was formidable for a man of his age. He parried Robb's strike, pivoted, and nearly landed a riposte. But Robb twisted aside, fueled by fury and the memory of Ned Stark's death. Bolts hissed in from the flank. Grey Wind darted through a gap, leaping onto one of Tywin's guards, jaws clamping around the man's helmeted head. Blood spurted. Another guard thrust a spear at the dire wolf, but Grey Wind darted aside with savage agility. Jon engaged a different guard, swinging Longclaw low. The man tried to block, but Valyrian steel bit through his lesser blade, severing it. Jon pressed forward, ramming the pommel into the guard's face, hearing a crunch of bone. The man collapsed, screaming. Tywin locked blades with Robb once more, the clang resounding. Robb's face was pale, sweat streaming, but he fought with the ferocity of a cornered wolf. He forced Tywin back a step, though Tywin's guard closed around them, trying to keep anyone else from interfering. Jon, panting, tried to come around from the side, but a knight with a lion-crested helm cut him off. Their swords met. Jon deflected a vicious overhand slash, sliding Longclaw down the man's blade, hooking it aside, and then thrusting. The knight died with a gasp. Jon leapt forward. A new wave of Lannister pikemen rushed in, threatening to encircle the wedge. Great Jon and his men fought them savagely, but the press of bodies was intense. Rain hammered down, turning everything slick. Robb and Tywin circled each other in the swirling melee, exchanging blows that rang across the hillside. Tywin battered at Robb's guard, seeking an opening. Jon pushed forward, trying to get close enough to help. A pike darted for his horse's flank. He reined aside, slashing the spear tip away, but the horse stumbled. Jon nearly pitched out of the saddle. Gritting his teeth, he regained balance. Ghost materialized from nowhere, leaping onto a Lannister crossbowman. The man went down in a shriek. The white direwolf's muzzle was already stained red. Another clash of steel drew Jon's attention. Tywin feinted high, then slashed low at Robb's side, the same side that had been wounded. Robb saw it barely in time, parrying the blow with a desperate twist. Even so, the shock of impact wrung a cry from him. He staggered, dropping to one knee. Tywin raised his sword for a killing stroke. "No!" Jon roared, spurring his horse forward. He collided with Tywin, knocking him aside in the last heartbeat. Tywin stumbled, turned his sword on Jon. Their eyes locked. Tywin's gaze was a furnace of cold wrath. He lunged, and Jon felt the jolt of steel glancing off his chest plate. He slashed back with Longclaw, the blade scraping across Tywin's pauldron. Sparks flew. A second blow from Tywin hammered Jon's sword arm. Pain pulsed. Jon gritted his teeth, refusing to yield, swinging again. Tywin stepped inside his guard, hooking Jon's elbow. For a heartbeat, they grappled in the mud and gore, swords pinned between them. Jon could smell the sweat and iron. A savage knee from Tywin nearly knocked the wind out of him. Robb rallied behind Tywin, ignoring his own agony, and slammed the pommel of his sword into Tywin's helmet. Tywin lurched, losing his grip. Jon seized the opening, ripping Longclaw free and bringing the blade around to rest at Tywin's throat. The old lion froze, chest heaving, a spark of lethal cunning still in his eyes. The swirl of battle continued around them, but in that pocket of space, time seemed to stop. Jon could have ended Tywin Lannister's life with a single thrust. He thought of Ned Stark's execution, the ruin the Lannisters had wreaked. His hands shook with fury and exhaustion. Then Robb, coughing, pressed a dagger against Tywin's side, supporting himself with the other hand. Blood dribbled from Robb's lips, perhaps he had reopened his wound. Their eyes met and 1,000 thoughts passed unspoken. Here lay vengeance, justice, or perhaps the chance to force an end to the war. Before either of them could speak, Lannister knights stormed forward, roaring in defense of their lord. Greatjon crashed into them, pushing them back. Rickard Karstark appeared at Jon's side, sword slick with blood. Tywin hissed, "You think you can hold me as a prisoner? That will only spur my forces to fight harder. They will not yield while I live." Robb's voice was ragged. "We'll see about that." He raised his head, shouting to the Lannister men who still fought on, "Throw down your arms. Tywin Lannister is ours." That cry resonated across the hillside. Some Lannisters faltered, seeing their lord cornered, though the fighting did not cease entirely. Tywin's guard tried to surge forward, but Bolton's men pressed them from the flank. One by one, pockets of Lannister resistance collapsed. Horn blasts and shouted commands flew back and forth. Jon kept Longclaw at Tywin's throat, mind-whirling. Could they truly take Tywin captive? Jaime was already in their custody back in the north. With both father and son imprisoned, House Lannister's war might collapse. But Tywin was cunning, dangerous, even unarmed. Robb coughed, doubling over, staining the grass with fresh blood. The dagger clattered from his grip. "Jon," he gasped, struggling to remain upright. Jon shouted for a nearby soldier to help Robb. Then he pressed his blade more firmly against Tywin's throat. "Surrender." Tywin gave a thin, mirthless smile. "The day may come when you curse this decision, but I am not blind. My men can't rescue me now." Slowly, deliberately, he lifted his hands from his sword and let it drop. The clang of steel hitting rock was lost in the background of dying screams. Within moments, Greatjon and Karstark closed in, binding Tywin's hands and yanking his helmet off, revealing his stern, patrician face. The swirl of battle was ending. Without their commander, many Lannisters threw down their weapons or attempted to flee. The hillside was littered with bodies and broken banners. A hush of disbelief fell as men realized Tywin Lannister, Warden of the West, was a prisoner of the king in the north. Robb sank to his knees, letting out a strangled moan. Jon rushed to him, ignoring Tywin's presence. Blood spread across Robb's tunic. He had indeed torn open his side wound. The pain etched across his face was excruciating. Grey wind whined, pushing his muzzle against Robb. Jon slipped an arm under his brother's shoulders, calling for medics. The drizzle masked the tears that sprang to Jon's eyes. "Stay with me, Robb," he whispered fiercely. "We have him, Tywin's ours. Father's memory is avenged." Robb's eyes fluttered, sweat and rain mingling on his brow. "I'll not die, not yet." He tried for a smile, but it came out twisted in pain. Soldiers crowded around, exultant but also worried for their wounded leader. Jon barked orders to fetch the maester immediately. Meanwhile, other men corralled the captured Lannisters, including Tywin himself. The Greatjon roared with triumph, brandishing a battered war axe in the air. Bolton stood at the fringe, expression unreadable, though a small twist of his lips hinted at satisfaction. The king in the north had won a great victory, his greatest yet. Tywin Lannister, the architect of House Stark's woes, was in chains. Joffrey Baratheon's hold on the throne might crumble without his grandfather's cunning. Yet even as men cheered and cried out victory, Jon felt only a trembling relief tinged with dread. War was never so simple. The realm was still on fire, the Ironborn stirring, the White Walkers stirring. They had won this battle, but the storm raged on. He clutched Robb's hand as the medics came. A swirl of battered knights parted, revealing Arya in the crowd, her face pale, eyes wide at the carnage. Ghost padded to Jon's side, muzzle flecked with gore, tail low. The swirling rain continued, washing blood into rivulets down the slope, the gray sky unyielding. Jon breathed shakily, kneeling there with his wounded brother amid the battered triumph of the north. For now, they had a measure of justice. But winter was still coming, and Jon could almost feel its icy breath at the back of his neck. If they did not unite the realm, or find a way to defend it, the White Walkers would overshadow every mortal victory. Yet for this one moment, battered and drenched, Jon raised his face to the cold drizzle and clung to hope. House Stark had struck down the lion, and the story of the wolf and the dragon was far from over. Rain still misted the battlefield, blurring the outlines of scattered men and broken banners as Jon knelt in the mud, cradling Robb's shoulders. The victory had come at a steep price. Now, the hillside belonged to the north, but the dead and dying were everywhere, men pinned beneath horses, wounded fighters moaning in half-flooded hollows, a few Lannister outriders galloping away in desperate flight. Over it all hung the raw hush of disbelief that Tywin Lannister, the old lion himself, was a captive in Stark hands. Around Jon, the press of soldiers began to relax from the frenzy of the fight into a kind of dazed relief. Grey Wind stood guard by Robb's feet, lips pulled back in a snarl at anyone who ventured too near. Ghost hovered to Jon's right, muzzle crimson with blood, bristling with the tension of battle. Robb coughed, wincing, and a rivulet of blood coursed from his reopened side wound. Despite that, he tried to heave himself more upright. "Don't," Jon murmured, voice hoarse. "You're hurt." He was soaked from head to toe, water mingling with sweat and grime and the smear of blood that didn't feel entirely his. His forearms still burned where a crossbow bolt had scraped him, but he forced the pain aside. "Maester," he shouted, glancing around for the old man who had attended Robb so carefully at the crag. "We need the Maester now." From the tumult, several soldiers parted, making room for Catelyn Stark, who rushed up wild-eyed. She had refused to remain at the camp once word of the battle's decisive turn came. 2 guards trailed her, and Arya followed close, face pale and determined. Catelyn stumbled at the sight of Robb sagging in Jon's arms, but she dropped to her knees at once, taking her son's hand. "No, no, please," she whispered, her voice nearly lost in the hiss of rainfall. "Robb, talk to me." Robb's breath caught, his eyes barely focusing on his mother. "Mother," he managed, then hissed at a fresh wave of pain. His face was chalk-white. "Jon got Tywin," he rasped, as if clinging to that victory. "We did," Jon confirmed. He pressed a hand over the sodden bandage at Robb's side, trying to stanch the bleeding. "Now stop talking. The Maester's coming." At length, the Maester appeared, a gray-haired man squinting through the drizzle, carrying a leather bag of supplies. Guards cleared enough space for him to hunch beside Robb. He peeled away the soaked bandages, and the look on his face was grave. "We must get him out of this rain," he said. "Back to the camp. Hurry carefully." Catelyn hovered, tears streaming silently, but she composed herself enough to help the Maester direct a pair of burly soldiers to lift Robb onto a makeshift litter. Robb groaned in protest, but he couldn't stop them. Quickly, they carried him up the slope through the wreckage of the battlefield. Jon followed behind, ignoring his own throbbing injuries. Arya trailed him, wide-eyed at the carnage, needle clutched in a trembling hand. She said nothing, only looked at him with a question in her gaze. Jon squeezed her arm briefly as if to say, "I'm all right, keep going." Catelyn pressed ahead, overshadowed by fear for her son. Rain beat down on the lot of them. Ghost, ears still flattened, padded at Jon's flank, while Grey Wind paced the litter protectively. Behind them, Great Jon Umber and Roose Bolton oversaw the rounding up of prisoners. Their men trotted up the slope, herding the captive Lannisters at sore point, including Tywin. The old man walked stiffly, his hands bound, his face set in cold fury. His golden armor was smeared with mud, and his once pristine cloak was torn, trailing behind him like a wounded beast. The men around him looked equally grim, half in shock that their lord had been taken. On the far side of the ridge, the battered lines of the North reformed, battered but victorious. Dead and dying Lannisters lay among the unlucky Northmen. Medics hustled to find the wounded, and the clank of armor and weapons gave the hillside a sorrowful harmony. No matter the outcome, real war never felt entirely triumphant. Jon glanced back once to confirm Tywin was under heavy guard. He was. Then he followed the litter carrying Robb, determined to see his brother safely treated. Back at the crag encampment, the rains had worsened, turning the ground into a slop of mud that sucked at boots. Men erected extra canvas awnings to shelter the injured from the downpour. Robb's litter splashed through deepening puddles. Jon and Catelyn walked alongside, both muddy to the knees, Arya close behind, silent and worried. They guided Robb to the largest medical pavilion where other wounded men moaned or called out in agony. The Maester quickly cleared a space for the king in the north. Catelyn helped settle him down while the old man barked orders for clean water, fresh bandages, heated wine. Jon stood at the entry feeling useless. Every so often he caught glimpses of Robb's pain-twisted features between the scurrying attendants. At last, the Maester waved him off. "You can't help him like this," the old man said curtly. "Either wait outside or fetch me more light, though the rain is making torches near impossible." Jon nodded mutely, stepping aside. Catelyn remained inside, refusing to leave her son. That made Jon feel a surge of guilt-laced relief, at least Robb wasn't alone. Arya hovered behind Jon, her face set in a scowl of worry. "He'll get better again, right?" she asked, half demand, half plea. Jon swallowed. "He's strong. He recovered once before. He'll do it again." His own voice trembled with uncertainty, but he forced himself to sound steadfast. He set a hand on Arya's shoulder for a moment, then exhaled. "Come on. We should see what's become of the rest of our men." Outside, a fresh wave of battered Northmen limped into camp, the field medics following. Arya parted from Jon to help a group leading a horse that was dragging a makeshift cart loaded with wounded. Even a small gesture, handing out water, fetching bandages, could help, and Arya's determination was a comfort in this grim chaos. Meanwhile, Jon sought out the great Jon, who had arrived earlier with the prisoners. He found them near a low ridge of earth by the main supply tents. Lannister captives knelt in the muck, arms bound behind their backs, guarded by stern-faced Northmen. Tywin stood apart, given a wide berth by both his own men and the watchers from House Stark. Great Jon, his burly arms folded, and Roose Bolton, pale-faced in the gloom, studied the old lion from a short distance. As Jon approached, a hush spread among the onlookers. "My king," Great Jon said in a resonant, triumphant tone, though his eyes flicked behind Jon for a glimpse of Robb, as if to confirm who truly bore the crown these days. "We present the Lord of Casterly Rock, father of Queen Cersei, grandsire to that whelp Joffrey." Down like a common brigand. Tywin's gaze swept to Jon. If the old lion felt fear, he hid it well. His voice was clipped. "So this is the new Wolf King," he said, as though evaluating merchandise at a market stall. "You have your father's eyes, though not his sense, I suspect." Jon felt a ripple of anger, thinking of Ned Stark's execution. But he tried to keep calm. "Save your speeches," he told Tywin. "You're our prisoner now. If you have anything to say, you can say it under guard or in chains." One corner of Tywin's mouth curled. "Chains, yes? Because you dare not let me speak freely with your men. Perhaps you fear they'd see reason in my words? My family holds the throne, boy. The Tyrell Alliance. The power of the Crown's armies. Your capture of me only ensures the realm will burn fiercer. My son Tyrion is hand of the king, and he will not rest until you're destroyed." Jon's heart twisted. In the original path of events he had known from rumor, Tyrion eventually formed other alliances or was forced into various exiles. But here, Tywin was still in a position to threaten them because the Lannisters had Joffrey on the throne and Margaery Tyrell as a potential bride. "Then we'll send terms," Jon said tersely. "They can accept or watch you rot. We have no love for the Iron Throne. The North is free." Tywin's face revealed nothing, though his eyes glinted like chips of green ice. "You say that now, but the Tyrells have an army and they will come for you. You cannot stand against the combined weight of the South forever." Jon glanced away, remembering the battlefield, the heaps of dead men. The realm might indeed burn. But what choice did he have? The alternative was to kneel to the men who murdered his father and conspired to enslave the North. "Chain him," he told the guards. "Watch him day and night. We'll decide what to do with him soon." Great Jon grinned, stepping forward with heavy manacles. Tywin bore the humiliation in stony silence as the irons closed around his wrists. The guards jerked him away. Already, some of the captive Lannister men cast frantic glances at their lord as though hoping for rescue or a show of defiance. But Tywin remained silent, accepting this turn of fate with that cold pride. Jon realized that in many ways, Tywin was more dangerous as a prisoner than half the lords in the realm were free. His cunning might not require an army at hand. Roose Bolton's quiet voice slid into Jon's ear. "Well done, your grace. This is a prize beyond measure. With both Jaime and Tywin in our grasp, the Lannisters might be compelled to bargain in earnest." "Yes," Jon said softly. "But at what cost? Joffrey still sits the throne. The Tyrells might not care if Tywin is imprisoned, so long as they see a chance to consolidate power themselves." Bolton inclined his head in acknowledgement. "True. All the same, this changes the war. The men will see that House Stark can do more than defend. We took the fight to the Lannisters and won. Morale is precious currency, especially now." Jon closed his eyes for a heartbeat, exhaustion rolling over him. He was damp, cold, smeared with filth. "I must check on Robb. Have Tywin placed somewhere secure within a stout tent near the center. 24 men on guard rotation, and not a single crossbow or long blade near him. I don't want him grabbing a weapon in a desperate bid, nor do I want him quietly assassinated by some fool seeking vengeance. We need him alive for now. Alive and well guarded." "Consider it done," Bolton said. His tone remained impeccably courteous, and that put Jon on edge. He had never truly trusted the man. Yet in the swirl of war, Bolton's cunning had at times proven useful. For now, Jon would have to rely on him. He turned to go and nearly collided with a figure stepping through the muddied crowd, Lady Catelyn, her cloak plastered to her form. Her face was drawn, eyes rimmed red. She looked from Jon to Tywin's bound form in the distance, then back. "He's stable for the moment," she said of Robb. "The bleeding has slowed. The maester gave him a sedative. He's too weak to speak." Jon felt a wave of relief and worry in equal measure. "I'll see him." But she placed a hand on his arm, stopping him. "Jon, what do we do about Sansa? She's still in King's Landing, in the Lannisters' power, held captive by that monster Joffrey." If Tywin is here, we could demand an exchange. Tywin for Sansa. Jon's heart squeezed. Sansa. The memory of her bright eyes and gentle courtesy haunted him. Since Ned Stark's death, Sansa had been effectively a hostage of the crown. He had gleaned from rumors that she endured daily humiliations, threatened with marriage to Joffrey, or used as a political pawn. We'll demand her safe return, Jon said. But who knows if they'll comply? Joffrey's cruelty and Cersei's cunning. They might do something terrible if they think it serves them. Catelyn's fingers tightened on his sleeve. All the more reason we must push the advantage. Tywin is their patriarch, his life must hold value to them. Jon swallowed. Yes, you're right. I'll dispatch a raven to King's Landing immediately. Let Tyrion Lannister know that Tywin's safe for now. But we want Sansa returned, and we want them to recognize the North's independence. Her shoulders trembled with the weight of it all. Thank you. Then, stepping aside, she nodded for him to pass. Go to Robb. He'll want to see you if he wakes. Jon gave her a final nod and hurried through the deepening gloom toward the medical pavilion. The rain continued unabated, a gray curtain that made the entire world seem small and cold. He felt drained of blood, of energy, of hope. But the memory of Tywin's capturing provided a certain steadiness. They had proven that the North was not to be trifled with. Perhaps there was a chance to force an end to this war before even more disaster befell them all. The next day dawned cool and gray, though the heavy downpour had eased into intermittent drizzle. The camp remained in a state of controlled chaos. Soldiers were busy mending gear, cleaning weapons, and burying the dead. Others moved about with subdued chatter, trading rumors of Robb's condition or the new prisoner. Smoke from funeral pyres wafted into the sky, adding a somber tang to the camp's air. Jon woke from a brief, uneasy sleep in a chair beside Robb's cot. The medical pavilion smelled of poultices and sweaty bodies. Robb lay still, his breathing shallow but steadier than before. The maester had forced some broth down him. Bandages wrapped Robb's torso, and now, in a fleeting moment of consciousness, Robb blinked, turning his head to look at Jon. Tywin, he croaked. We have him. Jon nodded. Aye. He's under guard. Rest, you're not healed yet. Robb squeezed his eyes shut for a moment, grimacing in pain. Then, perhaps father is avenged. He swallowed, voice rasping. Is mother well? Arya? They're both safe, Jon assured him softly. Mother is near, Arya's helping the medics. Don't try to speak too much. Robb exhaled in a trembling sigh, drifting again into a dazed half-sleep. Jon slumped back in the chair, letting his eyes shut for a moment. The memory of the battle returned in jarring flashes, Tywin's sword colliding with his, the mud sliding underfoot, the swirl of crossbow bolts. He heard again Robb's cry of pain and felt that desperate lunge that had saved Robb's life at the last second. A narrow margin indeed. Your Grace. The maester's voice broke Jon's reverie. He looked up to see the old man approach. He's improving, albeit slowly. Keep him still, quiet. If we can prevent infection, he might yet mend fully. But I must warn you, any further strain could open the wound again. We need to keep him resting for weeks at least. Jon nodded. I'll see to it he stays put. He knew well how stubborn Robb could be, but if he had to stand guard personally to keep his brother from risking another near-fatal mishap, he would do so. He rose, aching in every joint, and stepped outside for a moment of fresh air. The day was pale and chill, but with the subdued patter of rain diminishing, the camp was easier to traverse. Sentries marched by, saluting their king. Jon forced a weary smile in acknowledgement, feeling each motion like a tug on his battered muscles. He needed a quick washing if nothing else. The blood and sweat from yesterday had dried in a sticky mess under his surcoat. But before he could do anything about it, Roose Bolton approached, flanked by a pair of Bolton men with the flayed man sigil. Jon braced himself, noticing the customary coolness in Bolton's pale eyes. Your Grace, Bolton said with a slight bow. We've secured Tywin in a stout canvas enclosure near the center, ringed by your best men and mine. He's demanded better conditions. He complains the wet will ruin his health. A faint smirk touched Bolton's lips. I told him he ought to be thankful we have not put him in chains heavier than those on his wrists. But he continues to speak. He demands parley, or at least the courtesy of a conversation with the true authority in the camp. Jon exhaled. He wants to speak with me or with Robb, presumably. Perhaps he thinks to sow dissent. Or maybe he aims to craft some sly negotiation. Likely both. I've heard from our men that Tywin is uncommonly calm for a prisoner. He believes that, eventually, the realm's politics will force us to free him. Or that rescue might come. He is not cowed. Jon nodded, grim acceptance creeping into his chest. I'll speak with him. Not alone, he may have a hidden blade or he might attempt something. But I want to hear what he has to say. Perhaps we can glean some advantage. Bolton bowed his head. As you wish, your grace. I'll ensure a proper guard is present. A short while later, Jon had scrubbed off the worst of the filth in a basin of lukewarm water, changed into drier garments, and donned a light leather jerkin. Though he still felt battered, he refused to show weakness in front of Tywin. With Bolton, Great Jon, and a handful of other lords, he marched to the central portion of the camp where a row of large tents held high-value prisoners. In front of 1-2 guards stood watch, bristling with swords, spears, and crossbows. They parted to let Jon and his retinue pass. Inside, the tent was chilly, lit by a single brazier. Tywin Lannister sat on a wooden stool, ankles shackled to a metal stake driven into the ground. Heavy chains cuffed his wrists, giving him enough slack to move his arms but not enough to lunge far. His fine clothes were muddied, his armor removed. The proud lines of his face were set in a mask of icy composure. The moment Jon entered, Tywin's gaze flicked over him. He did not rise, but neither did he look cowed. "Well, if it isn't the king in the north," Tywin said. He aired a mocking half-bow of his head, restricted by the chain around his neck. "Come to gloat? Or perhaps to negotiate?" Jon held his ground. "Depends on what you have to say. I'd have your word that you won't attempt any violence or escape. Not that I imagine you could, chained as you are." Tywin's mouth twitched, betraying the slightest scorn. "I am not a fool. You'd kill me the moment I tried. Besides, I've seen enough folly to last a lifetime. So, King Snow, forgive me, King Jon, is it, what do you plan to do with your prisoner?" Jon ignored the bait of that Snow dig. "For now, you remain alive and well-treated in hopes your family will act rationally. We want Sansa Stark safely returned. We want the North recognized as free of the Iron Throne's rule. We want no more Lannister aggression. Comply, and perhaps we speak of returning you to your seat. Refuse, and your life's forfeit." A ghost of a smile touched Tywin's lips. "Bold? But do you truly think you can wring such concessions from the throne? My grandson Joffrey sits in King's Landing, supported by the Tyrells. They have armies enough to press you back, eventually. Your father's feeble rebellion succeeded in capturing me through cunning or luck, but that does not guarantee your final victory." Jon's anger burned. "We stand upon our own ground. The North is vast, our men loyal. We have the Riverlands behind us. And if the Tyrells come, we will meet them with steel. Unless you prefer a peace that spares the realm more blood." Tywin studied him, green eyes piercing. A typical Stark answer, brimming with duty and principle. "But remember how your father ended, boy. Murdered for playing the honorable fool in King's Landing. Do you expect better from these self-styled kings who jockey for power?" "Do not speak of my father," Jon said, voice low. "He was twice the man you are." Tywin's expression did not change. "No doubt, but he lacked the cunning to see the dagger in front of him. You, on the other hand, have you inherited any of Rhaegar Targaryen's instincts? Or did Ned Stark's sense of fair play overshadow that part of your blood?" Jon's breath caught at hearing Rhaegar's name on Tywin's lips. He realized the old lion was testing how far that rumored parentage went. "My father was Ned Stark in all the ways that matter." Tywin's slight smile turned razor-thin. "So it said. Very well. Then we are at an impasse. You wish for Sansa's freedom and I wish for mine. Yet your demands extend to independence for the North, which I will never advise my family to grant. The realm is not a pie to be carved out in slices, no matter how many claimants sprout up like weeds. If the Iron Throne yields the North, how long until the Vale or the Reach secede as well? It would splinter the 7 kingdoms into petty fiefdoms." Jon pressed closer, fists tightening at his sides. "The North is no petty fiefdom. We have a distinct culture, a history older than your precious throne. King Torrhen Stark bent the knee 3 centuries ago to Aegon the Conqueror, but that arrangement died the day you cut off Ned Stark's head. You ended that pact, not us." Tywin's gaze flicked to Bolton and Great Jon, standing silently behind Jon. Then he returned his attention to the young king. "If you truly believe that, I pity the realm. War will tear it apart. But so be it. A piece of advice from an old soldier: do not underestimate what the Southern Lords can do when threatened. The Tyrells hold the grain of the Reach and the gold of Highgarden. They can keep King's Landing fed and furnished with armies. They can muster thousands upon thousands. You may have hammered one Lannister host, but more could come. And if you truly do have the Targaryen blood, what of Daenerys Targaryen across the Narrow Sea? Will she view you as a usurper to the Targaryen line or an ally? You might face dragons yet." Jon's mouth went dry. "Daenerys Targaryen is an ocean away if the rumors are even true. That is not your concern or mine." Tywin shrugged, the chains clanking. "I merely suggest that you are playing a game with many pieces, some of which you cannot see. But do as you will. For my part, I propose a simpler arrangement. Release me and House Lannister will guarantee the safety of Sansa Stark. She may be returned as a gesture of goodwill. We can even discuss a truce that spares your brother's life and your own. But I will not promise to let the North secede. That is not within my gift. The throne must remain whole. Jon felt an upsurge of rage at Tywin's condescension. And if we refuse that paltry deal? Tywin gave a slight tilt of his head. Then you may continue this war until the Tyrells arrive in force, or until my son Tyrion orchestrates a cunning plan to free me. Or until the Ironborn tear the north apart from the western coasts. Or perhaps the wildlings surge across your wall. Yes, I've heard the rumors. So many threats, my dear boy. Are you certain you wish to juggle them all with me in chains? Jon stepped back, letting out a slow breath. Tywin's words hit closer than he would have liked. Indeed, the Ironborn had begun raiding. The wildlings mustered beyond the wall. And yes, Daenerys Targaryen might be out there with dragons no less. The realm was fracturing in all directions. Did that mean he should release Tywin? No, that would only rearm their greatest enemy. But it reminded Jon that capturing Tywin was merely one victory in a chain of many battles yet to come. You remain my prisoner, Jon said, summoning a calm he didn't truly feel. We will send terms to King's Landing, including our demands for Sansa and for the North's freedom. They can respond however they please. Until then, enjoy our hospitality. Tywin's gaze lingered on Jon's face. Then, slowly, he inclined his head as though Jon were a recalcitrant pupil who had refused to learn a lesson. As you wish, King Jon. I will await your next move. Jon turned and exited the tent, anger simmering beneath his ribs. He half expected Tywin to try some cunning escape. But no, the old lion knew that biding his time might yield a better outcome. Outside, the breeze felt cold on Jon's face. Great Jon let out a low growl of frustration. He's a sly bastard, Great Jon muttered. At least we have him under lock and key. Bolton stood close, arms folded behind his back. We must be careful, Your Grace. Any slip could see Tywin freed by infiltration or sabotage. We should keep him under heavy guard and move him if necessary. The man is not short of gold, and gold buys attempts. Jon nodded grimly. We'll double the watch if needed. He will not escape. Bolton's thin lips curved. Wise. Now, if we may discuss the next steps. The men wonder if we'll remain at the crag or move back to Riverrun or even push further into the west to secure more territory. Jon rubbed tired eyes. Robb can't travel yet, not in his condition, and I have no desire to march further into the west just now. Let's remain near the crag for a time, gather our wounded, and see if the Lannisters attempt any rescue. Meanwhile, I'll send ravens to King's Landing, demanding Sansa's return, an end to hostilities, and recognition of the North's sovereignty. If Joffrey and Cersei refuse, then we deal with them accordingly. He glanced between Great Jon and Bolton. Is that acceptable? They both bowed. Great Jon said, Aye, it is. Best not to overextend. We're battered from the battle. Let the men rest. We'll see if the Lannisters or their allies make a move. Good, Jon replied. I'll handle the dispatches. By your leave. He strode off, resisting the urge to break into a run. Each step sent a twinge through his battered muscles, reminding him that he was far from unscathed. But he had no time to spare for convalescence. The realm was a swirling maelstrom, and he stood at the eye of it, an untested king wrestling with 1,000 devils. 3 days passed. Robb hovered between fever and lucidity. Catelyn rarely left his side, while the maester changed bandages and coaxed him to drink herbal teas. The rest of the army remained on alert, though no Lannister attempt came to free Tywin. Perhaps word had not yet reached King's Landing, or perhaps Tywin was correct that the Tyrells were mustering a grand host. Meanwhile, ravens flew in and out daily. Jon penned a sternly worded message to Tyrion Lannister, acting hand of the king, demanding Sansa Stark's safe release as the first condition for any negotiations regarding Tywin. Other letters went to White Harbor, instructing them to dispatch watchers to the sea for any sign of a Tyrell fleet or Ironborn raiders. Jon's nights were short and troubled. When he did sleep, he dreamed of snow-choked battlefields and flaming whites, or of dragons soaring on black wings. On the 4th day, just past dawn, Jon left the medical pavilion after checking on Robb. A fresh wind swept the camp, scattering the last tatters of mist. A soldier hurried up to him, chest heaving as he tried to bow mid-run. "What is it?" Jon asked, bracing for bad news. "A rider from the north, your grace. He arrived with urgent tidings. Says Torrhen Square was attacked. Ironborn raiders on the coast. Lord Tallheart's men repelled them for now, but the Ironborn may strike again. He begs your aid." Jon felt his stomach tighten. The Ironborn were no mere nuisance. Balon Greyjoy's hunger for independence paralleled the North's own struggle. If Balon thought the Starks were distracted by the Lannisters, he might mount a larger invasion, just as he had once done against the Iron Throne in the time of King Robert. "Where is this rider?" "Near the command tent, your grace." Jon hurried across the muddy thoroughfare. The command tent was a large structure of sturdy canvas, flags drooping from tall poles. Inside, the rider, a middle-aged man with salt-stained armor, knelt on the ground, speaking with Great Jon, Karstark, and a few others. When he spotted Jon, he stood quickly and bowed. "Your grace," the man said. "I'm Errol, sworn man to House Tallheart. We've seen the Ironborn burn fishing villages along the coast. They struck near Torrhen Square last fortnight. Lord Helman Tallheart repelled them, but we fear a larger assault is coming. Balon Greyjoy's longships have been sighted scouting, and we hear rumors that Theon Greyjoy is leading some of these raids." Jon's chest felt tight, so Theon truly had turned. Once, Theon had been a ward of House Stark, forging a brotherly bond with Robb, albeit a complicated one. Now it seemed he followed his father's ambition. "How many men does Tallheart have?" Jon asked quietly. "Not enough for a protracted fight," said Errol. "He begs more troops from Winterfell or from King Jon, if you can spare them. Our people can't hold out if the Ironborn come in force." Jon exchanged looks with the assembled lords. Karstark's mouth thinned. "We can't split our forces too far," he cautioned. "We're still dealing with Lannisters. And your brother's wounded," he added, eyes flicking to Jon. "If we scatter ourselves, we invite an attack here." Great Jon harumphed. "True, but we can't let the Ironborn run rampant. They could push inland, disrupt supply lines, spread fear. They might even strike White Harbor if they muster a big enough fleet." Jon recalled the letter from the Night's Watch as well. The North was threatened from all sides. Wildlings from beyond the wall, Ironborn from the seas, Lannisters from the south. "I'll send a raven to Winterfell," Jon decided. "We'll instruct them to dispatch men to Torrhen Square. Maybe the Umbers or Manderleys can help. We do have some levies left in the deep north, plus the men at Winterfell. That might suffice if they move quickly." Errol looked relieved, but also anxious. "We're grateful, your grace. House Tallheart stands with House Stark." Jon nodded. "You shall have help. Go rest now, get food and a dry cloak. We'll right your lord soon." Errol bowed again, gratitude plain in his eyes, then left. Jon turned to the lords. "We can't do more than that, not without endangering our position here." Ricard Karstark stroked his beard. "It might have to be enough. Unless you'd send yourself, which is impossible." Jon winced. "I can't abandon Robb or Tywin's capture. This front is too important. Let's hope the men at Winterfell can handle the Ironborn for now." In truth, he had no idea how many men were left at Winterfell. With so many drawn south, the fortress might be undermanned. If Theon Greyjoy himself led a cunning assault, the seat of House Stark could be in jeopardy. Jon's mind churned. Perhaps the best he could do was trust that the Manderleys or Umbers might coordinate a strong defense. But he dreaded the thought of losing Winterfell, the heart of the north. Later that day, Jon composed a flurry of letters, one to Maester Luwin at Winterfell urging that the lords muster to protect the coasts, another to Lady Mormont on Bear Island, warning of likely Ironborn aggression. He felt a pang, recalling Theon's occasional boasts of how the Iron Isles had never truly yielded. Perhaps the man had always yearned to prove himself to Balon. If so, that clash was now upon them. Yet as the days crawled forward, no further ravens came about the Ironborn. Instead, the tension in camp swirled around Tywin's captivity and the fear of a retaliatory Lannister or Tyrell host. Tywin grew quiet in the days that followed, evidently biding his time. Jon kept him under a rotating guard. The slightest rumor of a rescue attempt was met with doubled vigilance. Robb's condition improved in small increments, though he still could not rise for long periods without risking a relapse. He seemed more lucid, which let him join the war councils from a chair carried into the pavilion. Even that effort left him sweating. The men hailed him as the rightful king in the north, but also looked to Jon for final decisions, the letter from Ned Stark overshadowing old assumptions. Yet Robb showed no sign of resentment. If anything, he seemed grateful to share the burden. One evening, at the close of a brief war council, Robb asked for a private word with Jon. They cleared the pavilion, leaving only the two of them by a brazier's glow. Robb leaned forward, elbows on his knees, a sheen of sweat across his brow. The maester had just rebandaged his side, and exhaustion lined his face. "How stands the realm?" he asked softly, a wry hint of humor. "I've been half dead, and each time I wake, I'm told of some new calamity. Tyrell armies on the march, Ironborn raids, the White Walkers stirring gods. Jon, are we living in old Nan's worst nightmares?" Jon sank onto a bench across from him. "It feels that way, but we've won a mighty victory here. You should be proud. With Tywin captured, the Lannisters are reeling." Robb exhaled, rubbing his temples. "Yet they might strike back twice as hard. Or the Tyrells will do it for them. And the Ironborn. I keep remembering Theon, how he was at Winterfell with us, how we all laughed together. Did father make a mistake taking him as ward? Should we have been kinder? Or more cautious? Now he's turned against us." "I wish I had answers," Jon said. "But dwelling on the past won't help. We must protect the north from the threats that are here. I've sent letters to Winterfell and White Harbor. We have to trust them to stand strong if the Ironborn invade. Meanwhile, we hold Tywin and press for Sansa's release. So long as we keep him, we have leverage." Robb nodded tiredly. "You've done well, brother. You've upheld father's memory and the North's honor. I only regret that I was not at your side to lead in truth, not sidelined by this damnable wound." A pang tugged at Jon's chest. "You nearly died, Robb. Don't blame yourself. The men saw your bravery in the fight. You challenged Tywin himself. They call you the young wolf for a reason." Robb tried to smile, but it quickly faded. "What do they call you, I wonder? The Wolf Dragon? King Jon Targaryen?" He shook his head. "Maybe both. Or something new. The realm loves titles. I think I prefer just Jon, the brother who rode with me near the Wolfswood." Jon huffed a short laugh. "Me too." A pause stretched between them. "You should rest." Robb tilted his head, his gaze flicking over Jon's face. "There's something I want to say before I let the poppy take me again. You're our king, by father's letter, by the North's acclaim. But when I'm well, I want to stand at your side as your brother, not as a lesser. I may not be king, but I'm still Ned Stark's heir in name. Let's rule together in trust, the way father would have wanted." Jon nodded, warmth flooding him. "Aye, that's what I want too. When the war is done, we can figure out how to shape the North's future." Robb's lips quirked in a lopsided grin. "Agreed. Now let me sleep off this pain. In the morning, maybe the world will be kinder." He closed his eyes, leaning back. Jon rose and draped a blanket over him, then left the pavilion, quietly determined. He prayed that the realm might indeed find kindness in the morning. Though he doubted it, he clung to hope. Winter was coming, but perhaps if they stood firm, wolf and dragon united, they could salvage something worth living for. Word finally arrived from King's Landing 9 days after Tywin's capture, in the form of a raven bearing the royal seal. Jon and Robb, along with several lords, gathered in Robb's pavilion. Outside, the day was cold and clear, with the sky a pale winter blue. Robb sat in a chair, propped up by cushions, pale but alert. Catelyn stood at his side, tension visible in every line of her posture. Arya was present too, though she lingered at the perimeter, arms folded, needle at her hip. Jon took a breath and broke the seal, unrolling the scroll. The lines were penned in a smooth, elegant script, likely the hand of Tyrion Lannister or one of his subordinates. Jon read aloud. To Jon Stark, styling himself king in the north, and to Robb Stark, also styling himself king in the north. Jon paused, exchanging a glance with Robb at that dig. From the hand of the king, Tyrion Lannister, by the grace of the gods, protector of the realm in the name of King Joffrey Baratheon, etc., etc. We acknowledge the captivity of Tywin Lannister, Lord of Casterly Rock and Warden of the West. We protest this unlawful seizure undertaken by rebels in defiance of the crown. Nonetheless, in the interest of preserving peace and unity in the realm, His Grace King Joffrey is prepared to make certain concessions. We are willing to guarantee the safe release of Sansa Stark to her family if and only if Tywin Lannister is freed immediately. We further demand that the so-called king in the north lay down his arms, submit to the royal authority, and relinquish all claims to independence or sovereignty. Failure to comply will result in the full might of the crown and its allies being deployed to secure Tywin's liberty and restore order. His Grace hopes for a peaceful resolution but stands ready to use force. Signed, Tyrion Lannister, Hand of the King, on behalf of King Joffrey Baratheon, first of his name. A hush followed. Arya broke it with a scoffing noise of disgust. That's not an offer. It's a threat. Catelyn's lips drew tight. They offer Sansa only if we hand over Tywin and yield? No mention of your father's murder, no mention of letting the North rule itself. Joffrey's arrogance knows no bounds. Robb gave a grim chuckle that ended in a wince. Tyrion is cunning, but he's no fool. He knows Tywin is invaluable. He must attempt to intimidate us. That's what this letter is, intimidation. Nothing more. The lords murmured. Ricard Karstark scowled. Will not yield? Not after so many have died for our cause. Great John Umber nodded fiercely. Never. Let them come. We'll feed them steel. Catelyn pressed her palms together in anguish. But what of Sansa? If we refuse outright, might they harm her? Joffrey is cruel and Cersei is cunning. Sansa's life is in their hands. She glanced between Jon and Robb, tears shining in her eyes. We cannot let them kill her. Jon understood the weight of that. Sansa was a Stark, their blood, and had done nothing to deserve being a hostage. But if they gave up Tywin in exchange, Joffrey would never keep his word about the North's independence. They'd be back under the Lannisters' yoke with Ned Stark's death unanswered. All the blood spilled thus far would be in vain. Robb's voice was low. We must find another way. A direct trade, Tywin for Sansa, would do nothing but restore their advantage. We'd lose our greatest leverage. And they demand we yield the North as well. No, that can't be. Catelyn's expression was pained. Then what? Let Sansa remain their captive forever. No, Jon said firmly. We must craft a response. We can say, we will exchange Tywin for Sansa, yes, but only if the crown formally recognizes the North's independence. If they refuse, the war continues. We keep Tywin and they keep Sansa. A hostage for a hostage. He hated the harshness of those words, but the realm had forced their hand. Catelyn let out a trembling sigh. Then we gamble Sansa's life. Bolton spoke up from the corner, his tone as measured as ever. In truth, my lady, the Lannisters may not kill her. As long as we hold Tywin, they'd be reluctant to do anything irreparable to your daughter. They would lose their best bargaining chip if they murdered her or allowed Joffrey's cruelty to go too far. Arya's face twisted in outrage. That's no guarantee of her safety. Joffrey is insane. He might amuse himself by hurting her anyway. Bolton inclined his head in mock sympathy. True. Nothing is certain. But the Crown's letter suggests they still see Sansa as a hostage of value, not a plaything to be disposed of. They want Tywin back enough to offer her in exchange. That means they won't dare kill her yet. Jon's stomach clenched, but he knew Bolton's logic was correct, however heartless it might sound. So we reply in kind? We keep Tywin, and we demand both Sansa's release and independence for the North as the price. If they cannot meet that, the war goes on. Robb nodded. Yes. That must be our answer, harsh though it is. Catelyn's hands shook at her sides, tears slipping down her cheeks. We are all turned into monsters by this war, she whispered. Trading hostages, ignoring the pleas of a girl stuck in that viper's nest. But I see no other path. If we simply yield, we lose everything your father fought for. She swiped at her tears, regaining composure. Write the letter, Jon. With a heavy heart, Jon agreed. He dismissed the council. Catelyn stood by Robb's side, stroking his hair absently. Arya lingered near the entrance, fists clenched, eyes bright with anger. We'll save Sansa, she said to Jon, her voice low and fierce. If they hurt her, I'll. Jon put a hand on her shoulder. We will do all we can, Arya. Trust that we'll find a way. She pressed her lips together, looking unconvinced, then nodded sharply and exited. Jon could almost see the storm of turmoil in her. He turned back to Robb. Rest now. I'll pen the letter. Robb sighed. Yes. Then we wait, again, for a response. The Lannisters are not the only threat, but we must address them first. Jon nodded and left, the weight in his chest heavier than ever. The letter Tyrion's raven brought had turned Sansa's fate into a negotiation, a cold game. Jon hated it with every fiber of his being, but that was what war demanded. Honor often died in the face of practicality. He settled in a smaller tent, dry enough to let him write. A single lantern burned overhead as he scratched out the response on crisp parchment. To Tyrion Lannister, Hand of the King. We acknowledge your demands. We refuse to yield. Lord Tywin Lannister remains our prisoner, alive and unharmed. We will consider releasing him only upon Sansa Stark's safe return, along with a formal decree of northern independence. If these terms are not met, the war shall continue. He added the formalities, then signed with a flourish. Jon of House Stark and House Targaryen, King in the North, Warden of the True North, Shield of Winter. He hesitated, looking at that signature. Sometimes the Targaryen name felt foreign to him, an ill-fitting garment. But it was a claim he could not escape, a symbol of inheritance that might somehow unify or further splinter the realm. Gritting his teeth, he sealed the letter and handed it to the waiting messenger. "Fly it to King's Landing," he instructed. "Return swiftly if they give a reply." The messenger saluted and was gone. Outside, the day burned cold and bright. Jon stared at the sky, imagining the raven winging its way south. Tyrion was cunning, perhaps he'd attempt a more subtle approach. Or Cersei might override him. Joffrey might throw a tantrum. None of it promised a swift end. All Jon could do was stand firm. He refused to let Ned Stark's memory die under Lannister demands. In the days that followed, the slow slog of daily camp life resumed. Winter was creeping nearer, though it had not yet fallen in full force. The evenings brought chill winds, sometimes scattered frost on the canvas tents by dawn. The men joked that they missed the biting cold of the true north, but none were eager to see the snows that might hamper movement. The war was precarious enough without dealing with deep winter storms. Jon took small comforts where he could: warm stew by the fire, a few hours of sword practice to keep his limbs from stiffening in the damp, or quiet evenings speaking with Arya about their memories of Winterfell's courtyards. He visited Robb each day. His brother was healing slowly, complaining bitterly about his inactivity. The maester insisted he remain mostly immobile for another fortnight at least. "You nearly died, my lord," the maester kept saying, though Robb's frustration soared. On the 6th day after their letter went out, a new raven arrived from King's Landing. Jon gathered Robb, Catelyn, and Arya in the medical pavilion so they could hear the reply. He unrolled it quickly. This time, the script was shorter and more brusque. "The crown rejects your insolent demands. The North is and always shall be part of the realm. You are rebels against the rightful king. Lord Tywin must be released without condition, or your sister's life is forfeit. We will brook no further negotiation. The time for talk is done. Surrender or face annihilation." Jon's mouth went dry. He lowered the parchment, meeting Catelyn's stricken gaze. "They threaten to kill Sansa if we don't release Tywin. That's direct." Arya let out a ragged sound. "No, they can't. She's done nothing." Robb's face was grim, color draining from his cheeks. Joffrey might do it just to prove a point, or he might drag it out, tormenting her. Tyrion might be the only rational mind there, but he can't fully restrain Joffrey and Cersei. They have the Tyrells behind them, no shortage of men. Catelyn spoke in a trembling voice. "They'll kill her. Or worse. Could we pretend to comply, trade Tywin for Sansa, then keep fighting for independence afterward?" Jon rubbed at his brow, the beginnings of a headache pounding behind his temples. "We could attempt it. But do you think they'd hand over Sansa before they have Tywin safely back in King's Landing? Likely they'd demand a simultaneous exchange, and we'd risk them reneging at the last second." Arya breathed hard, fists clenched. "It's not fair. They'd be fools to kill her while we still have Tywin. Then again, Joffrey might do it anyway. The letters say one thing, but we can't read that monster's mind." Robb sagged back in his chair, pressing a hand to his bandaged side. "We can't yield. Everything we fought for, everything Father died for. But Sansa's life. She's family. How do we weigh that?" Jon's voice emerged tight. "We must not let them blackmail us. Yet we must not forget Sansa. Maybe we can stage a rescue, send in spies, or a small infiltration. If we can get her out of King's Landing ourselves, the Lannisters lose their leverage." Catelyn's eyes flickered with desperate hope. "Do you think it's possible?" Robb frowned. "King's Landing is massive, well-guarded, full of Lannister men. We'd need inside help. Possibly from the likes of Varys, the Master of Whisperers, or someone else who hates the Lannisters. But that's a near-impossible gamble." Jon remembered the rumors of how Tyrion sometimes clashed with Cersei, how the city was rife with intrigue. "We can dispatch someone cunning who knows how to navigate the city's underbelly. Meanwhile, we stall the Lannisters, refusing to release Tywin. It's a huge risk, but maybe our only chance to save her from Joffrey's madness without surrendering everything." Catelyn's features shifted between hope and dread. "If there's any chance, we must try. We can't stand idle knowing she could be killed." A hush settled. Arya finally said, "I'll go. I can sneak in." "No," Jon and Robb said together. Jon softened his tone. "No, Arya. You're brave, but you'd never get near Sansa alone. We need an agent trained in stealth or able to pass unnoticed. Someone with gold to bribe the right people." Robb's breathing was labored, but he managed a firm nod. "We might have men in the city still sympathetic to House Stark. Though many of them fled after father's death, some might remain. We'll have to send a raven to them in secret if we can. Catelyn clasped her hands together. Then do it quickly. Please. Jon stood. I'll see what can be arranged. But remember, this is a long shot. The city is crawling with Lannister loyalists and the Tyrells have a presence now. We'll need cunning on a level that matches the Spider or Littlefinger. Still, we must try. That settled, the council ended in gloom. For the rest of the day, Jon conferred with Bolton, Great Jon, Karstark, and others, discreetly asking if any had contacts or agents in King's Landing who might be bold enough to attempt a rescue. The answers were meager. House Stark had once had gold cloaks in their pay, but after Ned's fall, that network dissolved. House Tully might have some residual allies, but none that could openly defy the crown. The best possibility lay in a group of sellswords or smugglers who might be bought. But infiltration would take time, money, and a measure of luck. Meanwhile, Sansa remained in daily peril. By nightfall, Jon felt no closer to a solution. He prowled the edges of camp, ignoring the drizzle that had returned. He half expected a messenger from Tywin demanding better conditions or some Lannister infiltration attempt. None came. The hush of the night was broken only by the slow hiss of rain on canvas, the occasional cry of a wounded man, and the faint howling of a wolf in the far distance. Grey wind had come out of Robb's pavilion, perhaps unsettled by the tension in the air, so the dire wolf padded beside Jon. Ghost was there too, a silent wraith in the dim. They walked together toward the perimeter where torches flickered behind barricades. A handful of northern sentries stood watch, cloaks glistening with rain. They saluted Jon as he passed. He stared out into the murky darkness beyond the glow of the torches, his mind crowded with unresolved worries. Tywin's capture had felt like a major victory, but the war loomed as large as ever. Sansa's plight weighed heavily, and the Ironborn threatened the coasts, the wildlings threatened the wall. And the last rumors from across the narrow sea suggested Daenerys Targaryen might soon land with an army of freed slaves and dragons, though no one could confirm. Some men scoffed at the mention of dragons. Others whispered that if Daenerys arrived to claim the Iron Throne, she might view Jon's existence, his Targaryen blood, as either a challenge or a potential alliance. The possibilities were endless and daunting. Shivering in the damp, Jon closed his eyes. He recalled the words of the Night's Watch vow, "Night gathers, and now my watch begins." He was no longer a sworn brother, yet the sense of those words guided him still. The realm was in crisis. The night was gathering. Jon had to be vigilant or all would be lost. Suddenly, Ghost growled low in his throat. Grey Wind's ears pricked forward, muzzle lifting to taste the wind. Jon opened his eyes, scanning the darkness. "What is it?" he whispered. The wolves had keener senses than any man. But after a moment, the growling subsided. Jon spotted only the silhouettes of distant trees. Perhaps it was nothing, an animal, or the subtle presence of a nighttime breeze. Or perhaps the dire wolves had sensed a deeper unease in the night air. He reached down, stroking Ghost's flank. "You're right to be wary," he murmured. "Dark times lie ahead. Keep watch with me, old friend." Ghost's red eyes glimmered in the torchlight, and Jon felt a distant flicker of comfort. At least he was not alone in this endless struggle. Robb's condition stabilized further over the next week, allowing him to shuffle around the camp with assistance. The rain finally eased, giving way to crisp days of early winter sunshine. The men took advantage, drying out gear, restaking tents on firmer ground. Jon continued to juggle responsibilities, managing patrols, seeing to rations, updating the watchers along the perimeter, meeting with local lords who came to pledge guarded support now that Tywin was captured. One morning, a rider from White Harbor arrived bearing urgent news. Stannis Baratheon had apparently moved from Dragonstone to the mainland, seeking to gather support against King Joffrey. The letter claimed Stannis was the true heir to Robert Baratheon, labeling Joffrey a bastard born of incest between Cersei and Jaime. The letter also repeated the condemnation of House Stark's rebellion, though it ended with a cryptic line, "Lord Stark died an honorable man. The North might find an ally in me if they bend the knee to the rightful Baratheon line." The scrawled signature indicated it came from a representative of Stannis or possibly Melisandre, the Red Priestess rumored to be in his council. Jon showed the letter to Robb and the other lords. Karstark snorted. "We bend no knee to a Baratheon. Stannis can fight his own war." Robb sank into his chair, rubbing his temple. "We can't trust a man who calls us rebels in the same breath as he condemns Joffrey. Stannis might hate the Lannisters, but he wants the Iron Throne. Our independence would mean nothing to him. He'd no more allow the North to secede than Joffrey would." Jon nodded in agreement. "We have no reason to yield to him. unless he acknowledged the North's freedom. But from the wording, it seems he expects us to kneel. That won't happen. And so they dispatched a curt refusal, reaffirming their independence and offering no alliance to Stannis. Another potential thread leading nowhere. Meanwhile, the situation with Tywin remained static. The old lion spent his days largely silent in his guarded tent, receiving minimal rations, occasionally allowed a brief walk under heavy supervision. He refused to speak more about possible deals, evidently waiting for rescue or a better opening. Almost a month had elapsed since Tywin's capture when, at last, everything changed. It began with a scout's report. A large force flying banners of House Tyrell was moving north, rumored to be heading toward the Crownlands or the Riverlands to bolster King Joffrey. Then a flurry of new tidings arrived in quick succession. One rider claimed the Tyrell host was near Herrenhal, while another insisted it was turning west. Confusion reigned. Jon convened an emergency council with Robb, who still required a cane to walk but had regained much of his vitality. They stood around a map in the war pavilion, torches flickering. Great Jon, Bolton, Karstark, and other northern lords pressed in. Outside, the air was crisp, with a threatening swirl of clouds to the northeast. "So the Tyrells might be coming for us after all," Robb said quietly. "If they link with any remaining Lannister loyalists, they could form an army large enough to challenge ours in open battle, even with Tywin in chains." Jon's hand traced lines on the map. "We only have partial intelligence, but a Tyrell push into the Riverlands would threaten our supply routes. They might also try to outflank us and free Tywin, unless we break camp and move somewhere else." Karstark's brow furrowed. "We can't retreat, can we? That would look weak, as though we're abandoning the region after capturing Tywin." Bolton gave a small shrug. "Better to be considered weak than to lose our entire host in a lopsided fight. The Tyrells can muster huge numbers, far more than we currently hold. If they come in earnest, with the Crown's blessing, we must be cunning." Robb's lips pressed in a tight line. "Or we could risk a parley, offer to trade Tywin for a full withdrawal, an exchange of hostages. But I doubt the Tyrells will back down without Joffrey's approval." Jon scowled. "They're too entangled with the Lannisters. They'd want more than just Tywin's return. They'd want the North to bend the knee. We won't do that." Silence stretched. Arya, who lingered near the back, piped up quietly. "We could fortify, build defenses, force them to siege us if they try. Then maybe we pick them apart." Great Jon let out a gruff chuckle. "We're good at that, but the Tyrells are famously well-provisioned. They could starve us out if it came to a siege." The debate went on for over an hour, swirling with uncertainties. Finally, they resolved to hold position a bit longer, gather more scouting reports, and remain prepared to move or fight. The threat from the Tyrells might or might not materialize, but ignoring it could be fatal. As the council broke, Jon stepped outside with Robb at his side, the latter leaning on his cane. They walked in silence for a while, trailing a meandering path through the camp's muddy lanes. At last, Robb spoke softly. "We're dancing on a knife's edge. One misstep and the entire cause collapses. The men look to us for answers, Jon." "I know." Jon exhaled, seeing his breath cloud in the chill. "We can only do our best. We have Tywin, but no guarantee that helps if the Tyrells throw their weight behind Joffrey. We can't free him. Our father's memory demands justice, not surrender. But war on all fronts is coming." Robb stared off at a row of tents. "And Sansa. If we stay entrenched here, we do nothing to help her. They threaten her openly. I can't shake the thought of Joffrey's twisted nature." He clenched his jaw. "Yet we have no good way of rescuing her." Jon placed a hand on his brother's shoulder. "We keep trying. Perhaps we can gather enough gold to buy the right allies in the city. Or something else might shift. War changes swiftly. For now, you should rest. If a major battle approaches, I need you at full strength." Robb chuckled mirthlessly. "Yes, Mother Hen," but he allowed Jon to steer him toward the medical pavilion. Before they reached it, though, a horn call echoed from the perimeter. Jon froze, listening. That was the alert for approaching riders. Another wave of tension. "Let's see," he muttered, helping Robb pivot. They arrived at the perimeter to find a group of scouts trotting in, breathless. One of them slid from the saddle, approached Jon, and bowed hurriedly. "Your Grace, we've sighted a band of riders bearing Lannister insignias, but also a large banner of truce. They come from..." The south, not the Tyrell route. We recognized their leader, Ser Kevan Lannister. Robb's eyebrows rose. Kevan was Tywin's brother, a respected knight and commander. What do they want? Says he wants parley. He knows you have Lord Tywin. He begs safe passage to negotiate. Jon and Robb exchanged glances. Let them approach, Jon said at last. But keep them under watch. No more than a small escort inside. If Kevan tries anything, we have crossbows waiting. The scout bowed again. Yes, your grace. We'll bring them in. He spun and ran back to mount up, heading off to direct the incoming party. Jon turned to Robb. Shall we greet them together? Robb nodded. Yes. I can stand by your side. They made for the center of camp, where a wide clearing served as a mustering yard. Guards hurriedly formed ranks, crossbows and spears glinting under the weak sunlight. Within minutes, the Lannister party rode in, perhaps a dozen knights in red cloaks, Kevan Lannister at the fore. He was a solid, middle-aged man with a trimmed beard and a more conciliatory manner than Tywin or Cersei. Seeing the ranks of northern men bristling with weapons, Kevan raised his hands in a gesture of peace. Jon and Robb advanced. Jon wore mail and a fur cloak with long claw at his hip. Robb leaned on his cane, gray wind pacing at his side. Kevan reined to a halt and dismounted. The knights behind him followed suit, but none drew weapons. My Lord Stark, Kevan said, inclining his head carefully. I come to request parley regarding my brother Tywin's captivity. Jon's expression was guarded. Speak then. Kevan took a measured breath, scanning the camp. We know you hold him. The realm quakes with the news. I propose a solution that spares more bloodshed. If you release Lord Tywin to me, House Lannister will pledge to end hostilities, withdraw from the Riverlands, and press King Joffrey to free Sansa Stark unharmed. I also promise that if this exchange occurs, we will not hinder your forces as you return north. Robb's eyes narrowed. That's nearly the same offer we heard from King's Landing. Except they demanded we yield the north entirely. Kevan nodded slowly. My nephew Joffrey is ill-advised. I speak with a different voice. Many in House Lannister want an end to this pointless war. If you let Tywin go, we will do all in our power to see Sansa returned safely to you. We'll also ignore your retreat north. Isn't that enough? Jon's jaw tightened. Not even close. The north will not yield. We fought too hard. We want formal independence recognized and Sansa returned. Tywin is our guarantee that the crown will abide by any agreement. Kevan's shoulders slumped a fraction. I'm not authorized to grant independence. That rests with King Joffrey. But if Tywin were free, he might sway the boy. Tywin has always been the real power behind the throne. With him free, he could forcibly tame Joffrey, protect Sansa, and perhaps grant you concessions you desire. Robb let out a low, humorless laugh. You'd have us trust Tywin to do that after everything he's done? Kevan spread his hands. My brother respects power. He's seen you wield it. He might be persuaded, but not while he rots in captivity. House Lannister cannot allow that insult to stand. Jon cut in. You speak of an insult? He executed my father. This war is on your family's hands. He shook his head, refusing to let anger derail his reasoning. No. Without written guarantees of independence, we will not release Tywin. We might trade him for Sansa alone, but that leaves the North's freedom unaddressed. Kevan exhaled, eyes flicking to Grey Wind, who bared his teeth. The tension in the yard was palpable. I can carry your demands back to King's Landing, but I cannot promise success. If you will not meet halfway. We have no reason to meet halfway, Jon said coldly. We hold your lord in chains. If King's Landing wants him back, they must bend. A fleeting flash of frustration crossed Kevan's face. Very well. May I see Tywin? Jon glanced at Robb. After a moment, Robb gave a curt nod. Under guard, briefly. You'll speak to him in our presence. We won't risk you plotting some escape. Kevan bowed. Thank you. So they led Kevan and two of his knights, leaving the rest under guard, through the camp to Tywin's guarded tent. The watchers parted, letting them enter. Tywin was seated on a simple stool as before, reading from a small battered book with an air of forced nonchalance. At Kevan's entrance, Tywin's brows lifted slightly. Kevan, he said, voice calm. Come to rescue me at last? Kevan approached, giving Tywin a quick, searching glance, likely noting the iron chains. Brother, how fare you? Well enough, considering. Tywin shut the book. You've spoken with these Starks, I presume. Kevan nodded. They demand independence for the North as well as the safe release of Ned Stark's daughter. They refuse to release you absent that concession or something near to it. I offered them lesser terms, but they refused. Tywin's gaze flicked to Jon and Robb. You see? They are intractable. And so the war continues. Kevan's jaw tightened. Brother, if you were free, you might bring King Joffrey to heel. He's surrounded by yes-men and sycophants. If you retook your place as Hande, Jon cut him off coldly. No, we are not sending Tywin to King's Landing so he can orchestrate our downfall. Your nephew is a monster, but Tywin is no better. Kevan turned. I do not deny the gravity of your grievances. But don't you see? This is the only way to spare more bloodshed. If Tywin returns to the capital, he could control Joffrey. Sansa Stark might live to see you again. The North could, at least, gain respite from this war. You might withdraw with honor. Robb's hand tightened on his cane. We want independence, not some fleeting respite. That's the difference. Honor alone does not secure our future. Tywin's mouth curled in faint amusement. And you, Kevan? Do you see how these wolves cling to their demands? They've tasted a measure of power. They won't release it easily. He addressed Jon directly. You might think yourself a king, but soon the Tyrells will overshadow you. Will you cling to your illusions then? Jon refused to rise to the bait. Take Kevan's words to heart, Tywin. If you remain our prisoner, you can't influence Joffrey. If you truly want to spare the realm more death, you'd persuade him to acknowledge the North's freedom and return Sansa. Then we'll release you and you can scurry back to your rock. Tywin's eyes narrowed. I see. So that is your final stance. And if the realm must drown in blood before that happens, so be it. That depends on Joffrey's choices, Jon returned. We won't kneel to murderers. Kevan turned back to Tywin. Brother, they will not bend. But perhaps if we propose an arrangement that sees the Riverlands as a separate entity. Enough, Tywin said sharply. He rose from the stool with rattling chains, fixing Kevan with a hard glare. I will not bargain from a position of captivity with these children. If Joffrey or Cersei wish to end this war, they can do so by granting the North its request or by crushing it. I have nothing more to say. Kevan looked stricken. Button. I said enough, Tywin snapped. He turned away as though dismissing Kevan entirely. Jon felt a surge of frustration. Tywin was too proud to show weakness even if it might save his own skin. Kevan's shoulders slumped. He glanced at Jon and Robb. Then I must return to King's Landing. Will you allow me safe passage out? Jon nodded stiffly. Yes, you have our word. We're not butchers. But know that if you bring an army north, we will meet it in battle. Understood. Kevan mustered a bow, then quietly left the tent, his knights trailing behind. Tywin did not look back. Outside, they escorted Kevan to the camp's edge. The man seemed weary, as if he carried a terrible burden. He paused before mounting his horse. I hold no love for Joffrey, but he is the crowned king in name. If Tywin remains in chains, the best path for House Lannister is to rally every ally and crush you. Even if I yearn for peace, I cannot promise it. Fare you well, lords. With that, Kevan and his knights rode away under the watchful aim of crossbowmen, soon lost in the distance. Robb exhaled, pained. So ends that. Jon nodded, dread twisting inside. We may have forced their hand. If the Tyrells join them in earnest, we'll face a massive host. We must brace ourselves. Robb grimaced, hand drifting to his side. Then let them come. We'll make them bleed as we did Tywin. Better to fight for our freedom than live as thralls. Jon wanted to agree wholeheartedly. Yet at the back of his mind, he remembered Sansa, the Ironborn threat, the White Walkers stirring. War on all fronts. Could the North truly withstand it all? We'll see it through, he said quietly. We must. That night, he slept fitfully, haunted by nightmares of armies streaming north under green and gold banners guided by cunning Lannisters. In his dreams, Sansa's scream echoed somewhere in the dark, lost behind the clangor of swords. He awoke drenched in sweat, disoriented, longing for the cold clarity of the wall. There, at least, enemies were known, the threats tangible. Here, the realm was a writhing serpent coiling around him. But he was king in the north, or so they said, so he rose and prepared to face the next day of trials. Days turned to a fortnight, then nearly a moon's turn. The Tyrell threat remained rumored but did not materialize in a direct attack. Scouts reported a large Tyrell force moving along the Gold Road, possibly heading west or north, but it never collided with Jon's army. Some said the Tyrell host was reinforcing King's Landing or scouring out renegade lords in the Crownlands. Others speculated that the Tyrells aimed to reassert full control of the Reach lest any local houses join Stannis. Chaos reigned in every corner of the realm. Jon's scouts occasionally glimpsed pockets of Lannister loyalists, but none strong enough to storm the camp at the crag. Meanwhile, the weather grew steadily colder, frost appearing each morning. Robb gradually healed enough to walk unaided, though he still tired quickly. This improved morale among the men who saw that their young wolf was on the mend. Tywin languished, refusing to speak further. Messages trickled in from the north about sporadic Ironborn raids, but no large-scale invasion had landed. A meager comfort, but a comfort nonetheless. The watchers at the wall sent a grim letter warning that Mance Rayder's forces had grown. Yet for the moment, no crossing was attempted. The realm seemed stuck in a tense pause, as though the entire board of kings and claimants hesitated before the next cataclysmic move. Then, early one morning, a battered band of riders approached from the direction of the sea. Their cloaks were stiff with salt, their faces lined with exhaustion. When Jon and Robb received them in the command tent, they learned these men bore tidings from the Iron Islands themselves, unwelcome tidings indeed. Balon Greyjoy had declared himself king of the Isles and the North, urging all Ironborn to seize the fertile coasts. Theon Greyjoy was rumored to be with him, his father's chief lieutenant. More raids had hammered the stony shores near Deepwood Motte, forcing Lady Glover to retreat inland. White Harbor remained unassailed for the moment, but tension soared. "They'll strike soon," the riders said. "Balon claims your war with the Lannisters leaves you vulnerable. He means to carve out the North for himself. Theon boasts that Winterfell will fall." Jon's jaw clenched. Winterfell is not so easily taken. But fear not at him. In the original course of events, so far as stories had circulated, Theon captured Winterfell through cunning while the Stark leadership was away at war. Now, with even more men drawn south and the realm in chaos, the risk was real. He looked at Robb, who met his gaze with the same grim realization. "We must protect our seat," Robb said. "If the Ironborn seize Winterfell or even threaten it, our entire cause unravels." Karstark barked in frustration. "And what about the Lannisters here? We can't leave Tywin unguarded or let them pounce once we depart. We'd be undone." Bolton's pale eyes flicked between Jon and Robb. "Perhaps one of you remains with the army, the other returns north to repel the Ironborn. But that would split our leadership, sow confusion in the ranks." Robb shook his head. "I'm not fully strong enough for a hard march home. And we can't both leave. My gods, this is a nightmare." Jon raised a hand to calm the swirling voices. "We have a fortress at the crag, and we can station some men there to keep Tywin under watch. The bulk of our forces might." A horn blare cut through the air from outside, making them all jump. Another alarm. Jon's heart lurched. Had the Lannisters or their allies arrived at last? They rushed from the tent, glimpsing the perimeter watchers raising weapons. But the new arrivals proved to be a smaller group carrying a white flag. At the head rode a tall, hooded figure flanked by half a dozen rough-looking men. Jon's stomach twisted with apprehension. Another parley? Or a trick? Great Jon strode up, cursing. "We've had more parley in a month than I can stomach. Let's see who it is this time." They formed a wary ring. The hooded rider dismounted, pulling back their cloak's hood and revealing a face no one expected to see, Brienne of Tarth. Her features were set in determination, her tall frame clad in patched armor. She knelt awkwardly before Jon and Robb. "My lords," she said, voice raw, "I come with a mission from Lady Catelyn Stark. She once trusted me with tasks at Riverrun. I have news." Robb blinked in confusion. "Brienne? My mother never told me she'd sent you. Where is she?" Brienne rose, wincing from some unseen wound. "She's safe in the camp, but I must speak with you privately if I can. This concerns Sansa Stark." At that, Jon's heart pounded. Had there been a development? "Very well," he said quickly. "Come." They led her to a smaller pavilion where they could speak without a crowd. Brienne's escort waited outside under guard, while Jon, Robb, and a handful of trusted lords, including Great Jon and Bolton, gathered within. Brienne removed her gauntlets, flexing her fingers. A trickle of dried blood showed at her temple. She must have traveled long and hard. "You said you come on my mother's behalf," Robb said. "But my mother is here in camp, unless? She seldom leaves my side." Brienne shook her head, troubled. "Forgive me, my lord. I left months ago with Lady Catelyn's blessing, seeking contacts who might help rescue Sansa from King's Landing. I traveled across many lands, meeting smugglers and bravos, attempting to find a way in. It was a near impossible mission, but I found one who might help. The so-called Knight of the Blackwater. A sellsword with knowledge of secret ways into the Red Keep. We began to plan a rescue. But everything changed when King's Landing learned of Tywin's capture and demanded the North surrender." Jon's eyes lit. "So you're close to sneaking Sansa out?" "That would be..." Brienne hesitated. "My partner was killed by gold cloaks. The infiltration attempt collapsed. But before he died, he told me that Sansa was being forced closer to the Queen's apartments, under heavy guard. They fear an attempt to free her. Joffrey has threatened her daily. But there is also a rumor. Sansa might be taken to the Great September for a forced wedding, perhaps to a Tyrell or to Joffrey himself. If that happens, she'll be even more tightly bound to the crown. Curses sounded among the gathered men. Robb clenched a fist. We must do something, but we're pinned here. The entire realm hunts us if we approach King's Landing. We have no easy infiltration route left. Brienne's gaze flicked to Jon. There may be another way. I heard that the Master of Whisperers, Varys, occasionally aids certain escapes, if it serves his interest. He despises chaos that grows too large, and Joffrey's cruelty might displease him. If we can contact Varys with enough gold or promises, he could spirit Sansa away. That's the rumor. But we'd need to deliver an offer he finds worthwhile. Jon's hopes rose briefly, then sank. We have Tywin Lannister, a weighty bargaining chip. But would that interest Varys? He claims to serve the realm, not personal greed. Brienne shrugged. If Varys sees the realm threatened by Joffrey's madness, maybe he'll prefer to place Sansa beyond Joffrey's reach. He might want conditions that help him maintain balance. But I can't say for sure. All I know is that infiltration from the outside is nearly impossible. A man like Varys on the inside might do it. Robb blew out a breath. So our best hope is a secret arrangement with the Spider? That's a slender thread indeed. Jon's thoughts raced. We have gold from the Lannisters we captured, from some local tribute. Maybe we can sweeten the deal. Promise Varys that if Sansa is freed, we'll ensure a more stable realm eventually. Varys claims to care about the common folk, or so I've heard. If Joffrey is overshadowed, maybe that suits him. Bolton interjected softly. He'll want more than promises. He might demand certain conditions, perhaps that the North not ravage the Crownlands, or that you remain open to some southern alliance if Joffrey falls. That's speculation, Brienne said. Either way, someone must contact him. Letters might not suffice, especially if the ravens are intercepted. A person of trust must go in person. Jon realized all eyes were shifting to him. He bristled. I can't leave. I'm needed here, especially with the threat of the Ironborn. We must keep Tywin secure. If I vanish into King's Landing, it would be madness. Robb ran a hand through his hair, frustration plain. Then who? Mother can't go, she'd be recognized at once. I'm wounded. We can't spare many men. This is a gamble. Brienne lifted her chin. I'll go. I've traveled in secret before. Let me slip back toward the capital, or at least to a safe vantage near it, and try to reach Varys. If it fails, I'll do my utmost to keep your sister safe or die trying. Jon felt a stab of gratitude and sympathy. Brienne had once sworn herself to Lady Catelyn. Her loyalty was fierce. It's not your burden alone, he said, but I see no better option. If you can truly find Varys, or someone who can get word to him discreetly, perhaps he'll help. We'll supply you with gold or letters if you need them. Robb nodded. Yes, take all you require. But be careful. The city is perilous. Brienne bowed her head. I will. And if I succeed, I'll find a way to send you a raven from a safe location or slip northward with Sansa. Pray that fortune favors me. Jon placed a hand on her armored forearm. We owe you much, Brienne of Tarth. If you can save Sansa, that might shift everything. Her cheeks colored faintly, but her expression remained resolute. Lady Catelyn gave me a chance to prove my honor long ago. I won't fail her now. With that, it was decided. They spent the next day discreetly gathering a small stash of gold dragons, forging letters that offered terms to Varys and to any other potential ally within the city, and arranging a plausible cover story for Brienne. She would travel lightly in the guise of a sellsword looking for work with a single companion from among her own men. The rest would remain behind. By nightfall, she was ready. Robb and Jon offered final thanks, and she rode into the darkness, carrying the North's last faint hope for Sansa. As the days set on, each dawn seemed bleaker. No new word came from King's Landing. The watchers posted near the main roads saw no Tyrell host, though rumors persisted. The weather turned biting. Frost crunched underfoot each morning, and men huddled around fires at night, cursing the slow creep of winter. Then, on a morning laced with an icy wind, the final blow arrived. The horns blared across the camp, summoning all to the main yard. Guards escorted a single rider wearing black and gold half-armor, stained with grime, carrying a Lannister banner in one hand and a smaller standard of truce in the other. The rider dismounted, face haggard, and demanded to speak with King Jon and King Robb. Jon glanced at Robb, who nodded. They stood in the cold, dire wolves by their side. As the man approached, one of Bolton's men forced him to kneel. "What do you want?" Jon demanded. The man looked battered, as if he'd ridden hard. He bowed his head. "My lords, I bring a message from King's Landing." His voice faltered. He pulled a folded letter from an inner pouch. "It is from King Joffrey." Jon's stomach churned. He took the letter, glancing at the seal. A golden lion's head pressed into black wax. He broke it and read, the blood draining from his face. Robb leaned closer, scanning it too. Together, they read the horrifying words. To the traitors styling themselves king in the north, the crown demanded the release of Lord Tywin Lannister. You have refused. Therefore, Sansa Stark has been put to death for your treasons. Let this be a lesson to all who would defy the rightful king. Tywin Lannister must be freed immediately, or more shall perish in his stead. Send your reply within a fortnight or face the wrath of the entire realm. Signed, Joffrey Baratheon. Jon's vision blurred with sudden rage and despair. Next to him, Robb made a strangled sound. Arya, who had drawn closer, cried out, "No!" and snatched the letter from Jon's trembling hand. She read it, her face twisting in horror. No, it's not true. They're lying." Great Jon, Karstark, and Bolton crowded near, reading over their shoulders, equally stunned. Catelyn, arriving late, caught sight of the letter as well. Her eyes went wide, and she let out a raw, agonized moan, staggering forward. "Sansa!" she gasped, voice breaking. My little girl!" She collapsed to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. Arya crumpled the letter, screaming in rage. "They can't! They wouldn't!" She turned to Jon, face streaked with tears. "They're lying, right? They must be lying." Jon had no words. He felt numb, disbelieving. Then a wave of horror and fury flooded him. Sansa executed just like Ned. "No," he croaked. "No!" Robb stood rigid, eyes vacant. Then, abruptly, he roared with pain and outrage, grabbing the Lannister messenger by the collar. "Is this true?" he demanded, his voice cracking. "Tell me it's a lie, or by the gods, I'll carve the truth from your bones." The messenger trembled, eyes darting wildly. I don't know for certain, my lord. I was only told to deliver this letter. Joffrey, he had a hostage, a red-haired girl. I heard rumors that the man stumbled over his words, terror in his gaze. Robb let out a snarl and hurled him to the ground. "You worthless cur." Tears glistened in Robb's eyes, though he fought them. "We should hang him." Jon stepped forward, heart pounding. "Wait." He knelt by the messenger, voice ragged. "What did you see? Did the girl still live when you left the city?" The messenger cowered. I never laid eyes on her, I swear. I only heard that the king was furious, that he ordered her put to death. Some said it was done in the throne room. Others said he might have stayed his hand. I truly don't know." Arya's breath came in shuddering gasps. "He's lying, or they're lying." She turned desperately to Jon. "This must be a trick, right?" Jon clenched his jaw, tears burning his eyes. But he recalled Joffrey's cruelty. The memory of Ned's final moment on the Great September. Joffrey had lied about clemency then. He had no reason not to do something similarly horrific now. I don't know." Catelyn shook, her sobs turning into a raw wail. "My baby, my Sansa." Robb dropped to his knees beside her, wrapping his arms around their mother, tears slipping from his eyes as well. The men around them stood in stricken silence. Grayjon's face was ashen. Karstark stared at the ground, lips moving in silent curses. Bolton's pale gaze flicked with a measured horror, but he too seemed shaken. Jon closed his eyes, fists clenched until his nails bit his palms. If Sansa was truly dead, that horror fell on Joffrey's head, but also, in some measure, on them for refusing to yield Tywin. Would releasing Tywin earlier have saved her? Or would Joffrey have done it anyway? The letter demanded immediate release, or more would die. Sansa might have been only the first. At length, Jon turned to the messenger. "Get up," he said dully. The man stood on wobbly legs. "My lord, please, go," Jon said. "Tell Joffrey we do not believe him, but if what he says is true, we will exact vengeance like he has never known." Tell him Tywin remains in our custody, and if more innocent lives are taken, Tywin's blood will be on Joffrey's hands. Now run, before I have you hanged." The messenger, wide-eyed, scrambled back to his horse. Sentries parted to let him pass. In moments, he was galloping away into the cold dawn. Catelyn's sobs tore through the silence while Robb held her, tears glistening in his own eyes. Arya wiped her cheeks savagely and turned to Jon. "We must kill Tywin. Make them pay. Storm King's Landing. Burn it all." Jon's voice was hoarse. "And if that does nothing but lead to more deaths? If Sansa still lives, somehow, we can't be certain." Arya glared, heartbreak radiating. "The letter said she's dead." Jon felt his heart break anew. "But we can't trust Joffrey's words. This might be a tactic to break us." Robb looked up, face streaked with tears and twisted with grief. "If it's true, gods help them. We'll slaughter them all." But the fury in his voice cracked with the underlying devastation. Their little sister, so gentle, so poised, might be gone forever. Catelyn's face was a picture of utter despair, and the men around them were grim. The only possible silver lining was that Joffrey might be lying to provoke them, but that hope felt painfully thin. In that moment, everything changed. The war no longer felt like a struggle for independence, but a personal vendetta. If Sansa truly had been murdered, the Starks would never rest until they avenged her. If she still lived, they had to find a way to rescue her from a tyranny that would stoop to any cruelty. The day was cold, bleak. The sky as gray as the hearts of those who knelt in the yard. Jon stared into that somber sky, tears in his eyes, whispered a silent prayer that Sansa might yet breathe, somewhere in that viper's nest. If not, the blood spilled in this war would become a flood. As cold wind scoured his cheeks, Jon clenched his fists, remembering the vow he had once taken beneath the weirwood trees, that he would protect the realm from darkness. Now, the greatest darkness might be in the hearts of men. King in the north or not, he stood on a precipice of fury and grief, and far beyond, winter approached with all its horrors. If Sansa's life had been snuffed out by Joffrey's cruelty, the time for half measures was done. War would rage fiercer. No matter what price he must pay, Jon swore to the old gods that vengeance would be theirs, unless, by some twist of fate, Sansa could yet be saved. But that slender thread of hope was lost in the swirl of tears and anguish. The direwolves lifted their heads to the iron sky, howling a shared lament for the possible death of a sister. The entire camp seemed to sink into a hush of raw sorrow and rising wrath. And so the cycle of vengeance spun onward, feeding the storm that loomed over Westeros. As winter's shadow crept ever closer, a hush fell over the camp, as cold and raw as a winter wind. Jon stood in the center of it, muscles rigid, heart pounding, rain-sodden hair clinging to his brow. His mother was on her knees, her weeping so broken and guttural that most men turned away from the sight. Robb clung to her, trying to steady her, though he himself trembled visibly. Arya stood apart, tears streaking her cheeks, a mask of fury settling over her young features. All around them, the northern host was reeling from the messenger's news. Joffrey Baratheon's letter, claiming Sansa Stark had been executed. The blow felt worse than any wound on the battlefield. They had seen what Joffrey had done to Ned Stark. They knew what cruelties he was capable of. And still, hope had clung to them all like an insistent whisper. Sansa was alive. She had to be. But now, with that spelled out on parchment, every shred of that hope was fractured. Perhaps Joffrey lied. Perhaps he meant only to torment them. Yet no matter the truth, the letter was a dagger's thrust. If it was all a trick, it had worked. If it was real, Sansa was gone. Jon forced himself to stand straighter. He had to be strong, for the North, for Robb, for his mother, for Arya. Yet every fiber of him screamed to race south, sword in hand, to storm the Red Keep and put Joffrey's head on a pike. The cruelty of this war had left them battered, but this was too far. He wanted to believe Sansa might still draw breath, that Joffrey had merely threatened the worst to break them, but he could not ignore the possibility that the letter told a monstrous truth. Robb released Catelyn into the arms of two river lords who came forward, their own faces carved with grief. He rose, swallowing hard, turning slowly to meet Jon's eyes. In his gaze, Jon saw heartbreak and guilt and rage all warring at once. He approached stiffly, the ache in his side from the arrow wound returning in throbbing pulses, perhaps from the strain of so much emotion. Blood threatened to seep through his bandages if he became too agitated, but he did not care now. "We march," Robb said in a voice that felt scoured by sorrow. "We march on King's Landing. If she is gone," his voice caught. "If they've killed her, then we repay them 1,000-fold. If she yet lives by some twisted chance, we free her. I refuse to cower here." Murmurs spread among the assembled lords. Great Jon Umber's hand tensed on the hilt of his sword, face grim. Ricard Karstark looked to Jon warily, as though to see whether the king in the north would accept such a plan. Roose Bolton stood with arms folded, his pale eyes flickering from Robb to Jon. Bolton seemed to weigh the fury in the air, waiting to see which way the storm would blow. For a moment, Jon could not find words. The notion of leaving the crag, leaving Tywin behind as a prisoner, or bringing him along while they marched straight for the royal seat was a mad dream. But grief had a way of ignoring reason. Arya stepped forward, fists clenched. "Yes. Let's burn them. Burn the whole cursed city. If they killed Sansa." She could not finish the thought, lips pressed tight. She glanced at her mother, who was trembling in the arms of Brynden, Blackfish, Tully, and another retainer. Jon swallowed, scanning the stony faces around him. Any talk of forging a truce with Joffrey or with the Lannisters was gone, drowned in fury and sorrow. He could sense it in every man there. Even men who had never exchanged a word with Sansa felt outraged at this cruelty inflicted upon House Stark. He shut his eyes briefly, pushing down a wave of anguish. Then he reached for Robb's shoulder. "Brother," he murmured, "we have Tywin in chains. If we abandon our position and lead the entire host south, we risk losing him. The Lannisters might try to free him. The Tyrells might strike us en route. And what of the Ironborn? The north is under attack. Winterfell stands in jeopardy." Robb flinched, breathing raggedly. "What does it matter?" he asked in a low voice. "They've murdered Sansa." "It matters," Jon said, forcing calm into his tone. "It matters to the tens of thousands who depend on us for leadership, who rely on us not to throw away their lives in a blind rage." Robb's lips peeled back in a snarl of pain, but he reined it in. "And what would you have us do?" he demanded. "Sit here, waiting for Joffrey to taunt us with more murders? Wait for the Ironborn to tear the north to pieces? Or for the Tyrells to sweep in from the south? Let me take half the host, at least. Let me face Joffrey. Let me avenge our father, our sister." His words broke. He leaned on his cane, chest heaving. Jon's heart twisted at the sight of tears in Robb's eyes. He had never seen his brother so close to a breakdown. But he knew Robb was not alone in feeling that raw torment. Catelyn's wailing had started to subside, replaced by a hollow emptiness. She stared at them as though she did not recognize them. Arya stood rigid, tears dried, her expression a bleak mirror of vengeance. All the camp seemed paralyzed by a shared grief. In that hush, footsteps squelched over the muddy ground. Roose Bolton stepped forward, clearing his throat softly. "Your Graces," he said, voice measured. "It is normal that we yearn for swift vengeance. However, perhaps we might proceed with cunning. A forced march on King's Landing, hundreds of leagues away, in the dead of winter soon approaching, would be catastrophic. Not to mention the Tyrells possibly blocking our route. I suggest, with respect, that we weigh our position carefully." Robb's eyes sparked with fury, but Jon put a hand on his arm, hoping to maintain restraint. "What do you suggest?" Jon asked, his own voice trembling with the effort to remain civil. Bolton inclined his head. "We have Tywin in chains. That is leverage, powerful leverage, even if they claim to have murdered your sister, which we cannot confirm. Rage or not, we can still use him. King's Landing will not stand by idly if they believe we might, say, harm Tywin in retaliation. Indeed, they might send an army at once, but that draws them to us. A more defensible position could be chosen, perhaps near the Twins or near Moat Cailin, if we were to move. Or we might remain here for a time, forcing them to come. And if the Lannisters or Tyrells come, we can attempt to strike a final blow." Jon inhaled. The mention of Moat Cailin reminded him that he had considered returning north with Tywin, luring the Lannister armies across the neck, where the terrain favored defenders. But Robb's thirst for vengeance was immediate. "You want them to come to us, but then if they do, we risk open battle with a possibly larger host. Jon said. Bolton's mouth curved in that faint, unsettling manner of his. We do. Yet we can also arrange the battlefield to our advantage. If we simply ride south in a fury, we have no plan and we may be cut off or destroyed piecemeal. But if we retreat in a controlled manner, fortifying strong points and keeping Tywin with us as hostage, we might draw them into territory we know. Let them chase us while the winter sets in. The Southerns do not fare well in the cold. By the time they reach our lines, they might be half-frozen. Ricard Karstark grunted. What of Sansa? If she truly was murdered, what stops them from doing it again to any other hostage or ally? They have no honor. A low murmur of agreement ran among the men. Great Jon spat on the ground. Then we show them no mercy if they cross our path. But let's not hurl ourselves onto their swords out of heartbreak. Robb's hand tightened on the cane. The swirl of wind ruffled his hair, strands sticking to his sweaty forehead. She might be gone, he whispered. So what do we fight for now if not to avenge her? Jon felt a pang. In that moment, the thread of tears burned behind his eyes, but he forced them back. Father died at their hands. If they have killed Sansa, that is a fresh atrocity. So we fight for the North, for our people, to ensure no more of us fall to Southern cruelty. Vengeance is part of it, yes, but we must defend the North. Without us, who stands for Winterfell or the Wall? Robb closed his eyes. Aye, he managed, voice hoarse. Aye, you speak truly. He composed himself with visible effort, though a single tear leaked down his cheek. Then what do you propose, brother? You are king in the North as much as I. I cannot think clearly now. It tore at Jon's heart to see Robb in such torment. He was the one who had always been so confident, the golden boy of Winterfell. Now he looked lost, undone by grief and guilt. Jon swallowed. I propose we break camp here within the fortnight, he said, thinking fast. We gather our strength, secure Tywin with a large guard, and move northward but slowly, forcing them to follow if they aim to free him. The Ironborn remain a threat, yes, but we can't simply vanish to the far north and leave the Riverlands behind, not with so many loyal allies. Once we choose a site, perhaps near the Twins or even Herrenhal if we take it first. Harrenhal is a cursed ruin, Karstark muttered, but a strong one. Easy to defend if properly garrisoned. On the other hand, it's also closer to King's Landing, which might be dangerous. We weigh all options, Jon said, but we must not remain in the open at the crag. The Tyrells might converge. The Lannisters might attempt a rescue in force. Another battle here could be ruinous if they bring overwhelming numbers. If we must fight a final battle, let it be on ground we choose, in conditions that favor us. Men nodded slowly, though the pall of Sansa's supposed death still hung like a funeral shroud. Arya trembled, tears shimmering in her eyes. What if we kill Tywin now? She asked in a shaky voice. He's their father, their best commander. If we cut off his head the way they did father, her mouth twisted at the memory, her voice choking. Then maybe Joffrey will see what it feels like. A few of the men looked uneasy. Great Jon lifted his brows, clearly considering it, while Bolton gazed at Arya with that cool half-lidded stare. Jon forced a mild tone. Tywin is our only leverage. If we kill him, the Lannisters gain nothing from restraint. They would feel free to punish or slaughter anyone tied to us without fear of retribution. Arya's eyes burned. They already have, Jon. He sighed, guilt gnawing him. If we confirm that Sansa truly is dead, then yes, maybe we have no further reason to keep Tywin alive, but if there's even a chance Sansa still lives, we can't risk removing that leverage. Arya looked away, scowling, tears still in her lashes. She did not protest further. She was too hurt, too uncertain to keep fighting with words. Catelyn had quieted to a husk of herself, leaning in the supportive arms of the Blackfish. She stared emptily at the ground, her breathing ragged. Finally, she spoke in a voice like broken glass. Take me to see him. Robb blinked. Mother, see whom? Tywin Lannister, she said flatly. If they have murdered my daughter, I want him to look me in the eye and see what he's done. Jon felt uneasy, but no one had the heart to deny her. So, with the entire yard still in stunned silence, Catelyn was half-guided, half-carried toward the tent that held Tywin. Arya followed, as did Jon and Robb and a handful of lords. None knew what to expect. Perhaps only that Lady Catelyn had earned a confrontation if she wished it. They found the old lion seated on a stool as ever, with thick chains about his ankles and wrists. Two of Bolton's men stood guard with crossbows, flanking the entrance. Tywin glanced up at the intrusion, his pale green eyes measuring the newcomers. Then his gaze landed on Catelyn, and something flickered acro. Says his face. Not pity, but a wariness. Robb stood with an iron-faced scowl, while Arya practically shook with rage. Jon kept a tense distance, hand on Longclaw's pommel. Catelyn took a moment to steady herself. Then, in a trembling voice, she said, "They claim my daughter is dead, slain by Joffrey's order, in a letter delivered today." Tywin stared at her without blinking. "I have no knowledge of that. I have been your prisoner all this while." Tears trembled on Catelyn's lashes, but her voice sharpened with fury. "You made Joffrey the king in truth. You orchestrated this war. You had my husband's head struck from his shoulders. You cannot shirk responsibility now." Tywin did not flinch. "I told you before, I hold no regrets for punishing traitors. If the girl is indeed dead, that is Joffrey's doing, not mine." Catelyn's hand curled into a fist at her side. Arya hissed through her teeth, stepping forward half a pace, but Jon caught her arm. She was trembling violently, as if poised to try to stab Tywin with the short blade she carried. "Do not," Jon murmured. Arya stiffened, tears rolling down her cheeks, but she obeyed. Tywin's gaze flicked to her. "The savage little wolf," he said softly, almost contemptuously. "Truly, your father would weep to see you so undone by anger." Arya choked back a sob. Catelyn's voice rose, slicing through the tension. "You speak of heartbreak as though you know it, yet you had 3 children who became the worst monstrosities of the realm. Are you proud? Joffrey might not be your blood, but you propped him up on that throne. This is the legacy you've built, Tywin Lannister. Dead girls, fatherless children, a realm in flames." Tywin's face was marble. "Legacies are forged by the strong, Lady Stark. The realm will endure under the rule of House Lannister, if you had but sense enough to see it. War is a crucible. The weak are swept aside." She stared at him, revulsion etched on her features. Then, in a burst of movement, she lunged. The guards tensed, but Catelyn had no weapon. She seized Tywin's face with both hands, fingers digging into his cheeks in a moment of raw, vengeful heartbreak. He flinched, for the first time betraying surprise, but she did not strike him. She just hissed, "If my daughter is truly lost, so is your life. If my daughter still lives, you had best pray, because I will hold you accountable for every moment she spends in torment." Jon touched her shoulder. "Lady Mother," he whispered, "this will not help." She let go, trembling, eyes wild. Tywin stared up at her, red marks on his skin where her nails had pressed. He said nothing further, only let out a measured breath. Robb gave a curt jerk of his head, and a guard gently but insistently led Catelyn away. Arya followed, though she cast one last venomous glare at Tywin that would have felled a lesser man on the spot. Then the tent flap closed behind them, leaving Jon, Robb, and Tywin in that enclosed space with the crossbowmen on alert. Jon's throat felt dry. "If Sansa is dead," he said quietly, "I wonder what you truly gained by staying silent. Joffrey defies your control even with you absent. You might have prevented his madness, but you have done nothing. The realm is drenched in blood." Tywin gave him a long, unreadable look. "Such is war," he said. "It is not kind to illusions. If your sister is truly gone, then I would hazard your illusions are at an end. Are you ready to see the world as it is?" Robb's face twisted with loathing. "You cannot provoke us now. We may kill you, no matter your use as a hostage." Tywin's mouth curved in a faint sneer. "If you wish to confirm your sister's death, that is your priority, not mine. If you want me alive, keep me so. If you tire of me, kill me. But do not expect me to weep for Sansa Stark." A surge of fury threatened to overwhelm Robb, but Jon pulled him back. "Enough. We learn nothing here. He'll not confess remorse or knowledge. Let's go, brother." With visible effort, Robb let Jon lead him out. The guards stayed behind, crossbows raised, glowering at Tywin as though they half hoped for an excuse to loose a bolt. Outside, the camp was still simmering with shock. Already, the rumor spread that Sansa had been murdered. Some men shook their heads in disbelief, others spat at the ground. The sense of outrage was palpable, fueling talk of a desperate charge south, or an immediate beheading of Tywin, or a call for vengeance. Yet, as Bolton had said, the cold reality remained. They were outnumbered if the Tyrells came. They faced a labyrinth of threats, and the Ironborn still prowled the northern coasts. Robb drew in a shaky breath of the chill air. "I need to see my mother. Then we'll gather the lords. We have decisions to make." Jon nodded. "Go. I'll muster them. Don't overstrain yourself." Robb grimaced as though in pain, but not from the wound in his side. "This heartbreak is worse than any injury," he said quietly, then limped off, leaning on his cane. By dusk, the top lords and captains had assembled in the war pavilion. The interior was lit by a cluster of lanterns, their glow weak against the gloom of a gathering storm outside. Jon took a moment to note how haggard everyone looked. Robb's face was drawn, eyes rimmed with the grief he refused to show openly. Great Jon Umber stood to one side, sword belt askew, jaw set. Ricard Karstark fiddled with a goblet of watered wine. Brynden Blackfish Tully hovered near the entry, half an ear attuned for any sign of Catelyn outside, though she was not present for this council. Arya was also missing, presumably by her mother's side. Roose Bolton stood quietly, glancing around with that methodical calm. A handful of others waited. Too, Galbart Glover and Edmure Tully had arrived from the local environs, having just learned the dreadful news. Their faces bore the same shock as the rest. Jon cleared his throat. "You all know the letter's contents. Joffrey claims to have executed my sister. We cannot confirm it, but there's cause to believe it could be true. Either way, they demand Tywin's release, threatening further horrors if we refuse." Robb's voice came next, muted but firm. "We will not release Tywin. We will not yield. That part is settled." The men voiced quiet agreement, though Karstark's face twisted with sorrow. If they truly have Sansa, it seems too late for negotiation. Are we sure we gain nothing by sending Tywin back in exchange for proof of her survival? Proof. Great Jon spat. You think they care about proof? They'll lie again. We yield Tywin, we lose all we've gained. No, there's no going back. Silence fell for a time. Then Jon set his jaw. We must plan for an eventual assault from the Lannisters, perhaps with Tyrell support. According to our scouts, the Tyrell host moves unpredictably. They might be biding their time, waiting for Joffrey or Tyrion to orchestrate a joint offensive. Meanwhile, we can't remain idle here. Winter is closing in. The crag is not easily defensible if a larger force marches on us from multiple directions. Our best option is to move. We can head north or east, or we can try to seize a strategic location in the Riverlands. Edmure Tully stepped forward. "My lords, I speak for Riverrun and the Riverlands. We are battered from these months of war. Walder Frey at the Twins is precarious as an ally. We only have a grudging alliance with him, reliant on your earlier vow. If you move too close to the Twins, you invite that old weasel to demand further concessions. Then again, the Twins are a choke point if you want to keep the Lannisters from crossing." Robb rubbed his injured side. "And Harrenhal? Is it garrisoned by any Lannister men?" Brynden Tully answered. "Last we heard, Herrenhal had been abandoned by Gregor Clegane's men who marched south. Some scattered mercenaries might remain. No large force. Harrenhal is a ruin, yes, but its walls are thick, it commands the waters of the God's Eye, and it's well situated if we want to blockade the main roads from the south. But the place is rumored ill luck for House Targaryen from centuries ago. Legends say it's cursed by the spirits of Harren the Black." Jon lifted a brow. "Curses or not, it's a fortress. It might serve us better than the crag. If the Lannisters want Tywin back, they'll have to come to us, and we'll be behind walls. Meanwhile, we can send out foraging parties to secure supplies. The local area is known to be fertile, though war-torn." Bolton nodded. "It's a strong position, though it's also deeper into the continent. If the Tyrells approach from the south, we'll be closer to them than we are now. That can be both an advantage if we want a decisive fight and a danger." Robb looked at Jon. "Do we want that fight?" Jon's throat felt parched. Half of him wanted to tear south and smash the Lannisters in retribution. The other half recalled the precarious balance. The Ironborn in the north, the unresolved threat of the White Walkers, the realms fracturing alliances. If it's a fight on our terms, yes, we do. Because otherwise, they'll pick the field themselves. They might choose a vantage that crushes us. With Harrenhal, we at least decide the fortress from which we operate. And if we must retreat further north, we still can, provided we hold the ways open. Lord Glover sighed heavily. Then we faced the question of how many men to send back to the north to fight the Ironborn. They've been raiding near Torrhen Square, near Deepwood Motte. Theon Greyjoy is rumored to be leading some attacks. Winterfell may be threatened before long. A hush again. The name Theon once was that of a friend, now an enemy. Robb pressed his fingers to his temple. "We can't just ignore the Ironborn," he said quietly. "Our seat is at risk. Our family's back home. If Balon Greyjoy truly aims to seize the north, we must respond. But we can't shatter our army into two halves," Jon said. "Not now. Tywin's captivity demands we remain unified enough to hold him against any rescue attempt. If we send thousands of men north, we might not have enough to face the Lannisters or Tyrells." Karstark exhaled. We may have no choice. The lords in the far north cannot repel the Ironborn alone. Silence, tense and heavy, spread over them. At last, Roose Bolton spoke, that mild, unruffled tone creeping into the hush. Suppose we do this. We move to Harrenhal with the bulk of our forces, establishing our new seat of power there. We keep Tywin under close guard, let word spread that we will hold it through the winter if need be. Meanwhile, we dispatch a smaller contingent, 500, perhaps 800, under a capable commander to reinforce Winterfell and the coastal lords. It won't be enough to crush the Ironborn in open battle, but it might repel them or hold them at bay until we can do more. Robb's expression tightened. You'd have me separate from half my men? Not half, Bolton corrected. A fraction. Enough to stiffen the defenses. Enough to buy time. White Harbor can contribute ships to hamper the Ironborn at sea. Bear Island under House Mormont might do the same. And if the Greyjoys realize they face stiff resistance, they may not commit a full invasion, but keep to raiding. Better that than letting them overrun our seat. Jon mulled it over. It was not perfect, but no plan was. If we do that, who commands the northern contingent? He glanced at Robb. It could be you, but the men here need you as well. The Ironborn might view you as a prize. If you sail north, we lose a vital commander in the Riverlands. I could go, but I was the one who first pushed to hold Tywin in check. The men here also look to me as king. Bolton gave a thin-lipped smile. Then perhaps we dispatch a loyal bannerman or a combination. The Glovers, the Serwins, the Tallhearts. Let them gather men from White Harbor once they arrive in the north. They can coordinate with Lady Mormont. The presence of a small cavalry force, plus archers, might suffice to keep the Ironborn contained, at least for this season. Robb stared at the map spread on the table. Sending no royal presence might look like weakness. But maybe we have no choice. Jon touched Robb's shoulder gently. We have to trust our bannermen. If we do not, we end up scattering ourselves to the wind. The war's center is still here, near the south. The Ironborn are opportunists. If we hold out long enough to force a settlement, or if we crush the Lannisters, we can then turn north with a freed hand. He paused, feeling the weight of Sansa's uncertain fate. I hate it. We're putting out fires in every corner. Robb nodded. We do it anyway. So be it then. We finalize a plan to move on Herrenhal. We'll dispatch a strong company back north to aid the houses under siege. And if the Tyrells come in force, we either hold Harrenhal or meet them in the field if conditions are good. Great, Jon nodded, expression turning grim. It's a plan. Not the one we'd have chosen in better times, but I see no better path. The council murmured agreement. So the resolution formed. In about a fortnight, once they'd organized wagons, recovered their wounded, and prepared the supply lines, they would depart the crag. A modest force of a few hundred, commanded by a pair of stalwart northern knights, would ride for the neck, cross into the north, and coordinate with local lords to beat back the Ironborn. The rest of the host would move eastward, crossing into the Riverlands again, heading for Harrenhal. There, they would brace for the next major thrust of the war. The men parted with heavy hearts. Robb lingered, still leaning on his cane, though his posture was more resolute than it had been. We'll do what we must, he said in a low tone to Jon. Even if each step feels like a betrayal of Sansa's memory. Jon exhaled, glancing at the tent flaps where the night wind whistled. If she truly is lost, the greatest tribute we can give her is ensuring House Stark survives. If, by some chance, it's a lie, we may yet rescue her from that hell. But if we let the realm devour us, then we fail everyone who depends on us. Robb pressed his lips together, eyes shining with unspoken grief. We'll not fail, he said after a moment, his voice raw. I won't allow it. The days wore on, a grueling haze of preparations. The battered men found themselves packing up tents, repairing wagons, slaughtering extra livestock to salt and store for the road ahead. The rumor of Sansa's murder hung like a plague, driving men to a somber, furious diligence. They wanted to strike the Lannisters again, to punish them. But they saw the sense in Robb's and Jon's orders. First they must relocate to Harrenhal, a fortress large enough to hold the entire host and their prisoner. Meanwhile, a northern contingent would break away, commanded by Helman Tallheart and Lady Meage Mormont, once she joined them from Bear Island, to face the Ironborn. Catelyn Stark drifted through the camp in a state of numb sorrow, seldom speaking except to comfort or guide Arya. She refused to partake in councils, muttering that the only war she cared about was against those who had slain her child. Arya herself grew distant and quiet, avoiding sparring practice or horse riding, sometimes disappearing for hours. Once, Jon found her behind a supply tent, fervently scratching names into the dirt, Joffrey's name, Cersei's, and others. She had tears streaking her cheeks, whispering that she would kill them all. Jon tried to comfort her, but she tore herself away, glaring. She was not a child to be soothed, she was a wounded wolf. Robb managed to console his mother when he could, but his own sorrow was too deep to share. At least he was healing physically. The maester noted his wound was knitting well, though the scar would ache in cold weather. Whenever men saw Robb limping along, they saluted him with quiet respect, calling him King Robb or the Young Wolf. But the talk in the camp was that King Jon was the more active leader now. They recognized the strange dual leadership within House Stark. Jon had the Targaryen claim, the letter from Ned Stark naming him rightful heir, whereas Robb had the love and devotion of many from childhood. That tension might have turned to rivalry, but the tragedy that befell Sansa overshadowed petty concerns. The two men leaned on each other, more united than ever by heartbreak. Tywin Lannister was kept under constant guard, seldom spoken to. Occasionally, some northern soldier would spit at him or mutter curses. Twice, attempts were made by grieving men to break into his tent at night and slit his throat, but the posted guards prevented it. Jon had to discipline those men, reminding them that Tywin was their best piece of leverage. Yet he did not punish them harshly, for he understood their rage. Tywin remained stoic, never complaining about the poor rations or the cramped conditions, though his face grew gaunter with each passing day. He seemed content to wait, even as the northern host prepared to uproot. One gray dawn, Robb stood with Jon outside Tywin's tent, overseeing the forging of new shackles for the prisoner. The blacksmith hammered them on an anvil, sparks sprang, while a few men hauled a stout caged wagon closer, a special contrivance with iron bars meant to transport Tywin to Herrenhal. If he tries to free himself, or if his men try, we'll have archers all around, Robb said grimly. That wagon is thick enough that even an axe will take time to break through. Jon nodded. He won't slip away easily. That's the only comfort. He watched the men test the wagon's iron bars, making sure none were loose. In the last few weeks, the matter of Sansa's fate had become a wound that refused to heal. They had no new messages from King's Landing. Brienne of Tarth was still out in the wild somewhere, trying to contact Varys or any ally who might help. She had sent no word, which likely meant she was nowhere near success or was dead or captured. Yet a small glimmer of hope persisted in Jon's chest. Sometimes he lay awake at night, imagining Sansa in a dark cell, waiting, or forced to parade in front of Joffrey as a broken hostage. Perhaps the letter was a ruse. Perhaps Joffrey had killed some other red-haired girl and claimed it was Sansa. His mind churned in circles, refusing to rest. Their final day at the crag arrived with a crisp, cold morning. Men roused at first light, dismantling tents, loading wagons, corralling horses. A column of 500 men under Lord Tallheart ready to depart first, heading for the Neck and then the north to confront the Ironborn. Those men wore stoic expressions, each well aware that facing Balon Greyjoy's reavers along the cold coast would be no easy task. Jon gave them final instructions, pressing each captain's hand, urging them to keep White Harbor in the loop, to coordinate with House Mormont and Lady Glover. He told them to ride with the old god's blessing, that the Starks would join them once the southern threat was resolved. That partial truth weighed on him. He could not promise them a quick rescue if the Ironborn pressed too hard. The war had devoured all illusions of surety. By mid-morning, Tallheart's company clattered away, dust and stray leaves swirling in their wake. The main host formed up next, a tangled snake of foot soldiers, cavalry, supply carts, and camp followers. Tywin's cage was placed in the center of the column, ringed by 100 guards. Jon and Robb agreed that both of them would remain near that center, Robb because of his still healing side, and Jon because the men looked to him for decisions. Great Jon Umber led the vanguard, while Rickard Karstark guarded the rear. Roose Bolton drifted along the flanks, ensuring no surprise attacks from the hills. Catelyn and Arya rode in a small carriage behind the main guard. The tragedy in their faces was enough to keep most curious stares at a distance. A few maids and older serving men remained with them, offering quiet comfort. Ghost and gray wind padded through the ranks occasionally, gray shapes in the swirl of men. The dawn's watery sunlight soon faded behind clouds that threatened snow or sleet. They marched east, away from the smell of salt and the battered ramparts of the crag. The day passed in a laborious slog. Light drizzles of icy rain pricked their cloaks, and the ground was often treacherous with mud. More than once, cartwheels stuck or horses slipped, requiring men to haul them free. By nightfall, they were forced to camp on damp ground near the remnants of a burned village, the sky an iron curtain overhead. For 4 days they pressed on, making slow but steady progress deeper into the Riverlands. The going was grim. Villages had been sacked months earlier, livestock stolen or killed, homes burned. The luckier smallfolk had fled. The unluckier ones lay in unmarked graves or roamed as beggars. Occasionally, stragglers approached the marching column, begging for scraps or crying out for lost kin. The northern men did what they could, but supplies were tight and no one had illusions about the cruelty of war. If Sansa's death weighed on the soldiers, so too did the sorrow of the entire realm. The small folk were caught in a storm of kings. On the 5th day, as they approached the broad fork of a tributary leading toward the God's Eye, outriders hastened back with alarming news. A group of Lannister riders had been sighted far ahead, but not a large host, possibly scouts or a foraging party. None wore the Tyrell rose. They had not attacked, only withdrawn once they spotted the northern outriders. It might be a sign that Lannister loyalists still roamed nearby, or a small attempt to gauge the North's movements. Jon and Robb conferred with the lords in a hurried roadside council. Great Jon advocated chasing the Lannister scouts to confirm whether a bigger force lurked behind them. Karstark warned that might be a trap. Bolton suggested sending a few small cavalry detachments to harass them, but not overcommit. In the end, they opted for caution. The outriders would watch the Lannisters from a distance, avoiding a direct clash unless absolutely necessary. They could not afford to lose men on a wild chase. Tywin, locked in his cage, presumably heard the news of his riders. He said nothing, but Jon could sense the old lion's satisfaction. If Tywin believed rescue might come, or that a bigger Lannister band was on the move, it could stiffen his resolve. Jon tried to ignore the churn of worry in his gut. Each day brought them closer to Herrenhal, but also invited more potential skirmishes. He prayed the fortress would be as deserted as rumors claimed. And so they pressed on day after day, the column stretching for miles at times. Robb grew more at ease on horseback, though the wounds still twinged if he rode too long. He and Jon took turns scanning the horizon or conferring with outriders. At night, they camped with rings of watchfires. The nights were colder now, hoarfrost gleamed on grass each morning. The men began muttering about whether winter would soon clamp down in earnest, swirling in snows that would hamper everything. On the 10th day after leaving the crag, the forward scouts returned in a hurry, breathless. They had reached the outskirts of Harrenhal. It was indeed deserted by any large host. No banners flew from the blackened towers. Only a ragged cluster of men squatted in a few of the lesser halls, perhaps a group of outlaws or survivors. The scouts had glimpsed them scurrying away upon seeing the northern column. The main fortress gates stood unbarred, the drawbridge lowered over a still, marshy moat. But Harrenhal was a ruinous sprawl, enormous in scale. The footprints of war lay across it, with broken siege machines in its courtyards and the stench of old death lingering behind half-collapsed walls. Jon ordered a small vanguard to enter first, ensuring no hidden traps. Once they gave the all-clear, the entire host filed through the massive gates, gawking at the charred towers that loomed overhead. Legend said the dragons of Aegon the Conqueror had melted the fortress centuries ago, scorching Harren's dream of an impregnable keep. Now the fused black stone soared in lumps and ridges that defied normal architecture. The halls were as large as cathedrals but half-burned, corridors leading to nowhere, entire wings collapsed. There's enough space here to house 10,000 men, Great Jon marveled, spurring his horse across the weed-grown courtyard. If we clear out the rubble, that is. The men fanned out exploring. Crows flapped overhead, protesting the intrusion. The main yard contained a large stable building in disrepair, but still salvageable. The central keep had once boasted high windows and labyrinthine halls, but now was a warren of half-broken floors and rotting rafters. Yet for all its gloom, Harrenhal was formidable. The outer walls rose thick and tall, pocked by old scorch marks, the towers bridging them in a ring of stone. Even battered, it was a fortress. Jon and Robb rode in the middle, guiding Tywin's cage behind them. Tywin leaned forward on the iron bars, surveying the monstrous ruin with a faint smirk. Fitting, he murmured as they entered the courtyard. You bring me to Herrenhal, the cursed seed of folly. Jon ignored him. He dismounted. Guards prodded Tywin out of the cage so he could stretch his legs, still bound at the wrists, while the blacksmith worked to resecure chains that would anchor him in a cell. The fortress might be half-collapsed, but it still had dungeons of stone. If the rumors were true, those dungeons were labyrinthine and cruel. Catelyn and Arya rode through the gates soon after, their eyes roving the battered towers. Arya, for all her heartbreak, gave a little gasp at the size of the place. It looks dead, she whispered, shivering. Catelyn's face was wan, hollow from days of sorrow. And so are many who touched it, she said, her voice dull. But it's ours now. Let us see if its curses protect us or consume us. The day passed in a haze of labor. Men removed debris from the main courtyard to make space for tents or found intact chambers in the lesser keeps. Scouts fanned out beyond the fortress walls, ensuring no foes lurked in the surrounding farmland. The entire region had been ravaged in prior months by the wars back and forth, so no formidable foe lingered. A few frightened peasants emerged from the wooded edges, begging for mercy or food. The Stark's men tried to reassure them that their quarrel was with the Lannisters. Some peasants offered to serve as cooks or cleaners in exchange for protection from bandits. By twilight, the northern host had claimed Harrenhal's outer courtyard and partial living quarters. Guards strung up torches along the walls, giving the black stone a flickering, haunted glow. Tywin Lannister was led down into the dungeons, where a stout cell awaited him. The men took no chances, layering chain upon chain, posting half a dozen watchers at the cell door. Down the corridor, other cells stood empty, a testament to the fortress's prior use as a prison under Lannister occupation. The place reeked of old blood, rats scurrying in the corners. Jon walked the battlements just before full dark, surveying the land. Mist crawled across the vast lake known as the God's Eye. The silhouette of the Isle of Faces in the distance was little more than a shadow on the water. Tales said the green men dwelled there, guardians of the old gods. He wondered if they watched him now. He felt a stirring in his chest, as though the old gods indeed had an eye on him. He was king in the north, yet haunted by dread. The euphoria of capturing Tywin had long faded. The Lannisters had answered by claiming Sansa's life. And now what? Robb found him near a crumbled stretch of parapet. A light wind ruffled Robb's auburn hair. He looked bone-weary, leaning heavily on his cane. The fortress is huge, but we can keep the men contained in the outer wards for the most part, Robb said, a note of distraction in his voice. We'll have to set up forges, kitchens, there's so much to do. Jon gave a half-nod. We'll manage. We have time. Do we? Robb's eyes turned to the watery horizon. If the Tyrells come in force, we may need to defend these walls. Or if a Lannister host arrives. Or if we decide to sally out. Are we to remain holed up while the realm's fate is decided elsewhere? Jon pressed his lips together. Perhaps. The plan was to force them to come to us so we can choose the ground. Harrenhal might be cursed, but it's also formidable. A siege here could end in our favor, especially as winter sets in. They'd be forced to supply a huge army over distance while we hold a fortress. That might buy us leverage, maybe enough to broker a real peace. Or maybe we fight them to the last. Robb's eyes flashed with anger. Peace? Jon, they murdered father and Sansa. Jon swallowed. I know, but the men might not relish a fight to the death if there's a chance we can secure the North's freedom. And if Sansa is not truly gone, he trailed off, uncertain how to finish that sentence. If Sansa yet lived, the slightest chance of saving her required not burning every bridge. But if she was gone, what remained but vengeance? Robb closed his eyes. Brienne is out there somewhere, looking for a way to rescue her if she still breathes. That seems like a fool's hope, but it's all we have. Meanwhile, the Tyrells or the Lannisters might converge upon us, and the Ironborn ravage the north. Each day is a fresh torment. Jon placed a hand on Robb's shoulder. We endure, he said quietly. We are Starks. The winter is harsh, but we stand together. A quiet shiver passed through Robb. Then he nodded, forcing a semblance of resolve. Yes, come, we have much to do. They descended the battlements, rejoining the bustle below. The fortress corridors echoed with the footfalls of men seeking places to settle in for the night. Dripping moisture and faint drafts lurked in every corner. Harrenhal had a restless atmosphere. Some men muttered about seeing shadows scuttling in the halls, or hearing faint screams in the old dungeons. Others scoffed that it was only the wind. Catelyn Stark was given a modest solar in one of the partially intact towers, though the roof overhead was patchy. Servants hung tapestries and lit braziers to chase the chill away. Arya roamed the corridors, a pale ghost of a girl, occasionally checking on her mother before wandering off again. The gloom that clung to them both was painful to witness, but no one dared intrude. That night, Jon slept in a small bedchamber near Robb's, with Ghost curled at his feet. He dreamt fitfully. Dark stone halls, the echo of Sansa's singing from a distant courtyard, cut off suddenly by the clash of steel. He jolted awake, breath ragged. The fortress was still, save for the patter of the drizzle outside, and the low moan of wind through the blackened towers. Ghost lifted his head, ears pricked, but no real threat emerged. Jon forced himself to lie back, though sleep came only in ragged snatches. At dawn, the men set about their tasks. They scouted the farmland around Herrenhal, bringing in what little grain or livestock they could find. The fortress's old granaries were ransacked from previous armies, but some corners held hidden stores of apples, turnips, or moldy barley. They scoured the big kitchens, chasing out rats. They hammered new boards to patch holes in the floors. Slowly, Harrenhal came alive with the presence of thousands of soldiers. Meanwhile, outriders patrolled for signs of the enemy. Occasionally, they spotted small Lannister foraging parties in the distance or local brigands. There was no sign of an organized army approaching yet. Jon insisted on vigilance. If Joffrey or Tyrion meant to free Tywin, they would come eventually and probably not alone. On the third day at Harrenhal, as the northern lords gathered in a portion of the half-ruined Great Hall for a midday council, a commotion arose at the gates. Jon and Robb exchanged glances and hastened to see what it was. Beyond the battered portcullis, a single rider approached, bearing a tattered gray cloak and a small banner of truce. At first, the Watchers feared a Lannister ploy, but the sigil was not the lion. It was a Moonan Falcon of the Vale. Jon's pulse quickened. The Vale had largely remained hidden under Lisa Arryn's fearful isolation. Did this mean something had shifted? The rider was a slight figure, face concealed by a cowl. A half-dozen northern guards brandished spears, demanding his name. He pulled back the hood to reveal a lean man with thinning hair and a pointed beard. Littlefinger. Jon's recollection from passing tales, Peter Baelish, Master of Coin, once allied with the Lannisters, rumored to have betrayed Ned Stark. His arrival could not bode well, or so Jon's gut told him. Indeed, the man's smirk was serpentine. But he had come alone, apparently. "May I speak with the king in the north?" Littlefinger called out, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "I bear tidings from King's Landing, of a sensitive nature." Jon felt Robb stiffen at his side, hand drifting to the hilt of his sword. "Let him in," Robb said quietly. "But watch him closely. He's treacherous as they come." The guards parted, letting Littlefinger ride into the courtyard. The man dismounted gracefully and offered a theatrical bow. "Your Grace's 2 kings in the north, if rumor is correct." Such a novelty. Jon's voice was cold. "Speak plainly or be gone. We have no patience for southern flatterers." Littlefinger offered a thin smile. "Then I'll be swift. I come with an offer from the crown, Cersei and Tyrion, to be precise, not necessarily Joffrey. Word reached them that you've entrenched yourselves in Herrenhal and refused to release Lord Tywin." His gaze flicked around, noting the savage stares of the men. "They propose a negotiation for Tywin's freedom and the North's recognition of the crown in exchange for certain boons." Robb ground his teeth. "We're done with their so-called negotiations. They claim to have killed my sister. Unless they want to deliver her alive." Littlefinger raised a hand as though soothing a skittish horse. About that. This is precisely why I was sent. The matter of the Lady Sansa is complicated." A ripple of shock went through those listening. Jon's heart lurched. "Explain," he bit out. Littlefinger lowered his voice. "I have it on the best authority that Joffrey's letter may have been exaggerated. You see, the Queen Regent had no wish for Sansa's death. Sansa is still valuable as a hostage. Joffrey raged about executing her, and many believed he carried it out. But I have reason to think Sansa still lives, albeit in captivity." Robb's eyes flared with sudden intensity. "You lie. The messenger we received was repeating what Joffrey declared," Littlefinger said. "But perhaps, at the last moment, the Queen or Tyrion intervened. Or Joffrey changed his mind in the heat of his tantrum. Does that truly surprise you? That a boy king's pronouncements might shift with the wind?" Jon felt dizzy, a swirl of hope and disbelief tangling inside him. "Why should we trust you?" he demanded, voice shaking. "You served the Lannisters. You betrayed Ned Stark." Littlefinger pressed a hand to his chest in mock offense. "Betrayed? I did what I had to in a precarious political climate. I bear you no ill will, I assure you. This war has grown too costly for all sides. I've come to broker a more stable arrangement. If you want Sansa alive, you must at least hear me out." Arya's voice rang from behind the cluster of guards, startling them. She must have arrived just in time to hear the commotion. "You betrayed my father." She pushed forward, fury in her eyes, hand on needle's hilt. "If not for you, father might have escaped King's Landing. Why should we believe a single word that slithers out of your mouth?" Littlefinger's smirk faded at her harsh tone. "Lady Arya, I grieve for your father in my own way, but the past cannot be undone. Now, can we focus on the present? If I can confirm that Sansa is indeed alive, and deliver proof, might that not be worth hearing me? Arya shook, tears close, but said nothing further. Jon put an arm out to block her from lunging. Robb's jaw flexed with tension. Speak quickly, he said to Littlefinger. What do the Lannisters want? Littlefinger's gray-green eyes glimmered. Tyrion and Cersei are not blind. They know Joffrey's brashness threatened a valuable hostage. So they propose a new exchange. Sansa, alive and returned, for Tywin's freedom. Along with other terms, of course. They'll allow the North certain liberties, perhaps a measure of self-governance. Not full independence, mind you, but leniency, fewer taxes, local autonomy under a royal charter. And they promise no retribution for the war. A general pardon. Men growled in the background. Great Jon spat. We do not beg pardons from those curs. Bolton lifted a brow. A partial autonomy is not independence. And we know how little the Lannisters honor their pledges. They swore to let Ned Stark take the Black once, then butchered him. Littlefinger's lips curved in that sardonic manner. Hence my presence. Cersei and Tyrion are offering sweet words. Yes, but they know you hold Tywin. They must see a path to retrieving him without a massive, ruinous battle. So they sweeten the pot with a promise that Sansa is alive. They know how desperately you want her safe. Jon could barely keep his voice steady. If she's truly alive, we want her back unconditionally and we want our independence. That is not negotiable. Littlefinger sighed, giving Jon a sympathetic tilt of the head. My dear king in the north, you must realize that the crown can't simply let the entire region secede. That invites every other region to break away. The realm would shatter. You might not care about the realm, but some lords in the south do. This is the compromise. Keep your armies, your Stark leadership, but remain nominally under the Iron Throne's umbrella, no forced kneeling, no Lannister justice. But the king in King's Landing is recognized. You pay a token tribute and in exchange, Sansa is freed, Tywin is returned, and the war ends. Arya's cheeks blazed. Ends? With the Lannisters free to harm us again? Robb rubbed the scar on his side, grimacing. They murdered my father, threatened Sansa's life. Now they say they might let her live if we bow to them. That's extortion, not peace. Littlefinger lowered his gaze as if conceding the point. Nevertheless, that is the shape of it. You want real independence, they want absolute fealty. This is the middle ground, autonomy in practice, if not in name. Perhaps, if you can trust Tyrion's cunning, you can craft detailed terms that protect your interests. Or you can refuse. Then the Tyrells and Lannister armies converge, a grand battle ensues, thousands die, and Sansa might die for real in the chaos. Or not, but the risk is high. Silence. Every man present felt the tension in the air. A swirl of conflicting emotions battered Jon's mind. A chance Sansa might be alive, might be saved. But at the price of abandoning the dream of a free North, the dream for which Ned Stark had died, for which so many had bled. And was this not just another Lannister trap? Robb's voice broke the hush. We must see proof that Sansa lives. Without proof, we assume this is just another lie. Littlefinger smiled thinly. They anticipated that. I have a token from her. He reached into his saddlebag. One of the watchers tensed, but he merely withdrew a small cloth pouch. From it, he produced a cameo locket on a delicate chain. Lady Sansa wore this when she first arrived in King's Landing, or so I recall. Her mother might recognize it. Jon took the locket carefully, passing it to Robb, who turned it over in his hands. It does look like hers, Robb admitted, voice raw. Mother gave it to her a year before we left Winterfell. Arya swallowed hard, stepping closer to see. Her lips parted. That was the cameo father brought back from the Vale, with a little crest etched inside. She used to show it off. But that doesn't mean she's alive. They could have taken it from her corpse. Littlefinger gave a small shrug. They expected that skepticism. That is why the letter I carry. He withdrew a folded parchment. Is penned in her own hand, or so they say. I have not read it as it was sealed, but I was told it might quell your doubts. He offered it to Robb. Robb tore open the seal. A moment later, his breath caught. He thrust it at Jon, who read the lines scrawled in a handwriting that indeed resembled Sansa's careful loops. Robb, Mother Arya, if you yet live, I beg you, do not throw away everything to avenge me. I am alive, but Joffrey has threatened me daily. I am forced to write this letter to urge peace. Please, if you love me, you will spare Lord Tywin. Return him to King's Landing. Accept terms. Otherwise, Joffrey swears to end me, and I fear he will do it. Cannot endure more cruelty. I want to come home. Please, do not let your pride or your fury cost me my life. I write this with trembling hand. I love you all. Your sister and daughter, Sansa. Jon felt his heart twist. The line about forced writing, about Joffrey threatening her daily, might be honest or coerced, but the swirl in the letter did look like Sansa's script. He passed it to Arya, who devoured it with her eyes, tears gathering again. It's her handwriting, Arya whispered, voice cracking. Or close. She always made those fancy loops. Robb pressed a hand to his face, exhaling shakily. Then she might live. A hush followed, thick with conflicting hope and dread. At length, Littlefinger stepped forward. You see, the Crown is not eager to throw away such a valuable hostage. They want Tywin back without bloodshed. Sansa's survival is part of that bargain. Accept partial fealty, release Tywin, and you get Sansa. The realm breathes easier. Arya spat. They hold her at knife point, blackmailing us. Some peace. Littlefinger merely inclined his head. War or peace, the choice is yours. My role is only to deliver the message. If you are amenable, Tyrion Lannister requests a formal parley at a neutral location, perhaps a small sept outside the city, with a handful of hostages on both sides to ensure no treachery. Then you finalize the exchange. Sansa for Tywin, along with the terms of partial fealty. If you refuse, he left the sentence hanging. Robb's thoughts must have been swirling like a hurricane. Jon could see it in his eyes. They had come here to hold Tywin as leverage, seeking independence. Now that leverage was used against them, with Sansa's life the currency. If Sansa truly was alive, how could they risk dooming her by continuing the war? But if they yielded, they abandoned the cause that Ned Stark died for and possibly their chance to stand truly free of the Southern Throne. Jon stepped aside, beckoning Robb with him. The lords parted to let them speak in low tones. Littlefinger remained by his horse, a faint trace of smugness on his features. Arya hovered, torn between heartbreak and anger, while Great Jon, Karstark, and Bolton all looked to the two men for leadership. Jon said softly, "We can't just leap at this. It could be a trap. But if Sansa is truly alive, we can't dismiss it out of hand. If we refuse, Joffrey might kill her for real." Robb shuddered. I can't imagine condemning her to death. But Father, he swallowed hard, tears pricking. Father wanted the North free. Is that dream lost if we choose to save Sansa? She was always so gentle, so hopeful. We can't let her suffer. Jon closed his eyes, remembering a younger Sansa giggling in Winterfell's courtyard with a new pup in her arms. If we release Tywin, the Lannisters might regroup and come after us again. Unless these terms are firm. Could Tyrion force Joffrey to abide by a real agreement? Possibly. Tyrion is cunning, more so than Joffrey. Robb stared at the cameo locket. Even if the terms are sincere, the best we get is partial autonomy. Ned Stark's entire stand would be undone. Yet, Sansa's life, he trailed off, voice cracking. Jon felt the weight of it, a moral coil with no easy escape. We can consult the lords. But it might be that the men prefer to keep fighting, revenge for all the dead. We are so close to forging a free North. Let's see if they can stomach sacrificing Sansa for it. I for one cannot, he said in a quiet rush. She's our sister. Robb closed his eyes. I cannot either. But will the men accept a compromised victory after all this bloodshed? Jon's chest felt tight. They will if we lead them to it. If we stand together and say we have bled enough, the North will remain ours to govern, short of the king's formal stamp. Sansa's life must come first. And we will watch the Lannisters as hawks, prepared to defend ourselves if they break faith. Robb let out a shaky breath. We can't force the men to kneel to the Lannisters again. But perhaps an arrangement akin to what the Targaryens once allowed Dorne, semi-independent, only nominally part of the Seven Kingdoms. That might be enough for the next generation to break away if the moment is right. Jon nodded. A stepping stone. If Father's dream cannot be realized now, maybe it can be in time. But Sansa can't be resurrected if she dies. Robb's hand tightened on the cameo locket. Yes. Then he squared his shoulders. Let's see what the lords say. They turned back to the group where tension bristled. Arya glowered while Bolton and the others waited. Jon announced the gist of it, that the crown offered partial autonomy in exchange for Tywin's freedom plus a prisoner swap delivering Sansa alive. He confessed their own doubts, the chance it might be a trick. He asked for input. Roose Bolton's gaze flicked to Littlefinger. You say there would be a formal parley with hostages on both sides. That might mitigate immediate treachery. But what of the aftermath? The Lannisters could gather their might and strike once Tywin is safe. Littlefinger shook his head. Not if a treaty is signed under the auspices of the faith. The Tyrells might also prefer peace. To stabilize the realm, Margaery Tyrell is betrothed to Joffrey, or so rumor says. They want a peaceful kingdom to secure their place. War disrupts trade and drains coffers. Tyrion would see reason. Karstark growled. But Joffrey is a mad dog. Reason might fail. Then you keep your armies close at hand, Littlefinger said simply. No one demands you disband them. Only that you not march on King's Landing or hamper the crown's authority in the other 6 kingdoms. The Riverlands would revert to normal oversight from the Iron Throne, but I suspect Cersei is too tired of war to impose harsh terms. Edmure Tully frowned. We Riverlords have bled for House Stark's cause. Are we now to remain under a king who let Gregor Clegane burn our fields? Littlefinger's mouth curved in a slippery smile. War is cruel. But you might rebuild in peacetime rather than endure an indefinite siege from the combined might of Lannister and Tyrell banners. Great, Jon spat. This is rotten. But if Sansa truly lives, do we forsake her? That would be monstrous. Arya's voice crackled with frustration. I hate them all for this. Holding Sansa's life over our heads, but I want her safe. That's the only thing that matters. She glared at Littlefinger. If they break faith, we'll kill every last one of them. Littlefinger dipped his chin unruffled. I understand your anger, my lady. Robb turned to the group at large. Hear me then. I wish to propose we attend the parley. We see Sansa with our own eyes before releasing Tywin. If we confirm she lives, we accept partial autonomy for the north so that Sansa does not die. We keep our armies intact, but we do not press for full independence, not now. It's galling, but it spares more bloodshed and saves my sister. Men shuffled uncertainly. Some scowled, some looked relieved. Karstark sighed as though a great tension left him. The Greyjoy's big fists clenched and unclenched, but at last he grunted, better to keep our swords for another day. If Lady Sansa breathes, we can't let her be slaughtered. Bolton gave a measured nod. My personal inclination is that this might be wise. War on multiple fronts with winter closing in does not favor us. Let us preserve the strength of the north. If the crown breaks the agreement in the future, we'll be ready. Arya had tears sliding down her cheeks, but she swallowed. I want to see her. To be sure. Jon placed a hand on her shoulder. We will, if they allow. And if they have lied, if Sansa is not truly alive, the realm will drown in Lannister blood. That we swear? Littlefinger cleared his throat. Then it appears we have a basis for a meeting. Tyrion suggested we gather near the crossroads. There is a small sept a day's ride from Herrenhal near the river. We can arrange a time and exchange of hostages, though a minimal number on each side to ensure no one tries anything foolish. Robb frowned. Tyrion himself will come? Likely so. The Queen might stay in King's Landing, but Tyrion is the hand and presumably Margaery Tyrell or her brother Loras might attend to represent the Tyrell interest in peace. You must bring Tywin with you, though keep him under guard. We show Sansa, you show Tywin. Both sides sign the agreement. If all goes well, each side leaves with their respective family member. The war ends. A quiet gloom settled. The men in that yard had fought, bled, and lost dear ones for the dream of an independent North. Yet that dream was slipping away under the blackmail of a hostage. Not one looked happy, but many looked resigned. A great exhaustion weighed on them from months of bloodshed. Perhaps peace, however hollow, was the only path left that spared Sansa. At last, Robb spoke. So be it. We will attend. But we will bring a strong escort, and if we sense treachery, will not hesitate to kill you all. Littlefinger smiled. I would expect nothing less. I will return to King's Landing with your acceptance. I trust you'll not hamper my travel. Jon looked at him, wrestling with his revulsion. You may go, but if this is some ploy, you'll regret it. Littlefinger bowed, the perfect image of obsequious humility. I do this only to serve the realm. And, of course, the Lady Sansa. I wish you good day, your graces. He mounted his horse and rode off, escorted by a few guards until he was safely beyond the walls. Silence cloaked the courtyard. Arya stared at the cameo locket, tears dripping onto her sleeve. Robb gazed at the letter in his hand, looking as though he might crumple to the ground under the weight of it. Jon, standing near them both, felt a swirl of conflict. He had prayed for a miracle that Sansa might still be alive. Yet it came wrapped in the Lannisters' manipulations, forcing them to bend after all their sacrifices. Could there be a future in which they accepted only partial freedom, bided their time, and saved Sansa? Could that truly have been what Ned Stark would want? Or was Ned's ghost crying out for them to keep fighting? But Sansa was Ned's child, too. If she breathed, how could they forsake her? That evening, Jon and Robb met with the gathered lords for a final, solemn debate. Over half of them wanted to keep fighting, howling for vengeance, but the thought of dooming Sansa brought them pause. The other half were too weary of war or too pragmatic to ignore a chance for respite and partial autonomy. Ultimately, the decision was sealed by Catelyn Stark herself. She arrived in the hall, eyes rimmed with red, face lined with sorrow but chin set with quiet resolve. She walked straight to Robb, ignoring the rest. "If my daughter is alive," she said softly, "I cannot bear the thought of losing her as I lost Ned. Do what you must to save her. If it means feigning fealty, then do it." Ned would have wanted Sansa safe more than he would have wanted an ideal of independence. He loved her so. She was our little bird, so eager to please. Tears glistened in her eyes. "I won't bury another child. I can't. Please." Robb bowed his head. "Mother," he swallowed, tears threatening. "Yes. We'll do what we must." Some of the lords frowned, but no one dared challenge Lady Catelyn's grief. The matter was decided. They would arrange the parley as Littlefinger suggested. They would stand ready for betrayal, but they would not spurn the chance to retrieve Sansa from Joffrey's clutches. The next days were spent drafting an official response, stating acceptance of the meeting at the sept near the crossroads. They chose a date 2 fortnights hence, giving both sides time to gather. Tywin would be brought under guard. If they saw Sansa alive and unharmed, they would proceed with the exchange. Then the treaty would be signed, partial autonomy for the north, the Riverlands restored to a more normal arrangement but hopefully spared retribution, and end to the war. The men's moods were subdued. Many suspected treachery. Some prayed this would be the end of bloodshed. Others vowed that if the Lannisters so much as hinted at a double cross, they would unleash all the fury of House Stark. Jon found no peace in the decision. He had yearned for an independent north, for Ned Stark's final wish, but Sansa's life trumped all. The realm was large and vicious, and perhaps a cunning approach could keep them safe until a better day. He clung to the faint hope that once winter came in full, the North might be left to its own devices, practically free, though not in name. And if the Lannisters ever dared break the treaty, House Stark would be ready. Robb quietly confided his guilt to Jon one night on a tower balcony, the cold wind stinging their faces. "I feel like I've betrayed Father," he whispered. "He taught me that the North is unique, proud. Yet here I am, prepared to bend in principle to the Iron Throne. All for Sansa." Jon's chest hurt. "Father also cherished each of us more than his own pride," he replied. "He would have thrown away any title if it meant saving one of us. You know that." Robb blinked back tears. "Yes. But it doesn't make it easier. We're giving them back Tywin, the man behind Father's death." Jon gazed at the jagged horizon of scorched towers, the black stone silhouettes. "If it means Sansa lives, it's worth it. And if we see a chance for retribution in the future, we'll not hesitate." Robb let out a breath, nodded. "So be it." Word spread across the camp. They would attend the parley. Men busied themselves with routine tasks while the days crawled by. The weather grew steadily colder, and early frost glazing the fields each morning. Harrenhal's eerie halls echoed with the stomp of boots and the scraping of weapons. At times, the place felt haunted, a sense of eyes watching from the crumbling stone. Some men swore they saw ghostly figures flitting through corridors, but that might have been their own shadows. Meanwhile, letters were exchanged with King's Landing, carried by swift riders under neutral flags. Tyrion Lannister wrote back in flowery but firm language, confirming that a parley was set in 2 weeks' time at the Old Crossroads, September. Both sides could bring no more than 100 men. Tywin would be escorted there. Sansa, presumably, would arrive with the royal party. The final treaty details would be hammered out, but the broad strokes were known: partial autonomy for the North under the Iron Throne, a general pardon for the fighting, safe passage back to the North or the Riverlands for the Stark's armies, and a host of other smaller points. A day after receiving that letter, another message arrived, accompanied by a small scrap of cloth in Sansa's embroidery style, her name embroidered, along with Winterfell. It matched her known skill. That further convinced Catelyn that Sansa must be alive. Soon, preparations were underway for the delegation. Robb insisted on going himself. Jon did not protest. Both recognized that their presence lent the parley authority. Catelyn demanded to go as well, desperate to see her daughter. Eventually, Jon and Robb allowed it provided she stayed with a strong guard. Arya, too, refused to be left behind, swearing she would slip away if they denied her. In the end, they relented. She was as stubborn as any of them, and her fervor to see Sansa was unstoppable. Plans were laid. Great Jon would remain in command at Harrenhal along with a solid portion of the host to ensure no one attacked the fortress while the leadership was gone. Bolton and Karstark would each lead partial detachments ready to ride to the crossroads if treachery was suspected. Only 100 men, Jon, Robb, Arya, Catelyn, plus key guards, would venture to the parley site, bringing Tywin in an iron wagon. If the Lannisters pulled any trick, those left behind at Herrenhal would act accordingly. The men were restless as the day approached. Some worried the parley was a death trap. Others held a small spark of hope that, at last, they might find respite from unending war. Jon himself remained on edge, haunted by nightmares in which he reached Sansa too late. If Joffrey was truly as mad as they all feared, even Tyrion's cunning might not control him. Yet their path was set. To refuse this chance could well be signing Sansa's death warrant for certain. The chosen morning arrived under a leaden sky. The travelers assembled in Harrenhal's main courtyard. A hunched blacksmith fitted Tywin's chains one last time, ensuring they were secure enough for the journey but not so tight as to kill him. Tywin stood tall, expression unbowed, as if the humiliations no longer touched him. The men strapped him inside the wagon with iron bars. 10 horsemen surrounded it, crossbows ready. Robb wore his best mail under a thick cloak. The wound in his side twinged, but he refused to show weakness. Jon was similarly armed, Longclaw at his hip. Both had their direwolves Ghost and Grey Wind, though they would remain close by, not gallop ahead. Arya rode a sturdy mare, short sword at her belt. She looked pale but steeled, determined to see this through. Catelyn was in a carriage, guided by 2 Tully men. Her face was ashen, hands clenched in her lap. She had hardly slept a wink, praying that in a day's time she might hold Sansa again. They departed Harrenhal, riding north and east, leaving the fortress's charred towers behind. Great Jon and the rest of the host watched them go, the men's breath fogging in the chill. It was not a long journey, perhaps a day and a half to the crossroad region on decent roads. The 100 men formed a grim, silent column behind them. One cart carried fresh clothes for Sansa if she were found in rags, and a small portion of the war chest for dealing with any surprises. By midday the clouds thickened. Snowflakes began to swirl, dusting the road in white. Though not heavy, the snowfall gave a bleak cast to the fields. Tension rippled through the traveling party. Some recalled the terrifying might of a full winter in the north. If heavy snow arrived early, supply lines would crumble. Best to conclude this. Parley swiftly. That night, they camped on the banks of a half-frozen stream. Men shivered around campfires. Tywin was locked in his wagon, a guard posted near him. Arya asked more than once if they should bother to feed him, and each time Jon insisted that they must. He was no good to them dead. Arya's frustration simmered, but she complied. Catelyn barely slept, her gaze fixed on the low-burning fire. Robb tried to reassure her, but he felt powerless. Jon stared at the embers, haunted by the memory of Sansa dancing in Winterfell's great hall. If he saw her alive tomorrow, how would it feel? Would it mend the hole in their hearts, or had the war changed her beyond recognition? At dawn, they pressed on, the road turning muddier beneath a glaze of melting snow. By midday, they approached the old crossroads September, a modest stone structure perched near a branching of roads. Beyond it lay a small inn, now closed, and a stand of trees that might have been lovely in warmer seasons. Today it was bleak, skeletal branches clacking in the chill wind. A tall spire rose from the sept, and the banners of the 7 kingdoms once flew there. Now the men glimpsed bright colors snapping in the wind, golden lions, perhaps, and the rose of House Tyrell. So their enemies had arrived first. Jon's heartbeat pounded. He spurred his horse forward, scanning the sight. A large party was visible, perhaps 100 men as agreed, including knights in gold cloaks, men bearing the Lion of Lannister, and others in Tyrell livery. Warhorses stamped the ground. Tents had been erected near the sept, presumably for the short negotiations. A ring of watchers in Lannister red formed a perimeter. Robb called a halt. Their northern men formed up, crossbows and spears ready, though not brandished. The instructions were to approach peacefully but remain alert. The Lannisters would have instructions to do the same. If either side attacked, the parley would dissolve into a bloodbath. Jon took a shaky breath. "Let's do this," he murmured to Robb. "Keep Tywin in the wagon. Let them see we have him, but we won't free him until we see Sansa." Robb nodded, face pale but determined. They urged their mounts forward, the wagon rattling behind. Snow drifted in the hush. Arya rode near the front, eyes darting anxiously for any sign of her sister. The northern men parted to let them pass. On the opposite side, the Lannister party parted, revealing a cluster of figures near the Sept's entrance. There, upon the snow-dusted threshold, stood Tyrion Lannister in fine black and gold attire, a regal cloak pinned by a golden clasp. Beside him, Margaery Tyrell, radiant even in the cold, her dark curls framing her face, wearing a cloak embroidered with roses. And behind them, Catelyn gasped, clutching Robb's arm. A slender shape in a plain cloak, hood drawn up. A guard next to her. A swirl of red hair peeked from beneath the hood. She lifted her face at the sight of the Starks. The distance was too great to see her expression clearly. But Jon heard Arya's strangled cry, Sansa, as she spurred her horse forward by a few strides before halting, uncertain. Sansa was on her feet, but it was impossible to tell if she was wounded or well. Tyrion stepped aside, leading her a little forward as if to prove she was alive. Margaery Tyrell gently placed a gloved hand on Sansa's shoulder. Jon's heart soared and clenched at once. She seemed thinner and her posture stiff as if frightened. But she was standing. Alive. That single sight nearly undid him. He glanced at Robb, saw tears sliding down his cheeks. Catelyn was trembling in the saddle of the carriage. Tyrion raised a hand, calling, "Greetings, King Robb, King Jon. We come under a flag of peace as agreed. Behold the Lady Sansa, safe and ready to return to her family if we conclude this settlement with no treachery." Arya let out a choked sob. "Sansa," she shouted. "Are you all right?" Sansa lifted her head, and in that moment, the distance between them might as well have been an ocean. Her face was pale as milk, eyes ringed with shadows, but she mustered a trembling smile, tears shining on her lashes. "Arya," she called back, voice faint. "Mother or Robb Jon," she choked on her own sob. I'm alive." A surge of conflicting emotions tore through Jon. Relief that she breathed. Fury that she was so obviously traumatized. An urge to gallop over and sweep her onto his horse. But he reined in those impulses. This was a precarious parley. The wrong move could shatter everything. He mustered a steady tone. "We have Lord Tywin. We are prepared to discuss terms. But we see archers on your walls. Order them to stand down or we leave." Tyrion's lips quirked. "My men stand ready, as do yours. But let us not inflame matters. I assure you, we want no bloodshed. The Lady Margaery Tyrell has come to ensure King Joffrey's compliance with the arrangement, so to speak." Margaery stepped forward, her voice carrying, "We are all weary of war. Let us proceed into the Sept with a handful of attendants to finalize the exchange. The rest may wait outside under watch." "Agreed." Jon and Robb exchanged glances. They saw no immediate choice. Sansa was right there, tears glinting. They had to trust that if this was a trap, they had enough men to fight their way free. But a fight would likely endanger Sansa more. Robb called, "Agreed. No more than 10 men each inside the September. The rest remain out here. We do not release Tywin from his wagon until we see Sansa placed in our custody." Tyrion nodded. "Fair enough. And we do not place Sansa in your custody until we see Tywin truly under our supervision. We have all day to negotiate the precise handoff." It was a standoff, but at least the first step was to enter the September. The Watchers parted. Jon, Robb, Arya, Catelyn, and 6 trusted guards advanced, leading the wagon with Tywin. Tyrion, Margaery, Sansa, and a handful of their men, including Loras Tyrell in shining green and gold plate, approached from the other side. Joffrey was not present, to Jon's relief, though the king's absence also felt ominous. Perhaps he waited in King's Landing, or lurked somewhere behind. When they converged near the doors, the tension was almost unbearable. Arya swung off her horse and nearly sprang forward to clasp Sansa's hands. But a Lannister guard stepped in the way. Margaery said softly, "Wait, let us do this properly." Sansa's lip quivered at the sight of her family, but she held back, as if threatened by an invisible chain. Catelyn slid down from the carriage with trembling steps, tears in her eyes. She and Sansa stared at each other, separated by mere yards. Tyrion cleared his throat. "Shall we step inside the Sept, away from the wind? We can speak there." Jon forced himself to nod. "Yes, but our guards come too." They entered the stone Sept, which was candlelit and decorated with chipped statues of the Seven. The air was chill, but at least out of the wind. The broad floor allowed space for the 2 parties to stand facing one another. Tywin's wagon rumbled through the wide entry, though it could not fit far inside. Loras Tyrell gave it a wary glance, hand on his sword hilt. On the Stark side, Men kept crossbows aimed at Tywin's cage. Sansa hovered near Marjorie, arms folded over her chest in a defensive posture. She looked as though she might collapse at any moment. Her eyes darted from Robb to Arya to her mother, then to Jon. Then, as if the shock overcame her, she made a small sound and stumbled forward. Catelyn rushed to meet her, and the Lannister guard did not interfere this time. Sansa fell into her mother's arms with a sob. Arya joined a heartbeat later, hugging them both, tears streaming down her face. The men on both sides tensed, uncertain whether to intervene, but no one did. It was a moment of raw emotion, unstoppable. Jon's eyes burned as well, seeing the three of them reunited. Sansa whispered, "Mother Arya, I'm sorry. I had to write that letter. They made me. I was so afraid." Catelyn stroked her hair, weeping softly. "Hush, my sweet girl. You're safe now." "Oh God, Sansa." Arya clung to her sister's arm. "They said you were dead. A letter came. I thought you—" She couldn't finish, tears choking her. Sansa's shoulders shook. "They threatened it often. Joffrey liked to torment me. But Tyrion stepped in sometimes, and the Queen. I don't know how. She broke off, sobbing. Jon and Robb stood close, as if forming a shield. Robb's face was awash with relief and fury in equal measure. Jon felt the same. It took all his will not to stride over and wrap Sansa in his arms, but he let her mother and sister have the first embrace. Tyrion cleared his throat gently. "The Lady Sansa is now in your presence, as promised," he said. "Shall we speak of the treaty while the ladies attend to each other?" Jon leveled him with a glare. "She's still surrounded by your men. I want her firmly in our lines before we speak of Tywin." Marjorie Tyrell spoke up, voice mellifluous. "Allow me to accompany her. I have grown fond of your sister in King's Landing, and I would see her safe. Once we sign the treaty, you may depart with her at once." Robb's eyes flicked to Sansa, who nodded slightly. "Marjorie was kind to me, Robb," Sansa managed. "She tried to shield me from Joffrey's worst fits. She is a friend. That eased some tension." Robb exhaled. "Fine, but let's keep them at the edge of the hall for now, out of crossbow range from either side. We speak like civilized folk. We keep an eye on Sansa as you keep an eye on Tywin." So it was arranged. Sansa, Catelyn, and Arya stood near one corner of the sept, with Marjorie and a couple of her maids, less threatening presences, close by. A ring of northern men stood behind them, ensuring the Lannister side could not whisk her away. Meanwhile, Tywin's wagon remained near the opposite corner, flanked by Lannister guards who watched for any move to kill him. In the central space, Jon, Robb, and Tyrion faced each other with the hush of watchers all around. Loras Tyrell hovered behind Tyrion, hand on his sword. Bolton and some other northern captains flanked Jon and Robb, likewise armed. Tyrion spread his hands. "We have done as we said. Lady Sansa is returned to you alive, if not fully safe. Now we must formalize the rest. Will you confirm the ceasefire, release Lord Tywin, and accept the crown's suzerainty over the north in exchange for broad autonomy?" Robb's voice rumbled with tightly reined anger. "We want the north free." Tyrion sighed. "That is not possible." Jon cut in. "Then we want an agreement akin to what the Targaryens once granted Dorne. No forced kneeling, the right to name our own warden of the north, minimal taxes, no presence of Lannister or crown forces in our lands unless invited. The Riverlands must likewise be spared from retribution with fair treatment. This is the price for Tywin and for peace." Tyrion considered, lips pursed. "We can likely accommodate most of those terms. The Tyrells want peace so Marjorie's coronation can proceed smoothly. They do not relish an endless war. The crown will remain the notional authority, of course. You will have to swear an oath not to ally with any foreign invaders or Targaryen pretenders. Some say Daenerys Targaryen roams across the sea." His keen eyes flicked to Jon. "No offense, dear nephew, by rumor. We cannot have two Targaryens." Jon's spine went rigid. "That is irrelevant. I am no threat from that angle." He paused. "But yes, we will not invite foreign conquest. We only want the north to be left alone to rule itself." Tyrion nodded, ignoring the nephew remark he'd used ironically. "Then we might have a path. We will finalize the language. Joffrey will sign it. The Queen Regent will sign. The Tyrells will co-sign. And you, Jon and Robb Stark, will sign on behalf of the North and the Riverlords. Then Lord Tywin will be released into our care, and Lady Sansa will ride with you. The war ends." Robb's jaw clenched. And if your nephew breaks faith? Tyrion's voice turned wry. Then you will have your armies intact, stationed at Herrenhal or wherever you wish. The Tyrells would not be eager to resume a costly war, especially if winter sets in. Joffrey would face severe opposition if he tried to violate a peace treaty co-signed by so many lords. If that fails, well, you are not without resources. But I believe we can steer him. Jon studied Tyrion's face, searching for deceit. He saw only guarded determination. Perhaps Tyrion truly wanted an end to the bloodshed that threatened the Lannisters' hold. Then let's do it, Jon said. We'll draft the documents here and sign them. But Sansa must remain on our side of the sept as we do. She is not your bargaining chip any longer. Tyrion dipped his head. As you wish. Once the ink is dry, we will escort Lord Tywin out of that wagon, provided you remove his chains. He might have a few choice words for you, but so be it. Robb nodded. He can say all he wants. I just want Sansa safe. Thus began a tense, hours-long negotiation. Tyrion had come prepared with a rough draft. The northern men huddled over it, crossing out lines that offended them, adding clauses ensuring self-rule for the north, ensuring no crown fortress would be built on northern soil, ensuring the river lords would not face Lannister reprisals. Tyrion quibbled over the details of taxes, the vow to not harbor foreign enemies, the matter of the royal titles. Margaery Tyrell occasionally stepped over to weigh in, suggesting more conciliatory language. She seemed adept at soothing tensions, though the deep distrust lingered on all sides. Meanwhile, Sansa remained near her family. They fussed over her, checking for injuries. She had bruises, she said quietly, from Joffrey's punishments and nightmares that might never fade. But physically she was intact. She apologized over and over for writing letters urging them to yield, tears glinting in her eyes. Catelyn and Arya reassured her that none of this was her fault. They held her close, stroking her hair. Occasionally, Sansa glanced at Jon and Robb, heartbreak in her gaze. She had believed the rumors that Jon was a king now, that Robb had nearly died. It all felt surreal. She thanked them for coming to save her, voice trembling with gratitude and shame that she had unwittingly cost them so dearly. They hushed her, saying no cost was too great to see her alive. As dusk approached, the final draft was hammered out. Tyrion insisted they step outside the sept to read it by better light, so watchers carried lanterns. A small wooden table was set up near the entrance. The sky was dark with approaching clouds, the swirl of snow thickening. One by one, the signatories signed. Tyrion Lannister for the crown, Margaery Tyrell for House Tyrell, Loras Tyrell as a witness, and then Jon and Robb for House Stark and the Riverlords. Catelyn stood with Sansa off to the side, tears in her eyes as the quill scratched across parchment. Arya hovered protectively. When the last signature dried, Tyrion let out a breath. There. Done. Now, if you'll unchain my lord father, we'll see that Lady Sansa is safely in your retinue. Robb nodded grimly, turning to the wagon. The blacksmith approached with tools to remove the heavy locks. Guards aimed crossbows at Tywin until the last shackle was undone. Then Tywin himself stepped out slowly, rubbing chafed wrists. He looked older, thinner, but no less proud. His cold green eyes swept across the scene, lingering on Sansa, who stared back at him with terror. Then he fixed on Jon and Robb. So you release me in exchange for half measures. The North remains subject to the throne in name. Do you feel you've won? Robb clenched his fists. We have Sansa back. That is all that matters. Tywin's mouth twisted. Folly. But no matter. I will see that my grandson abides by the terms if he knows what's good for him. He turned to Tyrion. Come. Let us be done with this farce. Tyrion nodded. Yes, father. Jon swallowed, resisting the urge to spit a final curse at Tywin's feet. Instead, he gestured for Sansa to be brought forward. Arya and Catelyn escorted her. The watchers parted, letting her cross fully into the circle of northern men. Tywin was likewise ushered across to stand with Lannister guards. The tension hung thick. Sansa looked behind her as though half disbelieving she was truly free. Then Arya grabbed her in a fierce hug and Catelyn pressed a kiss to her temple. Robb limped forward, tears in his eyes, and wrapped his arms around Sansa with trembling relief. Jon stood a step behind, chest tight with emotion. When Sansa finally turned to him, her face crumpled. Jon, she whispered, tears brimming. You came for me. Jon embraced her gently. Always, he murmured. The hollow pit in his chest felt a fraction lighter now that she was safe in his arms. He pulled back, noticing how pale she was, how haunted her eyes. We'll get you somewhere warm. This is over. She nodded, biting her lip. Then her eyes flicked to Tywin in the Lannister circle and she shivered. But he was under guard of his own men, free but watchful. Tension still bristled as though either side might lash out. But a moment passed and no violence came. The exchange was done, the treaty sealed. Tyrion cleared his throat. We should part ways before nightfall. The snows worsen. We will return Lord Tywin to the capital. You may return to Harrenhal with Lady Sansa. The realm breathes a sigh of relief that this war is done. Robb nodded, one arm still around Sansa's shoulders. Yes. We'll go. If Joffrey breaks these terms, he shall face his own downfall, Tyrion said, finishing the thought with a thin smile. I don't intend to let him ruin my efforts again. Margaery Tyrell stepped forward, dipping her head graciously to Sansa. My lady, I pray you find healing and comfort with your family. If you ever need an advocate, you know where to find me. Sansa managed a shaky smile. Thank you, Margaery. You were kind. Then it was over. The men on both sides withdrew carefully, crossbows never fully lowered. But no arrows flew. Snow hissed on the stone steps of the September. Tywin stepped into a waiting horse litter, flanked by Lannister knights. Tyrion climbed onto a pony, Loras Tyrell by his side, Margaery behind them. They departed into the swirling white dusk, disappearing down the winding road that led south. Jon and Robb guided Sansa back to their lines, with Catelyn and Arya close, the northern men forming a protective ring. They headed north, away from the Sept, hearts pounding with relief, confusion, and the aftershocks of so many months of war. Sansa was safe if traumatized. Tywin was free, and a shadowy treaty bound the north to the Iron Throne in name, though they had gained significant autonomy. Could such a precarious peace endure? None could say. But at least one life was spared, one beloved sister returned from the jaws of that viper's nest. As they rode, Sansa huddled in a cloak, tears freezing on her cheeks. Catelyn never let go of her hand. Arya kept glancing over as though to confirm Sansa wasn't a ghost. Robb's face was etched with mingled sorrow and relief, the weight of all they had sacrificed pressing on him. And Jon felt the swirl of regrets and hopes churning inside, uncertain if they had done right. They had not fulfilled Ned's dream of a truly free North. Instead, they had saved his daughter, forging a compromise. Ned Stark's memory hovered like a specter, neither condemning nor exalting them, but perhaps quietly approving that Sansa lived. They traveled deeper into the gathering snowfall. Tomorrow, they would lead Sansa back to Herrenhal, to the remainder of their host and Fr. There, who knew? The Ironborn still threatened the northern coasts, the White Walkers might stir, Daenerys Targaryen loomed across the sea. The realm was not truly at peace, nor was the north fully free. Yet for now, they had Sansa. That alone lit a fragile hope in the cold gloom. Night fell, turning the roads into winding ribbons of white, but the Starks rode on, family reunited, hearts battered yet unwilling to let the realm's darkness steal their small victory. The war had ended not with total triumph, but with one precious life reclaimed. Perhaps in the long, uncertain days ahead, that act of mercy, saving Sansa over all else, would forge a path that even the cruelties of winter could not sunder. And if the Lannisters dared break faith, well, House Stark would be waiting, dire wolves at their side, ready to exact the vengeance that still burned in their hearts. For that night, though, they pressed onward together, the newly fallen snow muffling their footfalls as Sansa nestled between her mother and sister, tears of gratitude shining in her eyes. Robb and Jon exchanged a look that spoke of heartbreak and relief all at once, each remembering the fearsome cost of this war. In time, they would see whether the fragile peace would hold or shatter under the weight of old grudges and new storms gathering on the horizon. But at least, for now, the ghost of Sansa's death had been banished, and one small corner of the world knew the solace of a family reunited, however scarred by tragedy. And that, in a land ravaged by so many sorrows, was no small thing. They traveled in near silence as the snowy dusk settled around them, leaving the old crossroads September behind. The wind was biting, and the day's parley had stolen most of their voices. Some of the 100 Northmen rode with torches sputtering in the gathering gloom, the horses picking their way along a road rendered half sludge, half ice by the changing weather. Now and again, a low cough or a half-muttered curse broke the hush, but mostly the men seemed wrapped in their own thoughts. Sansa was with them, tucked inside a heavy cloak that one of the guards had offered her. Catelyn and Arya would not leave her side, afraid that if they turned away for so much as an instant, she might vanish back into the nightmare from which she had only just escaped. Every time one of the horses slipped or the wind gusted, Sansa seemed to flinch. She was thinner than Jon remembered, hollow-cheeked and pale as a snowdrop, yet still possessing the gentle, graceful look that had always marked her. But her eyes had changed. They were ringed with faint bruises that might have come from weeping or from Joffrey's cruelty. A single letter from her had overturned months of war, bending the Starks to sign away their dream of full independence. Yet here she was, alive. Jon trudged near the front, refusing to ride his horse for a while, as if the simple act of walking might drain away some of the tumult in his head. Ahead, Robb rode with a stiff posture, the wound in his side making him tire easily. He kept scanning the gloom, watchful for any sign of betrayal from behind, though Tyrion and the Tyrell party had ridden away south on another road. The parley was done. Tywin was gone from their cage forever. They had parted ways in tense civility, each side suspecting the other might launch a treacherous last blow. But so far, no such blow had come. If all held, they would reach Herrenhal within 2 days of careful travel. Ghost padded at Jon's side, leaving faint paw prints in the skimming of snow. Up ahead, gray wind stuck close to Robb's mount. More than once, Jon glanced toward the carriage at the center of the column, a simple covered wagon where Sansa now sat, enclosed from the wind. It was partly to spare her from the cold, partly to give her some privacy as she tried to breathe through the shock of freedom. Catelyn and Arya were both inside with her. The flicker of a lantern through the little window revealed shapes and silhouettes. He wondered how they were faring. When at last they paused for the night, the men found a sheltered dell by the roadside ringed by spindly trees. They laid out tents while others built fires. The snow began to thicken, swirling flakes that caught the glow of torchlight. Jon soon heard the clank of cooking pots, the curses of men frustrated by the damp tinder, the muttered confessions of how their hands stung from the chill. An early winter threatened to settle on the Riverlands, an ill omen. He was untying bedrolls from a packhorse when he sensed a presence at his shoulder. Turning, he found Arya, cheeks red from the cold, her short dark hair dancing around her face. "She wants to see you," Arya said, subdued. "Sansa, I mean. She's been asking for you." Jon felt a wave of apprehension. He had spoken a few words to Sansa earlier, a whispered reassurance that no one would harm her again, but that was in the rushed swirl of leaving the September. With so much tension in the air, they had barely exchanged more than a few sentences. Now the reality that she was truly here, truly safe, began to settle in. He nodded. "I'll come at once." He followed Arya through the snowy gloom to a small canvas lean-to propped near the carriage. Inside, a brazier offered a little warmth, making the air hazy. Catelyn was there too, hovering close to Sansa as if she feared her daughter might collapse. Sansa sat on a wooden crate, huddled in a heavy cloak that seemed too big for her slight frame. The reek of horse sweat and damp wool lingered, but there was no ignoring the quiet heartbreak in her eyes. "Jon," Sansa breathed, as if testing the word. It's true, you're a king." He knelt beside her, taking in the changes in her face, faint bruises along her cheek, lips chapped from cold or from being bitten. She managed a small, shaky smile, the corners of her mouth trembling. "Some call me that," he answered gently. "Not just me. Robb was crowned first. Then the truth came out that I was not a snow after all." A pang flickered in his chest, recalling the swirl of revelations about Rhaegar Targaryen. "But none of that matters. I only want to know that you're all right." She lowered her gaze. "I'm alive. I thought I wouldn't be. Joffrey threatened me often. He liked to say he would have my head put on a spike, as he did with father's." Her voice gave out in a tremor. "He would appear in my chamber or drag me to the throne room to humiliate me, then dismiss me as if I were a dog. I tried so hard to be brave, as father would have wanted. Sometimes Tyrion intervened, or the queen, or even Marjorie, but Joffrey is not well." Jon reached for her hand. Her fingers were icy even near the brazier. "You're with us now," he said, voice thick. "We'll never let them take you again." Catelyn watched with glistening eyes. "She needs rest," she murmured to Jon. "But she won't sleep. She's afraid it's a dream." Arya stood by, tears shining in her eyes. "I told her if we see any Lannisters, I'll kill them." That coaxed a faint, trembling laugh from Sansa, the ghost of her old self. "Oh, Arya," she whispered. "You're as fierce as ever. I'm so glad." Her lips trembled again, and she exhaled shakily. "I'm sorry, Arya, for all the times I called you. Oh, it doesn't matter. I'm just so glad you're alive." They embraced, and Jon rose to give them space. Catelyn gently stroked Sansa's back, humming a low comfort. Jon realized he had not seen Catelyn so animated in weeks. The possibility of losing Sansa had hollowed her out, but now she was clinging to hope again, even if sorrow lingered for Ned's death and all the war's tragedy. Presently, Catelyn looked up at Jon. "We'll stay close to her, keep a small watch by the carriage. Robb says we start out again at first light." Jon nodded. "I'll see that our best men guard the perimeter. We're only a day and a half from Harrenhal. Once we're safely behind those walls, Sansa can have a proper bed, time to heal." Catelyn sighed, brushing Sansa's hair. "Thank you," she said to Jon, quietly yet with unmistakable sincerity. He recognized in her eyes an apology for all the old tensions, the resentments of the bastard's presence in Winterfell. all that was overshadowed by the war's horrors and the knowledge that if not for Jon's leadership, this new king in the north who was also a Targaryen in blood, Sansa, might be dead. Jon inclined his head. "We're family," he said simply, as if that alone could explain all they had suffered. He left them then, stepping back into the swirling snow. Men had hammered stakes into the ground for a corral where the horses paced and snorted clouds of steam. Nearby, a large fire cracked and popped, ringed by soldiers roasting a few hares they had trapped on the road. Robb was there, conferring with Rickard Karstark and Roose Bolton, the latter's face half-lit by flame. Jon joined them, ignoring the way Bolton's cool eyes turned to weigh him. "We have watchers posted north and south," Robb was saying. "It's unlikely Tyrion would attack us after forging that treaty, but let's not be complacent. We keep 2 shifts awake through the night. If anything stirs in the woods, we'll know." Karstark grunted agreement. "And tomorrow we push on to Herrenhal, yes? Storms or no storm, we want solid walls around us." Bolton gave a shallow nod. "The men say the weather could worsen by midday. We'll need to be away at dawn." His gaze slid to Jon. "It appears we have what we wanted. Lady Sansa is safely with us. The war is done, in theory. We gave up Tywin, yes, but perhaps better that than years more of slaughter." Jon forced calm. "If they abide by the treaty, yes. If they don't, we stand ready." A faint smile twisted Bolton's lips. "The men remain armed and cautious. And no one can claim the North is leaderless with 2 Stark kings in the camp." Robb bristled slightly at Bolton's tone, which might have held a trace of condescension. "We're not jockeying for power now," he said. "Jon and I stand united. Let's keep it that way. The war may be ended as far as the Lannisters are concerned, but the Ironborn remain a threat. The wildlings beyond the wall remain a threat. And winter is coming." They parted soon after, each man preoccupied. Jon took the first watch himself, pacing around the perimeter through drifting flakes, Ghost at his side. He remembered how, in his days at Castle Black, the watch had seemed so lonely and cold. Yet now everything was overshadowed by a swirl of larger anxieties. It felt surreal that the war with the Lannisters could end not in a glorious victory or a tragic defeat, but in a political compromise. Not quite independence, but not quite subjugation. A precarious balance that might last a month or a year until Joffrey's whim shifted. Still, for Sansa's sake, they had chosen it. He found comfort only in the hush of snowfall, the quiet breath of Ghost, and the knowledge that inside a little canvas shelter, Sansa was safe with her mother and sister. No matter what storms might come, at least that peace of joy was theirs. He prayed to the old gods, or perhaps the new, that it would endure. The next day's journey began at dawn, as predicted. The snow had begun to accumulate, crunching under horses' hooves. Some men wore extra layers, furs and cloaks. Catelyn coaxed Sansa to ride in the carriage again, though Sansa protested that she could sit a horse if needed. Her brother and mother insisted it was better for her to rest, no matter how slowly the carriage might travel. They pressed along the winding roads, passing a few half-ruined villages where the locals gaped at the passing column. No Lannister banners threatened them now, though the hush felt uneasy. Closer to midday, the road turned slippery with ice beneath the snow, forcing them to slow. Men scouted ahead to ensure no hidden hazard or old caltrops had been left behind from earlier skirmishes. Sansa ventured out of the carriage only once, wanting to stretch her legs. Jon saw her wincing in the cold, pressing a hand to her midsection as if it pained her. He feared Joffrey had hurt her there, or that the stress of riding jostled old bruises. She did not complain, though her eyes carried shadows. He fell in beside her, offering an arm in case she slipped. "Thank you," she murmured, leaning on him more than she might have admitted. "I wish to see the sky. I've been kept indoors so long. Are you well, Jon? You're different." He looked at her with concern. "We've both changed, I think. War isn't kind. But yes, I'm well enough, just that the last months have been a storm." She nodded. "Arya told me that you're not truly fathers," she trailed off, biting her lip as if uncertain how to phrase it. "Is it true about Rhaegar Targaryen?" He exhaled. Even now, the subject jarred him. He gave a small nod. "Father left a letter. He wrote that I was the child of Lyanna Stark and Rhaegar Targaryen. He concealed it to keep me safe." Her eyes widened. Oh, Jon. All those years I never guessed. I used to think," she stopped, tears threatening. "I used to think you were only father's bastard and mother disliked you for it." She looked down, cheeks coloring with regret. "I'm sorry if I was ever unkind." Jon shook his head. "We were children. I understood my place in Winterfell was always precarious. I never blamed you or your mother. I tried to belong. Father was good to me. That's all that mattered." She sniffed, blinking hard. "He was the best of men. And now he's gone." I hope he can see us, that he knows we're together again. He always wanted us to stay strong as a family. She paused, glancing at the swirling flakes. He'd be proud of you, I think. Even if you had to sign a treaty that cost us full freedom. I know how much Father believed in the North. But you saved me. Jon swallowed. He'd have done anything to protect you. We only followed his example. Don't put the blame on yourself for the compromise. We choose what we must. She gave a shaky nod, then allowed him to guide her back to the carriage. Even that short walk in the cold left her winded, testament to how frail she was. He helped her up the little step. Arya reached out from inside, grabbing Sansa's hands to pull her in. Then the carriage door closed and the wheel ruts resumed their creaking on the snowy road. They finally glimpsed Herrenhal's black towers rising before them in the late afternoon. Snow dusted the old fortress, giving its melted ramparts a strangely beautiful cast. Guards on the walls sounded the horns, signals of recognition. The massive gates, thick with old scorch marks, rumbled open. Slowly, the column entered the courtyard that the northern army had claimed as its own. Men hurried to greet them, to see Lady Sansa with their own eyes, for rumor of her rescue had spread already. Whispers about a peace treaty circulated among the ranks, stirring relief and bitterness alike. Some men spat on the ground, cursing the Lannisters. Others murmured thanks to the old gods for an end to the fighting. Great Jon Umber was the first to approach. He towered over them all, clad in a heavy cloak of bearskin. When he saw Sansa step down from the carriage, leaning on Catelyn's arm, he gave a bark of a laugh and said, "By the gods, you're safe, my lady. That's worth a cask of ale." Then his booming voice softened, surprising them. "No harm will come to you again." Sansa managed a small, grateful smile. Robb dismounted carefully, grimacing at the tug of his healing wound. He turned to his men, raising a hand. "See that Lady Sansa has a warm chamber and a fire. I want no corners cut. If any of the fortress halls have been made habitable, she goes in the best." Servants rushed to comply. Catelyn kept hold of Sansa as they disappeared into the labyrinthine corridors, Arya close behind. Robb signaled for the rest of the men to disband, stabling their horses and hauling supplies. Then he caught Jon's eye. "We should rest too, but there's so much to discuss." Jon, still standing in the thin swirl of snow, nodded. "Aye, let's go inside. Summon the lords for a quick meeting. We'll want to update them on the treaty's final text." The discussion soon took place in a battered hall not far from the kitchens, the walls still blackened from some old fire. A blazing hearth warmed the gloom. Around a long wooden table, the main northern captains and lords gathered: Great Jon, Karstark, Bolton, Edmure Tully on behalf of the Riverlands, and a handful of others. They listened to Robb's recounting of the parley, with Jon providing details about the signatures, the vow that the crown would not force the North to kneel, the partial autonomy that let the Starks rule their own lands. There were stipulations about not harboring rebels or foreign would-be conquerors, about paying a nominal tribute in gold each year, and so forth. Karstark made a sour face. "We spilt rivers of blood, and in the end we pay them coin? That sits poorly with me. We had Tywin in chains." Bolton interjected softly. "And they had Sansa's life at their mercy. Now she is safe and we have a respite. War might break out anew in a year or 5 or 10. But for now, we have preserved the North's strength." Edmure Tully looked torn. "What of the Riverlands? My people have burned fields, half-ruined towns. The crown might step in to reassert old taxes. Will we receive any reparations?" Robb's face was grim. "The treaty stipulates we'll be allowed to keep the garrisons we have until the region stabilizes. That means no Lannister outriders plundering or punishing the small folk. If the crown tries to impose harsh taxes, we can withhold them under the guise of war recovery." Jon added, "If the crown or the Tyrells come demanding more, we can gather armies again. I suspect they'll hesitate to push. War with us once was damaging enough. Doing it again, especially as winter deepens, would be folly." Karstark set down his cup heavily. "Then it seems we have no choice but to accept. We keep Harrenhal as our forward seat in the Riverlands for the winter." Robb nodded. "Yes. A portion of our host can remain here for the season, ensuring no Lannister incursion. Meanwhile, others can depart for the north if they choose, once the passes are still open. We also have the Ironborn to worry about. We can't forget them." At that, the men grimaced. The question of Balon Greyjoy's raids had hovered at the edge of every conversation since they'd marched away from the crag. The north was divided, some men still stuck at the neck or the coasts, trying to repel the Ironborn. Word might reach them soon about the new peace in the south, but that would not make the Ironborn vanish. Bolton tapped a finger on the blackened tabletop. The next matter, then, whether we commit more troops north to handle the Greyjoy threat. With the war in the south concluded, we can spare men. But we also need to keep Harrenhal adequately held. Jon exhaled. We'll decide in the coming days. For tonight, we see to the battered hearts of our people. That's enough. The lords rumbled agreement. Most were weary from the road, and morale was a complicated tangle of relief, bitterness, sorrow, and exhausted acceptance. Karstark muttered that at least Sansa was home and he would not begrudge her safety. Greyjoy asked for ale to toast the partial victory if nothing else. Then the meeting ended, the men scattering to find corners of the fortress that offered a measure of warmth. Jon lingered, watching the fire crackle in the hearth. The great mouth of the chimney soared into the heights of Harrenhal's melted architecture. Outside, the wind whistled. So many tasks loomed, seeing to Sansa's recovery, preparing a STR. Strategy against the Ironborn, ensuring that if the Lannisters or Tyrells broke faith, the North would not be caught off guard. And beyond it all, the memory of the White Walkers still haunted him. He had not forgotten the terrifying rumors from Castle Black, the knowledge that something dark stirred beyond the wall. If the realm truly slid into a precarious peace, might that give them time to prepare for the real war to come? He thought of Ned Stark's words, "Winter is coming," and how they encompassed so much more than just snow and cold. War had ended in a partial truce, but the real threat, the unending cold of the others, would not be appeased by paper treaties. Some part of him feared that this uneasy lull was only the calm before a far greater storm. Robb approached, leaning on his cane, brow furrowed. "I'm heading to see Sansa," he said. "She's resting in the tower chamber that once belonged to whoever last held Herrenhal, I suppose. Come with me." Jon nodded, relieved. They walked quietly through torchlit corridors, stepping over broken tiles and old debris. Harrenhal was far from comfortable, but the men had cleared certain wings for living. Presently, they found a half-spiral staircase that led to the upper floors. Guards bowed them through a battered wooden door. Inside lay a modest hall with 2 or 3 small chambers, a single hearth in the corner. A few servants bustled about, hauling blankets or setting a kettle to boil. Catelyn emerged from one of the chambers, looking tired but determined. She gestured for silence. "She's asleep," she whispered. "Finally. Arya's with her. She dozed off too, I think. The poor things." Robb exhaled. "Good. She needs it." He leaned on his cane, wincing. "I only wanted to check on her." Catelyn nodded, glancing at Jon as well. "She drifted off after a cup of warm broth. I'll stay by her side. I can't bear to leave her alone. Every time she closes her eyes, she seems to shiver as if waiting for Joffrey to appear." Jon's heart twisted. That might last a while. War leaves scars. She studied him in the flickering torchlight, that same searching gaze she'd worn earlier. "It does." She hesitated, then said, "I never knew the truth about you, Jon, about Lyanna, yet my husband died protecting that secret." Her voice thickened. "I realize I misjudged him. And you. All for a secret I never understood." Jon felt the old wound of that tension. He did what he believed was right. "I can't imagine the burden on him either." She lowered her eyes. "He was a good man. And you brought my daughter back. Thank you." Her tone was raw with emotion. In that moment, Jon felt some old wall between them crumble at last. He gave a slight bow of his head. "I did only what any Stark would do." She moved aside then, letting them pass if they wished, but Robb only shook his head. "Let her sleep. I can see her in the morning." He and Jon stepped back into the corridor, a hush following them. They parted ways soon after, each seeking rest. The hour was late, the fortress labyrinthine. Jon found his own chamber in a lesser tower, where Ghost curled at his feet on a straw pallet. He dreamed of faint trumpets in the night, the swirl of snow covering a wide land. In the dream, Sansa stood on a parapet, singing a lullaby that turned to a cry for help, while Ned Stark's voice whispered from the shadows, "It is not over. Winter is coming." He woke in a sweat, the taste of dread in his mouth. Ghost stirred, red eyes watching him. Outside, the wind howled across Harrenhal's walls. Jon drew a breath, pushing away the dream. For Sansa's sake, for all their sakes, he had to believe the day's victory counted for something. They settled into a new routine in the following days. Sansa's presence shifted the camp's mood. Men who had never known her well seemed relieved to see that a highborn daughter of House Stark had survived the Lannisters' cruelty. Gradually, the rumor that the war was ended became more than a whisper. Scouts who ventured south found Lannister or Tyrell outriders patrolling, but none attacked. They reported that the Crown's men were allowing peasants to begin replanting or reclaiming hamlets, at least in the southwestern Riverlands. No large forces seemed to be on the march. Within Harrenhal, the Northmen removed more rubble and debris. Some small gatherings took place in the grand old hall, where men sang half-hearted songs about home. Sansa attended once, but she trembled at the louder verses, so Catelyn led her away. Despite that, Sansa started to walk the courtyards daily with Arya, building her strength, gazing at the sky without fear. She still had nightmares, but the color began to return to her cheeks. She confided in Arya that she felt guilty for surviving when so many had died for the cause, that she worried if Joffrey or Cersei might still come for her. Arya tried to reassure her, vowing that any Lannister who approached would have to face the entire northern host. Robb meanwhile oversaw day-to-day matters in Herrenhal, though more than once, Jon stepped in to handle tasks or quell disputes. The men had grown used to the idea of Jon as a king as well, though they still sometimes called him Your Grace Stark of Targaryen blood, or some jumble of titles. Jon let them call him what they wished. The letter from Ned Stark naming him heir to Winterfell had not been widely circulated among the small folk, but the lords knew. Many recognized that at any moment, Jon and Robb could have quarreled over who was truly in command. Yet the two had no such intention. They shared authority, each deferring to the other's judgment on certain points. Robb had proven his worth as a battlefield commander. Jon had proven his skill at negotiation and protecting the realm. United, they were stronger. One frigid dawn, Jon was standing on Harrenhal's battlements, gazing over the vast lake of the God's Eye. A faint sheen of ice lapped the shore. The day promised to be clear, though brutally cold. He was joined by Roose Bolton, who had a knack for silent arrivals, seeming to materialize behind one's shoulder. Your Grace, Bolton said softly, leaning on a merlin. The men are anxious about the Ironborn. We have heard no new tidings in days. Jon nodded. We must decide how many men to send north. Is that your counsel? Bolton inclined his head. Precisely. If the south remains quiet, we can afford to shift forces. Winterfell is the seat of House Stark, after all. If the Greyjoys were to seize it while we sit in Harrenhal, it would be a bitter irony. Jon's jaw tightened. I know. Robb and I have spoken about it. We have men up there already, Lord Tallheart, Lady Mormont, and others, but perhaps not enough for a full defense of the entire region. Balon Greyjoy may sense that we remain vulnerable. Yes, Bolton agreed. And that might spur him to try for a conquest or at least hold a piece of the north as his new kingdom. The Ironborn flourish amid chaos. He paused, letting the wind whistle. I would volunteer to lead a significant portion of our men north if you and King Robb so desire. I am lord of the Dref Fort, my lands know the rigors of winter. My men could handle the hardships of a march back up the neck. Jon regarded him cautiously. He had never fully trusted Roose Bolton. And how many men would you take? Bolton pretended to consider. Perhaps 2,000. Enough to bolster the defenders, though not draining Herrenhal to the point of weakness. Jon frowned. We might manage that number. But I'll speak with Robb. Also with Sansa, she might want to return to Winterfell eventually, though I'm not certain. She's still fragile. Bolton offered a tight smile. Of course. If you prefer, one of you could come north yourselves. But I suspect you'll want to keep a presence in the Riverlands for a time, ensuring the Lannisters do not renege on their brand new treaty. Jon's breath frosted in the air. Yes. We can't leave Harrenhal empty. Then I am at your service, your grace. With a slight bow, Bolton slipped away, the quiet scuff of his boots fading into the gloom of the staircase. Jon exhaled uneasy. Yet everything Bolton said was logically correct. The lords were waiting for a sign of what to do next, how to handle the Ironborn. If no action came, the Greyjoys could run rampant. Perhaps sending Bolton north with a strong force was the best move, though it made Jon's instincts quiver. Bolton had a reputation for ruthlessness, even cruelty. But that same ruthlessness might be what it took to drive off Balon Greyjoy's reavers. He descended eventually, finding Robb in the lesser yard, sparring carefully with a wooden sword. Robb's side was still healing, so he could not risk a real blade. He had half a dozen men drilling with him, light footwork, parries, and feints. Grey Wind watched from the sidelines, tongue-lolling. When Robb spotted Jon, he handed the wooden sword to a squire and limped over. They exchanged greetings, and Jon relayed Bolton's proposal. Robb listened, expression pensive. "It might be wise," Robb said at last. "I'd have to trust him to command in our name, but he's proven loyal enough so far." Jon's mouth twitched. "He's proven cunning, at least." Robb gave a grudging nod. "I share your misgivings, but we can't fight every war ourselves. And now that the Lannisters are momentarily at bay, the Ironborn are the biggest danger. If Bolton can hold them off or drive them back, that spares us a second front in the spring." They strolled along the yard's perimeter, where the stone was chipped from old battles. A half-collapsed catapult lay in a corner, likely used in some long-forgotten siege. Robb paused, leaning on his cane. "Sansa will want to go home eventually," he said. "But not yet. She's not ready for a winter journey, and the keep might not be safe if the Ironborn slip inland. We should keep her here or possibly at Riverrun until the coasts are secure." Jon raked a hand through his hair. "Yes, let her rest. Meanwhile, we gather 2,000 men or a bit more and send them with Bolton. They ride within a fortnight. That's probably best." Robb sighed. "All right, I'll speak to the lords. We'll have to leave enough men to hold Harrenhal. The river lords want some breathing room, and as soon as we withdraw, who's to say the crown doesn't slip in? No, we stay in force. We hold to the treaty. We watch the Lannisters like hawks." Jon could sense how tired Robb was, behind the stoic facade. The war had battered him, physically and emotionally. The near-fatal arrow wound, the grief for Ned, the heartbreak over Sansa's captivity. It was a lot to bear, especially for one so young. Jon yearned to lighten his burden somehow, but he was as tangled in responsibilities as Robb was. At least they had each other, and a cause that transcended personal pride. That evening the plan was set. A council hammered out the details. Roose Bolton would lead 2,000 men, mostly mounted, northward. He would coordinate with Lady Mormont and Lord Tallheart to repel the Ironborn, maybe even strike their footholds on the coasts. Meanwhile, the rest of the northern army remained at Harrenhal, commanded jointly by Jon and Robb, with Edmure Tully handling local Riverland issues. Great Jon Umber would assist in patrolling the region. If spring arrived and the crown remained calm, they might begin rotating men home, letting them see their families after so long at war. Bolton accepted the assignment with smooth politeness, though Karstark's eyes lingered on him with some suspicion. A date was set for 10 days hence. That would allow time to gather provisions for the journey and select the best cavalry. Word was spread throughout the fortress. Some men grumbled. Harrenhal was a cheerless place to spend the winter, but most recognized that it could have been far worse had the war continued. Sansa spent most of those days regaining her strength, sleeping late, walking in the courtyard with Arya or Catelyn. The men learned to step back and let her pass, a hush of respect. She was no longer the bright-eyed girl who had once dreamed of chivalry and southern ballads. She wore simpler gowns, her hair loose, rarely braided except by Arya's clumsy attempts. Sometimes Sansa seemed lost in thought, gazing at the black towers. At meals, she sat quietly, answering politely when spoken to, but seldom volunteering conversation. Arya hovered at her side, protective in a way Jon had never seen from that little sister. He wondered if, in time, Sansa might recover her old warmth, or if the memory of King's Landing would cling to her forever. On the 7th day after the parley, a rider arrived with news from White Harbor. No fresh Ironborn assaults had been reported in recent weeks. Balon Greyjoy seemed to be massing ships at Pike, though. Some rumor said Theon Greyjoy might be en route to the Neck, possibly to probe the defenses. The lords took it as confirmation that sending Bolton north was urgent. Another letter came from the Night's Watch, bearing the same warnings as before. Mance Rayder was uniting the wildlings, and the watch was undermanned. Jon's chest tightened reading that. He wanted to do something, but for now, they could only dispatch more men or resources if the king and King's Landing approved the peace arrangement. The north was battered. The southern war had drained them. The The watchers on the wall would have to hold a bit longer unless something changed. That night, Jon stood in a small open walkway with Sansa. She had asked if he might show her the vantage overlooking the God's Eye by moonlight. So they stood side by side, the night crisp and star-dappled. The lake glimmered faintly in the distance. Sansa wore a fur-lined cloak, her breath curling in the cold. "I remember Father telling me stories of Harrenhal," she said quietly. "He said it was haunted, that it was the greatest castle in the realm but cursed by the dragons of old. Now we walk its halls, we call it ours. It doesn't feel real." Jon nodded. "A lot of the last year doesn't feel real, does it?" She shivered, hugging herself. "I keep dreaming of that moment in the throne room. Joffrey said he would show mercy if you all surrendered. Then, the next day he changed his mind. And another day he changed it again. He was so unpredictable. So cruel." She paused, eyes glinting with tears. "I'm sorry we had to compromise everything Father fought for. I know he wanted the North free. And you're a Targaryen by blood. But you gave it up to see me safe." Jon turned to face her, gently taking her arm. "We made a choice. Father loved you, Sansa. He'd have done anything to save you. Our dream of independence isn't dead. It's sleeping. The realm might shift again. And if it never does, at least we have you home." She blinked back tears. "Thank you, Jon." They fell silent, a swirl of wind brushing Sansa's hair. She seemed to relax slightly, as if unburdening a fraction of her guilt. Then she asked, "Will you truly let Roose Bolton lead men north? Mother said he had a dark reputation." Jon's lips pressed thin. "He does. But he's proven useful. We can't be everywhere, and he knows the north. Our best chance is that he uses his ruthlessness against the Ironborn." Sansa nodded, though she looked uneasy. "I hope it goes well. I want to see Winterfell again, but not if it's under attack." Jon gave her arm a reassuring squeeze. "In time, it will be safe. For now, rest. The war has cost us all so much. Let yourself heal." She bowed her head, stepping away. "I'm trying. Good night, Jon." He watched her descend the walkway's steps, a strange ache in his chest. He realized that in some ways she was still the wide-eyed girl from Winterfell, but with all illusions stripped away by cruelty. She might never fully return to who she was before, but at least she was free. He turned back to the lake, brooding on the shape of the future. If Daenerys Targaryen ever crossed the sea, would this new partial peace shatter? If the White Walkers marched, would the realm be too divided to stand? And would the Lannisters truly abide by their own treaty? So many questions swirling like snow in the dark. At last, the day came for Roose Bolton to depart. The yard bustled with men saddling horses and loading packs of supplies. Some of them looked tense, uncertain if they were riding into another war, but Bolton's presence was calm. He stood near his banner, a flayed man on pinkish cloth, giving final orders to his captains. Karstark was staying behind with Jon and Robb, though he eyed Bolton's departure with an inscrutable gaze. Robb and Jon arrived to see the contingent off. Snow drifted in patches, swirling around hooves. Several cavalry squadrons lined up, perhaps 2,000 men in all. Another 500 on foot, for good measure, though winter roads would slow them. Harrenhal's gates were cranked open. "Lord Bolton," Jon said, extending a hand. "Travel safely. Keep us informed. We'll send ravens from here if we learn anything new. If you succeed in driving off the Ironborn, we'll owe you a debt." Bolton clasped Jon's forearm, expression placid. "My king, I will do my utmost. The Ironborn shall find no easy spoils in the north. With luck, we'll have them scurrying back to their rocks by spring." Robb nodded stiffly. "And if you find Theon Greyjoy, send him to us alive. We want to know why he betrayed our house." A flicker crossed Bolton's face, maybe amusement, maybe calculation. "Alive, if circumstances permit." Then he turned, mounting his horse with practiced ease. "Men, form ranks," he called, his voice carrying in the cold air. They rode out, a heavy thunder of hooves, banners snapping. Jon and Robb watched from the courtyard archway flanked by half the fortress. Sansa stood on a balcony overhead, huddled in her furs with Arya and Catelyn. The watchers observed the long column disappear into the distance, the ground trembling slightly under so many hooves. Then the gate was cranked shut again, and Herrenhal's courtyard seemed emptier than before. "That's that," Robb murmured. "Pray the gods we chose well." Jon exhaled. "All we can do now is wait." Time took on a strange slowness in Harrenhal after that. Days bled into nights. Winter's approach thickened the cold, a creeping infiltration of frost. Men patched the fortress as best they could, though the blackened towers and melted walls defied all attempts to make them cozy. Sansa steadily improved, though she still woke from nightmares. Arya kept her occupied by dragging her on short explorations of the castle's safer corridors. Sometimes they found old nooks containing dusty tapestries or half-rotted furniture. Arya would wave a stick around, proclaiming the place haunted, and Sansa would giggle despite herself. Catelyn, seeing her daughters together, sometimes smiled with relief. Yet there was no forgetting the absent faces. Ned was gone, Bran and Rickon were still far away in the north, presumably at Winterfell or traveling with the Reeds. Each day, Catelyn wrote letters to Winterfell, trying to glean news. No answers arrived, or if they did, they were outdated. The unsettled roads and the Ironborn threat made messenger travel perilous. Robb, for his part, busied himself with ordering watch rotations, forging alliances with local Riverrun lords who trickled in for negotiations, or writing letters. Some nights he invited Edmure Tully and other river lords to sup in the Great Hall, trying to mend what had been broken by war. Edmure spoke of repairing farmland, reseeding pastures, but resources were scarce. The southern armies had trampled so much. Jon joined some of these gatherings, though he did not relish them. He preferred to spend time in quieter reflection or to train with the men in the yard. If Sansa or Arya needed him, he was there. But often he felt restlessness. The partial peace weighed on him like a blanket that might tear at any moment. He wrote to the Night's Watch occasionally, using ravens that flew from Herrenhal's old rookery. Maester Lewin, if still at Winterfell, might respond to the letters. Or perhaps the messages would vanish into the chaotic north. Sometimes, in the hush before dawn, Jon would dream of ghostly shapes drifting over a frozen tundra. He woke with his heart pounding, sure that the real enemy lay far beyond the wall. When nearly a month had passed since Bolton's departure, word at last arrived from the north. A battered raven fluttered into Herrenhal's rookery carrying a letter from Lord Tallheart. The gist was that the Ironborn had raided near Torrens Square again, but Bolton's forces had arrived in time to repel them. The letter praised Bolton's cunning, saying that several minor coastal villages had been saved from pillage, but the Ironborn were massing near the stony shore. There was talk of Theon Greyjoy leading a swift assault on Deepwood Motte, though the defenders were ready. No mention was made of Winterfell being under direct attack, but rumors suggested Balon Greyjoy might attempt a bigger push in the new year. For now, the fighting was sporadic. Jon shared the letter with Robb, Sansa, and Catelyn. Sansa breathed a sigh of relief that Winterfell was not yet in enemy hands, though the threat remained. Arya wanted to volunteer to fight the Ironborn. She insisted that if it meant protecting Bran and Rickon, she would do anything. Catelyn just shook her head wearily, reminding her that they had no immediate route north that wouldn't be treacherous in the midwinter cold. If the roads turned impassable, no large column could pass the neck. They had to trust Bolton for now. As the days shortened, the gloom within Harrenhal grew more pronounced. Some men whispered that this castle was never meant for peace, that it thrived on strife. The swirling ghosts of Harren the Black, or of all who had died in the castle's violent history, seemed to loom in the corners of the halls. Sansa confessed to Arya that she hated the place's bleakness. At least in King's Landing, the Red Keep had sunshine and tapestries. Yet she would not truly complain, for she was free here, among family. One evening, after the watch had changed, Jon was reading a letter from the Night's Watch. Maester Aemon wrote that supplies were thin, that the freeze had come early, that wildling scouts tested the edges of the wall. A deep dread gnawed him. He knew that if the watch collapsed, nothing would prevent the others from advancing, or so the old story said. But there was no appetite among the battered northern lords to launch a new campaign. Not yet. He was lost in those grim thoughts when Robb found him in a side chamber, rummaging for a fresh quill. Robb set down a small lamp and said, "I've just come from Sansa's chambers." She asked about a wedding. Jon blinked. A wedding? I suppose she once dreamed of being wed to some southern prince. Is it about that? Robb gave a little shrug. She told Mother that after all the horror, she doesn't care for southern matches. But she wonders if she's still bound in any betrothal that might have been arranged at King's Landing. She fears we might try to marry her off for alliance. She's scared, Jon. I told her no, we wouldn't force her into anything. Jon nodded, remembering how Sansa once adored stories of knights and ladies. Now the notion must be tainted by Joffrey's torment. We should let her choose her own path. She's been through enough. Robb grimaced. Yes. She asked if that means she can remain unwed indefinitely. I told her yes, if that's her wish. This family won't use her for politics again, not after King's Landing. Let the realm calm itself before we discuss betrothals. She seemed relieved. Jon felt a swell of pity for her. I'm glad. She deserves some peace. He set aside the letter from Maester Eamon. Robb, about the watch, we can't ignore them forever. Mance Rayder might lead tens of thousands of free folk. That's bigger than anything we've seen. Robb's features tightened. I know. But to muster an army to the wall now? Winter's begun. The roads will soon be impassable. If we ask the men to march all the way north again for a threat they barely believe in, some might rebel. We only just found respite from one war. Jon pinched the bridge of his nose. True. Maybe once the new year comes, if the crown truly means to keep the peace, we can request some southern forces to help man the wall. But Joffrey or Cersei might scoff at that request. They never believed in White Walkers. They think it's an old wives' tale. Robb sighed. One crisis at a time, brother. Let's see how the Ironborn situation unfolds. If the realm remains stable, we can attempt to rally men to the watch come spring. I hate the delay, but we can't do everything at once. So it was left. Meanwhile, the fortress prepared for the deep freeze. Snow piled against the outer walls. A few wagons traveled from Riverrun, bringing salted fish and some root vegetables, but roads threatened closure if storms worsened. Harrenhal's stables were at capacity, men rotating horses in and out, layering straw for warmth. Days passed. Sansa's color improved, though her nightmares lingered. Arya teased her, trying to coax her into little mischief or into singing. Occasionally, Sansa sang quietly, but her voice cracked. She apologized, flushing. Arya gently patted her hand, scowling that the Lannisters had stolen Sansa's joy. Sansa tried to smile. At least with her mother and siblings, she felt safe enough to attempt a tune or two, familiar ballads of the North. The halls echoed with those uncertain notes. Men passing by paused, some with tears in their eyes, remembering how the war had begun with the murder of Ned Stark, never imagining they might hear a gentle Stark voice again. One cold morning, Jon was awakened by a rapping at his chamber door. A guard announced that a messenger had arrived from King's Landing, a Lannister man, bearing a sealed letter for the Stark kings. Jon washed his face quickly, donned a cloak, and made his way to the Great Hall. Robb was already there, flanked by Great Jon and Edmure Tully, facing a slender man in black and red livery. The messenger knelt, face pale from the cold. I come from the hand of the king, Lord Tyrion Lannister, he said, producing a parchment. He bids me deliver this to King Robb and King Jon, with courtesy. Jon exchanged a wary look with Robb. A hush fell over the hall. Robb broke the seal, eyes flicking over the writing. Then he read aloud so the gathered captains could hear. To the Starks at Harrenhal, greetings from the hand of the king. It is my pleasure to inform you that King Joffrey, in his infinite mercy, has ratified the peace treaty. The crown regards the war as ended and the North as a self-governing domain under the nominal authority of the Iron Throne, pending the fulfillment of the attached conditions. Taxes shall be minimal, the Riverlands shall remain under Stark protection until reconstruction is complete, and no southern army shall trespass north of the Twins without express invitation. In return, the North shall send no armed force beyond its borders to threaten the crown, nor harbor any foreign claimants. King Joffrey extends a gracious invitation to King Robb and King Jon to visit King's Landing, if they so desire, at the next turning of the new year, so the realm might witness a renewal of amity. Signed, Tyrion of House Lannister, Hand of the King. Robb snorted softly. An invitation to King's Landing. That's a jest, surely. Jon pursed his lips. They likely want to flaunt the peace, show the realm that the Starks have bent to their arrangement. But we can refuse if we wish. The treaty doesn't demand we attend. Edmure Tully eyed the letter's final lines, where mention was made of Marjorie Tyrell's upcoming wedding to Joffrey. They want you to attend the royal wedding, it seems, to prove all is forgiven. Great Jon let out a rough chuckle. Forgiven? Aye, that's rich. After all they've done. Robb waved a hand, folding the parchment. We won't dwell on it. This confirms the truce is official. Good. Let them keep their wedding. We have no intention of traveling to that viper's den. Jon nodded. If we hear talk that Joffrey might be stable under Tywin's guidance, maybe the realm truly will remain calm. That's all we need. The messenger exhaled. Then shall I bring your answer back to the capital? Robb gave him a dispassionate stare. Yes. Tell Tyrion that House Stark acknowledges the treaty and sees no need to travel to King's Landing. We'll remain here or in the north. We trust the crown will honor its word. The messenger bowed, relief on his face that he would not be jailed or executed. Robb had the men provide him with hot food for the return journey, though none treated him warmly. The memories of war were too fresh and the scars too deep. When the messenger left, the lords in the hall dispersed. Jon lingered, arms folded, thinking of how the realm might shift under Joffrey's upcoming marriage. If Marjorie Tyrell found a way to control him, maybe the crown's tyranny would lessen. Yet he doubted Joffrey's nature could be changed by marriage. The boy was a sadist at heart. So the best hope was that the Tyrells and Tyrion collectively reined him in. If they failed, war might erupt again. At least the North had time to recover, to face the Ironborn, perhaps the White Walkers. He found Sansa in a half-ruined gallery on one of the upper floors, gazing at a dusty old tapestry that depicted knights battling a dragon. She turned when she heard his steps. "Jon, did something happen?" He told her about the letter from Tyrion, the formal ratification of the treaty, the invitation. Sansa's face tightened at the mention of King's Landing. "I never want to see that place again," she said quietly. "At least, not while Joffrey or Cersei rule it." Jon couldn't blame her. "No one will force you, Sansa." She nodded, rubbing her arms. "Thank you." Then she looked at the tapestry, lips quivering. "Did I ever tell you how I once dreamed of court life, of being a queen or a princess? I used to hope Joffrey would be my gallant prince. It all seems so distant now, like a cruel joke." Jon stepped closer, wanting to comfort her. "Your father once said illusions can be kind or cruel, but reality is always there waiting. You saw the worst reality. But that doesn't mean you can't find some happiness again." Her eyes were wet, though she managed a small smile. "You sound like father. Or mother. Thank you." She brushed away tears. "I want to go home to Winterfell, but I know it's not safe. We must wait until the Ironborn are driven off." Jon placed a hand lightly on her shoulder. "Yes. But that day will come. Bolton is up there, along with many loyal men. The Greyjoys won't have the North for long. When it's safe, we'll ride north together." She swallowed thickly. "All of us, I hope. Arya, Mother, you, Robb. And maybe Bran and Rickon if they're still there. We can be a family again." Jon tried to smile, though an ache filled him. The family was so fractured, Ned dead, the younger boys lost in the North, themselves battered by war. But if the partial peace held, maybe that dream wasn't so impossible. "Yes," he said. "We'll do our best." That night, the men held a muted feast in the lesser hall, celebrating the official ratification of the peace. A few barrels of ale were broached, salted fish, and a half-dozen scrawny hens cooked in stew. No one called it a victory feast, but rather an end-of-war acknowledgement. The conversation was subdued. Some men toasted absent friends. Others cursed the Lannisters quietly into their cups. Robb tried to put on a brave face, wincing if someone clapped him too hard on the wounded side. Sansa and Arya came for a short while, sitting with Catelyn. Sansa forced a small smile at the men, whispering thanks for their bravery in freeing her, though her voice was hardly audible above the hum of the crowd. The memory of King's Landing cast a shadow over it all. Afterward, the winter nights continued to lengthen. Harrenhal's labyrinthine halls echoed with drafts. Greyjoy led patrols around the fortress or into the local countryside, turning away scattered brigands. The occasional crow called from the turrets. They marked the turning of the year with a simple ceremony in the courtyard. Men built a massive bonfire, burning scraps of old siege ladders and rotten beams. Sparks rose into the dark sky. Jon watched with Catelyn, Arya, and Sansa. For a moment, as they gazed at the flames, he sensed a flicker of hope in Sansa's eyes, remembering how the new year might bring the possibility of returning home. Yet on the third day after the new year, outriders arrived from the northern roads in a feverish hurry, horses lathered in sweat. They had come from the direction of the Neck with urgent tidings. Bolton was engaged in a furious struggle against the Ironborn near Deepwood Motte. Some said Theon Greyjoy himself was leading the attackers. The conflict was fierce, though the Northmen had inflicted heavy losses on the raiders. However, a smaller band of Ironborn had slipped past, rumored to be heading inland. The outriders could not confirm if Winterfell was threatened, but they suspected the Greyjoys might attempt it. Robb's face darkened. Then the moment we feared might be upon us. Balon Greyjoy wants to seize Winterfell as a symbol. Jon paced the hearth, feeling the old anger. We can't let that happen. If Winterfell falls, the North might lose heart. House Stark's seat is everything to us. Edmure Tully looked uneasy. How can you get there in time? The roads must be near impassable with winter on us. If the storms block the Neck, an entire army could never pass. Arya piped up, but maybe a small group on hardy horses or by boat, she faltered as the men looked at her. She glared back. I'm serious. If we wait until spring, it might be too late. Robb tapped his cane against the stones. She might be right. A small company of cavalry might slip through if we hurry, avoiding the worst roads. We could reach Moat Cailin, then push on to Winterfell. But it's a gamble. Jon felt a pull in his chest. Winterfell had been his home too, even if he was not truly Ned's son by blood. The thought of Theon holding it stung worse than the memory of the Lannisters. If I left with a small party, we might slip north faster than an army. Perhaps we can bolster the defense or intercept the Ironborn before they close in. We can coordinate with Bolton. Robb's eyes snapped to him. You'd go? Not me. Jon hesitated. You're still healing, and you command here. The treaty is fragile. If the Lannisters suspect we've abandoned Herrenhal, they might break faith. One of us should remain. Robb's jaw worked. I swore an oath to defend the north, to protect Winterfell. Catelyn, who had been listening from the side, stepped forward, voice firm. You both swore, but Jon is right. You, Robb, are still not at full strength. And if you vanish from Harrenhal, the men might lose faith in the treaty or fear a new war. Let Jon go if he's willing. He can take a picked band of riders. Robb's face twisted with conflicting emotions. He hated the idea of sending Jon alone, but duty pressed. Are you sure, brother? He asked quietly. The roads will be brutal. Theon might outnumber you. Jon steadied himself. I'd rather try than sit idle if the Ironborn dare attack our home. Sansa, Arya, and Lady Catelyn can remain safe here with you. Let me handle it. If luck is with me, I'll link with Bolton's men or Tallheart's, then ensure Winterfell doesn't fall. If it's already under attack, we'll do what we can. Just give me enough men for a swift strike. Arya clenched her fists, face blazing. Take me too. I can fight. Catelyn shook her head at once. No, we only just regained you, Arya, and I fear for Sansa's well-being if you go. She needs you close. Please. Arya scowled, tears in her eyes, but she backed down, casting a glance at Sansa's pale face. She knew it was true. Sansa still jumped at shadows. Arya could not leave her so soon. Robb pressed a hand on Arya's shoulder in sympathy, then turned back to Jon. Very well. Choose your men. Maybe 100 cavalry at most, or fewer if you prefer stealth. The roads and snows will hamper large movements anyway. Your best chance is speed. Gods be with you, Jon. Jon gripped Robb's forearm, a surge of adrenaline already rising. And with you, I'll prepare at once. That same day, he gathered a small contingent, veterans adept at riding and winter survival. They scrounged up the sturdiest horses, loaded packs of dried food, cloaks and furs. News spread quickly among the camp. King Jon was venturing north to save Winterfell from the Ironborn. Some men hailed it as a bold quest, others fretted that it was reckless. But no one truly questioned it. Sansa found him in the courtyard before he departed. She wore a thick hood, cheeks flushed with cold. Must you leave? She asked, voice trembling. I feel as though I just got you back. Jon forced a reassuring smile, though his heart ached at leaving her so soon after rescuing her. Winterfell is my home too, Sansa, as much as it is yours. If Theon or the Ironborn dare claim it, I have to try to stop them. I promised Father I would protect our family. That means protecting our seat. Her eyes flickered with tears, but she nodded, looking braver than he'd expected. Then be safe. Theon was always so brash, but I never thought him a traitor. Watch yourself, Jon. He might do anything now. He embraced her carefully. I will. You rest, keep healing. This place is bleak, but Robb, Arya, and your mother will keep you safe. We'll soon have good news from the north. She nodded against his shoulder, tears dampening his cloak. Then she stepped back, letting Arya approach. Arya's expression was fierce with envy that Jon would go off to fight. I should be going, not you. But, all right, kill Theon if you can. Jon's lips quirked grimly. I'll do what's needed. He ruffled her hair, the old gesture from Winterfell. Protect Sansa. Catelyn stood aside, arms folded, wearing a worried frown. She offered Jon a curt nod. You do what you must. If Winterfell needs a son of Ned Stark to stand in defense, so be it. My prayers go with you, Jon. The unspoken subtext was that she recognized him now, no matter the Targaryen blood, as truly of Ned's line, or close enough that she would not question it further. Lastly, Robb approached, letting Grey Wind sniff at Jon. He extended a hand. Take these men and ride fast. If you find Theon, Show him no mercy unless he surrenders. If he tries to keep Winterfell, burn him out. Jon clasped his forearm in farewell. Aye, and you hold Harrenhal. Don't trust the Lannisters or Tyrells. If we need your help, I'll send a raven or come back for you. With that, they parted. Jon swung atop a sturdy northern mare named Stonefoot, white-flecked, known for endurance in harsh conditions. Ghost bounded at his stirrup, silent as a wraith. About 100 riders formed up behind him, each clad in furs, carrying spare bows, spears, or axes. The gates opened onto a bleak winter horizon. Without further ceremony, they set out, the column forging north at a canter. In the courtyard, Sansa, Arya, and Catelyn stood with Robb, watching them vanish into the swirl of snow. Sansa felt a pang of fear. She had Onl. Why just found safety, and now Jon was risking his life again. But that was the way of things, she reminded herself. The Starks never rested so long as duty called. She clasped Arya's hand, the two sisters drawing comfort from each other's presence. Far out on the road, Jon pressed forward, the wind biting his cheeks, the breath of the horses steaming in the cold. He cast one glance south, imagining Harrenhal's blackened towers, and thought of how he was leaving behind a fragile new peace. Then he faced north, toward the Neck and ultimately Winterfell. Whatever challenges lay in wait, ironborn or storms or the chaos of war, he was resolved to meet them. The realm might be half-broken, the watchers on the wall might cry out in vain, but if Theon Greyjoy threatened the Stark seat, Jon would not stand idle. He had chosen the path of a king, or so they said. Now it was time to walk it, through ice and hardship, for the sake of the home he had once thought he'd never inherit. They rode on, a grim band in the snow, bound for whatever fate winter had in store. If the war with the Lannisters was ended, then another war beckoned in the north. And beyond the horizon, deeper shadows loomed. But Jon Snow, Jon Stark, Jon Targaryen, or whichever name he might claim, would not flinch. Winter was coming, but so was he. Jon Snow, Jon Stark, some called him now, rode north at the head of a column of 100 men, each mounted on a stout northern courser or garron. Their breath fogged the air in the chill morning light, and the wind carried an icy edge that bit at unprotected skin. Though the war in the south had ended with a fragile peace, this new quest was urgent. The Ironborn threatened Winterfell, and Jon would not stand idle. He and his riders intended to slip past the worst winter weather if they could, cross the Neck, and reinforce whoever still defended the Stark seat. Roose Bolton's larger force was battling Balon Greyjoy's raiders near the coasts, but rumors said a smaller band under Theon Greyjoy himself aimed to seize Winterfell. That could not be allowed. Snow flurries drifted from a low, iron-gray sky as the column moved along a rutted road away from Herrenhal. Ghost loped silently at Jon's stirrup, ears pricked and muzzle parted, leaving faint paw prints in the whitened mud. Jon wore a thick fur cloak layered over boiled leather, with gloves of supple hide, and Longclaw strapped across his back for easy reach. He tried not to dwell on the parting moments in Harrenhal, Sansa's anxious smile, Arya's protest that she should go too, Robb's last clasp of the hand. Instead, he focused on the task ahead. Stealth and speed were their best weapons. The roads grew worse by the day, and an entire army could never make the journey in time, not with snow already piling in drifts. But a small company might slip through. The men he had chosen were battle-hardened. Veterans of the Riverrun's campaign who knew how to ride in poor conditions, how to hunt for themselves, how to vanish when needed. They carried what provisions they could in saddlebags and a handful of packhorses. Fires each night would be risky if the Ironborn had scouts. Yet they could not freeze. It was a careful balance. Jon reminded them to keep watch in pairs and to remain ever alert for signs of roving brigands or any stray Lannister outriders who might harass them, though the war's end was nominally declared. That first day, they made good time, riding north across broken farmland where the fields had been gleaned bare. A few peasants stared from doorways at the passing riders. They wore the solemn expressions of folk who had seen too many armies come and go. Jon's men tried to avoid plundering, mindful that these people had suffered enough. As twilight came on, the column found a sheltered hollow near a line of skeletal trees. A thin stream trickled by half-iced, The men broke into small groups to set up minimal camps, each with a small, well-screened fire. Jon assigned the nights watches and bedded down beneath a coarse wool blanket, Ghost curled at his flank. They followed this pattern for several days, forging steadily northward. The roads were wretched, deep ruts with ice at the bottoms, forcing the horses to pick carefully. Now and then they glimpsed the tracks of other travelers. One morning they found fresh prints that might have been left by 24 riders heading south. Jon's scouts trailed them briefly but lost the scent. Possibly merchants, possibly soldiers from the crown. There was no sign of threat, so they pressed on. On the 5th day, the weather worsened. A wet snow fell heavily, soaking cloaks and turning the ground into sludge. When they stopped at midday, the men were tense and shivering. Jon knew that if they failed to find suitable shelter come nightfall, some might contract sickness. But they were near a cluster of old holds that once answered to House Harroway, now ruined by the war. By mid-afternoon, they located a half-burned manor with partial roofing. They cleared debris and sheltered the horses in the remnants of a stable. The walls leaked wind, but it was better than sleeping under open sky with the snow thickening. Jon walked the perimeter, Ghost at his side, checking the watchfires. Men greeted him with polite nods of "Your Grace" or "My Lord." That dual address still felt odd, but he let it pass. He said what needed saying: "Keep the fires low, we can't risk showing too much light, or gather more wood, but do it quietly." The men complied with minimal fuss. The last they wanted was to attract outlaws or any stray Ironborn far from their seas. That evening, Jon dined on salt beef and stale bread with a few of the riders. Talk turned inevitably to the unsettled realm. One man, named Howdan, a grizzled fighter with scars from the Battle of Oxcross, asked, "Begging your pardon, Your Grace, but do you truly trust the Lannisters to keep that peace? I heard they offered your sister's life in trade. How do we know they won't betray us once the snows thaw?" Jon kept his voice steady. "We don't, but we have my sister safe, and the realm is weary of war. The Tyrells have no appetite to fight us again. Not now. With winter closing in, a new campaign would risk starving half the kingdom. For a time, at least, that means quiet." "Perhaps so," grunted another man, a younger fellow named Ronal. "But after all that blood, it sits ill in my gut. So many good men died for independence." Jon looked at him levelly. "I know, but my father would have sacrificed anything for his children. We chose to save Sansa. Sometimes that's what you do in war." They nodded, subdued. Before they parted, Howden asked quietly, "And do you think we'll save Winterfell in time, my lord? Word says Theon Greyjoy might already have marched. The roads are no friend to us." "We'll try," Jon said, meeting his gaze. "Theon must be traveling under the same snow, the same foul conditions. We're not at as great a disadvantage as you think. Perhaps Lord Bolton's men hold them at bay. We do our part." That was enough to satisfy them for the moment. Jon retreated to a small corner of the manor's battered hall, laid out his bedroll near Ghost. He pictured Sansa safe in Herrenhal, pictured Arya's fierce eyes. Then he let the day's fatigue pull him under. The next morning they set off again at first light. The snow had slowed in the night, leaving a crisp crust on the roads. Their progress was steady if arduous. As they moved deeper into the riverlands, nearing the neck, signs of civilization grew sparser. A rumor circulated among the men. Some part of the local area had been visited by Roose Bolton's outriders weeks ago. Possibly that was how they found out about Theon's incursion. Jon pressed the men to ride longer hours, rationing what little daylight they had. He wanted to clear the region before any fresh storms came. Over the next few days, the weather remained grudgingly calm. The nights were bitterly cold, but the men adapted. Their greatest enemies were frostbite and accidents. One night, a horse slipped on an icy rock and broke its leg. The rider had to put it down, then double up with a comrade. These slow attritions gnawed at them. On the 10th day of travel, they reached the outskirts of the region called the Neck, a swampy, bog-riddled land that stretched north toward Moat Cailin. In summer, it was muggy and infested with mosquitoes. In winter, the marshes partly froze, the ground turning into a treacherous mixture of half-ice and watery slush. The rotted causeways that snaked through the bog were known to collapse under unwary travelers. Many a southern host had foundered there, which was precisely why the Neck served as a natural shield for the north. Jon halted the column at midday, scanning the horizon. A few scraggly cypress and pine clung to the edges of half-frozen pools. Stunted reeds stuck up, bending in a faint breeze. There was no sign of men, no sign of camps or smoke. If they were to pass, they had to do so carefully, likely following the old causeway once held by House Reed's scouts. But the Reeds were nowhere to be seen. Perhaps they'd retreated deeper into their crag villages, awaiting the New Year's thaw. Or perhaps, Jon thought, they were out there, hidden among the wetlands, watching him right now. He called a brief council of his men. The causeway to Moat Catelyn is the direct route. We can't circle around the neck without weeks of hardship if it's even possible in winter. We'll follow the roads we know. Keep your eyes open for sinkholes or rotted planks in the walkway. One misstep, you can vanish in the bog. Pair up, use ropes if needed. They proceeded in single file, picking their way across narrow stretches of elevated ground or old wooden causeways. The watery gloom stretched on all sides with cracks of half-frozen ice that might break under a horse's weight. Sometimes they had to dismount and lead the animals by hand. Ghost trotted behind Jon, lifting his paws with care. The men grew tense, for a single slip could swallow a horse and rider in frigid muck. The stench of decay clung to the air, a swampy odor that made some men gag. As dusk neared, they found a slight rise in the land, dry enough to make a small camp. They had cleared only half the distance they needed. The men hammered wooden stakes for the horses, spread cloaks over uneven ground. Jon assigned watches again and tried to rest, but the night was haunted by 1,000 faint noises, trickling water, the crack of ice, the distant croak of frogs. Ghost remained restless, ears flicking. Jon wondered if the dire wolf sensed watchers among the reeds. Yet no sign of other humans emerged. If crannogmen lurked, they stayed hidden. At dawn, they continued. Twice, one of the leading men tested the planks of the causeway with a spear. Once, the wood gave way, plunging him ankle-deep in freezing mud. He cursed but managed to scramble out. They bypassed that section by guiding the horses along a muddy bank. Each hour felt like 10, the group creeping forward. By midday, the terrain grew slightly firmer. The men murmured relief that they might reach Moat Catelyn's outskirts before nightfall. Sure enough, near the day's end, the wetland began to recede, giving way to harder ground. In the distance, Jon glimpsed the 3 tall towers of Moat Catelyn, ancient and half-ruined, rising from a patch of high ground. A swirl of crows circled overhead. They pressed on, the horses snorting with effort. As they neared the fortress, a call rang out from atop one of the towers. Jon reined in, raising a hand for caution. The silhouette of a guard in thick furs was visible, leaning from a crumbled parapet. "Who goes there?" came a hoarse shout echoing across the bog. A few seconds later, a second figure appeared beside him, a spear glinting. Jon cupped his hands around his mouth. "Jon Stark, king in the north." He paused, then added, "We come from Herrenhal with news of the Ironborn. Let us pass." A murmur drifted from the walls. Then a third voice hollered, "Hold. We'll see that you're no foe." Moments later, a small door near the base of the fortress creaked open. A handful of men emerged, crossbows trained warily. They were clad in mismatched gear, the remnants of House Reed's greens and browns or the battered surcoats of men who once served House Stark. Jon counted perhaps a dozen. He dismounted and motioned for his men to do likewise. Ghost padded by his side, silent but watchful. One of the watchers stepped forward, a lanky fellow with watery eyes. "Jon Stark, you say? Hard to see with that cloak and hood. You're the one they call king in the north, the Targaryen spawn. I heard the rumors." Jon let the barb slide. The man likely meant no insult, the realm was rife with speculation about Jon's parentage. "Yes. We're here to defend Winterfell if the Ironborn come. Are you the garrison left behind by House Reed or by Roose Bolton's men?" The man bowed his head stiffly, then looked up. "Name's Ged. We're a mixed bunch, left behind when Lord Bolton marched further north to deal with the raiders. Some are from House Reed, some from the Tall Hearts, a few from the Umbers who got stuck here. We hold Moat Catelyn as best we can in case the Ironborn comes south or some Lannister force tries to cross the neck. It's been quiet of late, though we heard there's heavy fighting near Deepwood Motte." Jon nodded, scanning their anxious faces. "We're going to Winterfell. Will the road forward be passable?" Ged shrugged. "Less bog up that way, but heavier snow. We hear roving bands of Ironborn might be around, though none have tried to pass the moat. Could be the main threat is further west. Hard to say." He eyed the men behind Jon. "You'll be wanting lodging for the night?" Jon glanced at the sky. The sun was sinking, casting long shadows across the swamp. "Yes. The men are spent from crossing the neck. We'll rest here. Tomorrow we ride on." Ged and his fellows led them inside the ragged walls of Moat Catelyn. The fortress was ancient, built in the days of the first men with 3 stout towers and the remains of a broad curtain wall. 2 of the towers had partially collapsed, leaving only one fully intact, ringed by smaller huts. A few lean-tos had been erected in the courtyard to house the skeleton garrison. The place smelled of damp stone and old moss. Still, it was better shelter than the open road. Jon's men spread out, tying horses to iron rings, rummaging for feed. Some helped gather firewood from the stunted trees that grew among the crumbled walls. That evening, Ged and his men shared salted fish from the local wetlands, a meager offering. They also had a small stash of vegetables grown in a half-hidden greenhouse that House Reed had established, but winter had stunted it. Jon thanked them. Over the meal, he pressed for news about Bolton or Theon. Ged explained that a few days earlier, a messenger from Bolton's host had passed through, reporting battles along the stony shore. Theon was indeed rumored to be leading a separate band toward Winterfell. No confirmation existed of how large the band was. The weather was severe, so any approach would be slow. "We suspect Theon's group is traveling overland from the west," Ged said, scratching at a tangled beard. "Maybe he's parted from the main Greyjoy fleet. Hard to see how a group that big would cross the mountains in winter, but maybe they found a path. If so, they'd come near the Bar Rolands or skirt the south edges of the Wolfswood. Hard to say. The roads are all but blocked in deep snow." Jon scowled. "That means we can't be sure where he is or if he's close. We might be better served to angle west ourselves." One of Ged's mates shook his head. "West is rough going this time of year. You'll get lost in the deep drifts. The safest bet might be the King's Road north from here, though it arcs a bit east. At least it's a more direct route to Winterfell. You can watch for tracks. If Theon is west, you might miss him, but you'll reach the castle quickly and fortify it." Jon rubbed his chin. "Reaching Winterfell is priority. We'll guard it against Theon if he tries an assault." It was settled. The next day, they would depart Moat Cailin and follow the King's Road north. If Theon or his raiders marched from the west, Jon hoped to arrive at Winterfell first. Or if they were already in the area, maybe Jon's presence would tip the scale. He felt a surge of determination and a spark of anger that Theon, once a ward at Winterfell and a friend to Robb, would commit such a betrayal. If Theon had truly turned, Jon would not hesitate to do what needed doing. That night, Jon slept in a cramped storeroom, Ghost curled at his feet. The wind howled across the broken towers, rattling loose stones. Snow blew in through gaps, dusting the corridors. He dreamed of a dark shape moving through Winterfell's courtyard, Theon's face twisted with guilt or triumph. Jon confronted him, but each time, Theon slipped away like smoke. Then an echo of Ned Stark's voice seemed to drift from the godwood. Winterfell must not fall. Jon woke with a start, heart pounding. Ghost gave a soft whine, pressing closer. Jon laid a hand on the direwolf's fur, inhaling to steady himself. Soon, dawn would come. At first light, the column formed in Moat Cailin's courtyard. Ged and a few volunteers decided to join Jon, hoping to protect Winterfell. The place was lightly manned as it was, but they left behind enough to keep a watch. Then the gates swung wide, and Jon led his riders onto the King's Road north, where the ground was less boggy. Snow blanketed the world in white. The road was a shallow depression in the landscape, lined by skeletal trees. They formed into 2 parallel lines for ease of movement, with scouts riding ahead. The wind was sharper here, free of the swamp's muggy closeness. It whipped across the open flats, stinging eyes and cheeks. The men hunched in their cloaks. For the first day, they saw no sign of other travelers. The King's Road, usually well used in milder seasons, lay deserted. Now and again, they noted old wagon tracks half buried by snow, probably from some fugitive caravan weeks ago. They kept a brisk pace. At night, they stopped in a roadside clearing. A ring of old pine trees provided partial shelter, their branches drooping with snow. Jon paced around the fires, restless. The journey was wearing on everyone, though they pressed forward with the dogged tenacity of men who believed in their cause. On the second day along the King's Road, the weather turned dire. Gray clouds gathered, unleashing a slow but unrelenting snowfall that piled in ever-deepening drifts. The horses labored, breath steaming. A few men had to dismount and trudge, leading their mounts by the reins. Progress slowed to a painful crawl. Jon called a halt at midday, scanning the horizon. The road was barely visible, a whitened corridor of swirling flakes. If the storm worsened, they might be forced to seek a more sheltered place. But none existed here. It was open land dotted by the occasional cluster of pine or a forlorn farmhouse. They couldn't turn back. They had to push on. So they did. That afternoon was a grueling slog. Snow rose to the horses' fetlocks, sometimes to their knees. Several men took tumbles, cursing as they flailed in the drifts. Jon led from the front, Ghost trotting behind him, both forging a path. By dusk, they found a half-ruined barn near a frozen stream. It wasn't big enough for all, but they crowded in the horses as best they could, then set up tents around the barn's lee side. The wind screamed, cutting through any gap. One horse died in the night from cold and exhaustion, and 2 men shivered uncontrollably until others piled blankets on them. Jon forced himself to remain awake for part of the night, checking on everyone, ensuring no one else succumbed. When morning came, the wind eased, but the cold was worse. They marched on. The men grew more weary, their beards crusted with ice, eyebrows dusted with snow. Yet they pressed forward day after day, refusing to yield. A part of Jon wondered if Theon faced the same conditions. If so, maybe the Ironborn's advantage was minimal. They were sea raiders by nature, not used to northern winters. Some might have deserted or died en route. Jon clung to that thought. The land recognized the children of House Stark, or so the old tales claimed. The same land might turn on the Ironborn intruders. After nearly a week on the King's Road, the column reached the southern boundary of the Wolfswood, a vast forest that stretched toward Winterfell. The gloom beneath the towering pines was broken by swirling drifts. Deer tracks or wolf prints marked the snow in places. Here, the road was narrower but slightly more sheltered from the wind by the thick canopy. The men breathed relief at the partial respite from howling gusts. Darkness came quickly under the pines, though, and the sense of looming shadows unsettled some. They camped near a large pine with drooping branches, building fires that crackled and spat. During the night, Jon had a dream. He stood in Winterfell's courtyard, alone. Snow fell softly, covering the stones. Theon Greyjoy emerged from the great hall wearing Stark colors, smirking. He said nothing, only raised a sword dripping with black water. Then the scene melted into ice. Jon woke at once, heart hammering. Ghost nuzzled him in the dark. He prayed that the dream was no omen, that Winterfell was not in Theon's clutches already. Come dawn, they resumed. By midday, the scouts reported an odd sight, a cluster of footprints crossing the road, heading west into the forest. The prints were recent, not yet filled by new snow. The scouts believed a group of perhaps 20 or 30 men had passed there hours before, traveling on foot. That was peculiar enough to alarm Jon. He led a small detachment to investigate. They followed the tracks among thick pines, navigating around half-frozen streams. The group found a shallow dell where it looked like these travelers had briefly camped, footprints, a circle of disturbed snow where a fire might have been, spittle and horse dung. Except the footprints indicated more men than the scouts originally guessed, possibly as many as 40 or 50. Then it seemed they had separated from any horses. Or else the horses were hidden further in. Jon's men were restless, scanning the trees for signs of an ambush. The swirling hush of the Wolfswood gave no answer. They might be outlaws, muttered one of Jon's riders. Or the Ironborn, for all we know. Jon frowned. Stay wary. We can't linger to hunt them. Our goal is Winterfell. But we'll keep double watch tonight. They returned to the road and pressed on. By evening, the footprints had vanished in the gloom. No confrontation came, yet Jon felt uneasy, suspecting that the Ironborn might be prowling the woods in small bands. If they reached Winterfell unseen, the threat was real. At last, on the third morning inside the Wolfswood, the roads improved slightly, and the scouts returned with a glimpse of something more heartening. Far in the distance, they'd spotted the watchtower that stood a league south of Winterfell. That meant the castle was near. The men gathered themselves, renewed by the thought that their journey was almost done. The day was clear, though bitter cold. The sky was a hard, crystalline blue. Jon urged them onward, making good speed. As noon approached, they emerged from the trees and halted on a small rise. Before them lay a gentle slope leading to the wide clearing in which Winterfell stood. Smoke curled from some chimneys, though not as many as Jon might have expected in better days. The old walls and towers rose, gray stone lightly dusted with snow. The castle had endured for centuries. Jon's heart clenched with a fierce sense of homecoming. This had once been his place of boyhood, however uncertain his station there. Now he returned as a king of sorts. But something was off. The gates were closed. The usual bustle that might greet travelers was absent. No sign of banners nor open gates. The smoke rising from the chimneys seemed thin, as if only a handful of fires burned. Jon beckoned a few men forward with a terse gesture. We approach slowly. Watch for archers on the walls. A hush fell. They trotted down the slope, the snow crunching under hooves. Ghost padded in front, ears flat. As they neared Winterfell's outer gate, they saw no sentries posted above. Jon stopped within shouting distance, raising his voice. "Open in the name of House Stark," he called. The echo drifted along the battlements. No response came for a long moment. He exchanged a worried look with his men. Then, with a groan of old iron, the small postern gate cracked open. A single figure emerged. Jon tensed. It was a youth, unarmed, wearing a tattered cloak. He trudged across the snow, stepping outside the walls. Jon urged his horse forward a few paces. Ghost growled softly, but Jon hushed him. When the youth looked up, Jon recognized him as a Winterfell stable lad. Though older now, a wisp of a mustache on his lip. His eyes were wide with fear. "My lord," he stammered. "You've returned. We weren't sure." He coughed, voice trembling. "They're inside. Men with krakens on their surcoats. They took the Great Hall and some other rooms. They say Theon Greyjoy is our new lord." Jon's blood went cold. So Theon had indeed come. "How many?" Jon demanded. "When did they arrive?" The lad swallowed. "Maybe a fortnight ago. 40 men, could be 50, not sure. They sneaked in at night, scaled part of the wall near the old lichyard. They've the courtyard under guard. Some of the folk are cowering in the crypts. They threatened to kill anyone who resisted. They said if we try to run, they'll burn the place. Some Wintertown folk fled. Others remain. I'm sorry, my lord, we couldn't stop them." Jon dismounted at once, gripping the lad's shoulder. "You did what you could. Where's Theon? Are there hostages?" The lad's eyes shone with tears. "He's in the Great Hall, or was. He calls himself Prince Theon of the Iron Islands, says we must bow or die. They have a few folks locked in the tower as hostages, I think. Maybe old Nan too, not sure. It's chaos." Ghost let out a low snarl, as if sensing Jon's rage. Jon steadied himself, inhaling sharply. The men behind him exchanged glances of shock and anger. Some spat curses about Theon. One whispered traitorous dog under his breath. Jon turned to them. "We have about 100 riders. Theon might have half that number. But they hold the walls. We can't just storm the gate if they threaten hostages." One of Jon's captains, a man named Jory Hornwood, distant kin to House Hornwood, spoke up. "Could we scale the walls ourselves, slip in as they did? Or lure them out?" Jon ground his teeth. "Perhaps. Or we feign a frontal assault to draw them out. The problem is the innocents inside. Theon might use them as shields." His voice trembled with fury. "He grew up here. He knows the people's names." A hush fell. The stable lad looked from face to face, then said, "Some of the guards remain loyal to House Stark, but they had no chance once Theon's men seized the courtyard. They're scattered and hiding. If you can get inside, they might rise up, help you." Jon nodded. "We need a plan. If we come in force, Theon might kill the hostages. If we do nothing, he strengthens his grip. We might try stealth or a combination. Either way, we must be swift or he'll sense our arrival." He looked at the lad. "Go. Return inside quietly. Tell any loyal folk to be ready. We'll act soon. Keep your head down, though. If Theon suspects you spoke to me, you'll be in danger." The lad nodded, trembling. "Yes, my lord. I'll do as you say." Then he turned and slipped back through the postern gate. Jon remounted, heart pounding. Winterfell in the hands of a traitor. Theon Greyjoy had once been a brother in all but blood to Robb, but that was undone. He had to be dislodged. "We'll retreat a bit," Jon told his men, "set up camp in the trees beyond the slope, out of sight. Then we'll plan." They did so, riding back out of bowshot. They found a cluster of tall pines behind a slight ridge. There, they halted, building small fires ringed with boughs to hide the light. A hush of snow fell, swirling among the branches. The men formed a circle around Jon to discuss strategy. They had numbers on Theon, but he had walls and hostages. "Could we starve him out with a siege?" asked Ronald, the young soldier from Herrenhal. "We have the numbers to keep them penned in." Another man, Howdan, snorted. "Might take weeks or months. Theon might kill hostages out of spite. And we're short on supplies ourselves. We can't last a prolonged siege here in the dead of winter." Jory Hornwood suggested maybe we replicate their tactic, scale a portion of the wall at night. If loyal folk inside help, we can open the gate for the rest. Jon nodded slowly. "That might be best. Theon presumably has watchers on the battlements, but they can't watch everywhere, especially if the stable lad can guide us to a vantage Theon neglected." The same spot Theon used might be easier to defend, ironically. But we can find another. Or create a distraction out front while a smaller group climbs the rear. They agreed stealth was the better approach. That night, they scouted around the perimeter, staying out of arrow range. The walls were tall stone, but Winterfell had certain weak points, an older section behind the broken tower or near the lich yard, or the section by the first keep. Theon himself might be counting on the thickness of the walls, but if he was short on men he couldn't guard every inch thoroughly. Jon decided on the broken tower approach. The stable lad had mentioned Theon's men scaling near the lich yard, so that area might be more carefully watched now. The broken tower had a partially collapsed outer wall in a corner. The climb would be tricky but feasible with ropes and grapnels. Under cover of darkness, a small force of 20 men could scale the wall, slip inside, and secure the courtyard gatehouse from behind. Once the gate was opened, the rest of Jon's riders could charge in. The risk was high. If Theon discovered them mid-climb, it could end in a slaughter. But a direct assault was even worse. The men spent the day preparing ropes with iron hooks, checking gear. They doled out strips of cloth to wrap around boots or metal buckles to dampen noise. The horses would remain hidden in the trees until the gate was opened. Ghost would accompany Jon up the wall. The direwolf's silent paws could be an asset inside the castle. They would move just before midnight, when men were presumably at their most weary. That evening, the tension was palpable. Snow fell lightly, a hush that muffled sounds. The world seemed to hold its breath. Jon's group of 20 men mustered at the perimeter, checking final details. Jon gave instructions to Jory Hornwood, who would lead the majority of the riders. Wait for our signal, an open gate, or a horn blast if we get it from inside. If we fail, you'll know soon enough. Jory nodded grimly, wishing them luck. Jon felt a swirl of conflicting emotions. This was Winterfell, his home in so many ways, yet he was sneaking in like a thief. If Theon had parted from his old self completely, any appeals to reason might be wasted. Jon tried to quell a flicker of pity. Theon had once been a friend, but that friend was gone, replaced by a would-be conqueror. So be it. They had hostages in there. Innocent folk. Theon would receive no quarter if he refused to yield. Shortly before midnight, Jon led the infiltration party across the open slope, hugging shadows. The moon was half-veiled by clouds, lending dim light. They moved slowly, black cloaks blending with the whiteness of the snow, pausing whenever a shape or faint torchlight flickered on the battlements. Ghost slunk ahead, occasionally freezing, ears perked. No alarm sounded. The men pressed on. At last, they reached the castle's base near the broken tower. The wall here jutted out in a crumbled arc, patched in older days with mortar. It soared at least 40 feet high. The tower above was half collapsed, giving the entire corner a jagged silhouette. Jon signaled for 2 men to anchor a grapnel. They swung it gently overhead, releasing it with a muted clang. It snagged on stone. They tested the line. Then 1 man climbed, rope pressing to the wall. The rest waited, breath steaming, hearts pounding. If an iron-born guard appeared overhead, it would all be undone. But no outcry came. The first climber reached the top, carefully crouching on a ledge. He gestured that all was clear. One by one, the men ascended, some trembling with cold or fear. The old stone was slick with patches of ice. A single slip could mean a fatal fall. Jon went near the middle of the group. He gripped the rope, thighs straining as he climbed. The climb was brutal. The rope cut into his palms even through gloves, and each shift of his weight risked dislodging old mortar. Yet he pressed up, imagining Theon's smug face. Near the top, a chunk of stone crumbled underfoot, forcing Jon to cling to the rope. He muffled a gasp. Ghost waited below. Jon would haul him up in a sack, or else Ghost might scramble up on his own if there was an accessible route. But the tower offered no easy path for a direwolf. They had prepared a smaller harness for Ghost to attach to the rope if needed. Once Jon gained the ledge, he crouched. The man who'd first gone up was there, scanning the darkness. No sign of watchers. They began hauling Ghost up in the improvised sling. The direwolf endured it in unnerving silence. When all 20 had reached the top, they paused, ears straining. The courtyard below lay mostly dark, a few torches near the main gate. They heard the faint clang of boots on stone from that direction, likely a pair of Ironborn patrolling. No one else. Jon motioned for the men to follow him down a half-broken stair that led inside the old tower. The steps were irregular, missing in places. Carefully, they descended to a lower corridor. The corridor opened into the upper level of the castle's courtyard complex. They saw an old wooden walkway, part of which had rotted. If they crept around it, they could hopefully drop to the courtyard near the stables. One of Jon's men whispered, "We must move swift. Theon might be in the Great Hall. If we can capture him first, the rest might fold." Jon nodded. The plan was to secure the gatehouse, but capturing or killing Theon might break the Ironborn's morale. They advanced with muffled footsteps hugging walls. A single guttering torch lit a portion of the corridor, giving them enough light to pick their path. Ghost padded at Jon's side. The men behind them were tense, weapons ready, spears, axes, short swords. The walls smelled of old stone, tinged with wood smoke. Jon recognized these halls from childhood, though they felt strangely alien in the hush of nighttime infiltration. Reaching a small arch that overlooked the courtyard, they peered out. 2 Ironborn guards stood near the main gate, clad in mail with cloaks of dull black. Each carried a spear, and they were speaking in low voices. Another guard might be lurking, but at least they saw no large patrol. The stables were dark. The great hall's main doors were closed, though faint light leaked from cracks. Possibly Theon and his men drank or slept inside. Jon gripped a man's shoulder. "We'll split. Half of us circle to secure the gatehouse, half come with me to find Theon. Move silent. If the alarm is raised, we strike hard." The men murmured assent. Horn would volunteer to lead the gatehouse group. Jon would lead the rest to the great hall. They parted ways, stepping onto a walkway overhead. Hornwood's men descended a short flight of steps behind the guards, hoping to surprise them. Jon's group skirted around the periphery, slipping behind the stables. Ghost sniffed the air, tail low. In that moment, a voice drifted from the far side of the courtyard. "Oi, Allo, the hell you at?" Another Ironborn, stepping out from behind a stack of barrels. A torch in his hand through flickering shadows. Jon froze behind a stable partition. If the man advanced too far, he might spot them. Tension knifed the air. But Hornwood's group was in position, approaching the gate guards from behind. The torch-bearing man seemed unaware, strolling idly. Then a sudden scuffle, faint footfalls, a stifled grunt. Jon peered around. One gate guard had crumpled, a dagger in his neck. The other spun, but a sword hacked into his shoulder. He toppled with a strangled cry. The torchbearer whipped his head around. "Hoi! Attack! Attack!" He shouted once before a crossbow bolt thumped into his chest from Hornwood's hidden archer. The man dropped his torch, sputtering on the snow. "Damn, so much for stealth." The man had still managed to raise his voice. That might bring more Ironborn any second. Jon gestured sharply, "To the hall, now." He and his 9 men hurried across the courtyard. Ghost streaked ahead like a white shadow. Behind them, Hornwood's crew dashed for the gatehouse door. One man set to cranking the gate's chains, wanting to unbar it for the main host outside the walls. Others ready to hold off any Ironborn who responded to the alarm. Sure enough, shouts rose from the great hall. The doors slammed open. Several Ironborn stumbled out, clutching weapons, bewildered by the ambush. Jon's group hit them at a run. One enemy tried to bring a sword up, but Jon parried with Longclaw, the Valyrian steel biting clean through the man's blade and shoulder. Another roared and swung an axe. Jon ducked, feeling the rush of air overhead. The soldier behind Jon skewered that axeman from the side. Ghost leapt at a third man's throat, dragging him down in a flurry of snapping jaws. 2 Ironborn scrambled back inside the hall. Jon heard them yelling for Theon for backup. He pressed forward, chest heaving. The reek of blood hung in the cold air. Another Ironborn confronted him in the doorway, cursing, "Traitorous Starks." The man lunged with a spear. Jon twisted aside, slashing. Longclaw cleaved the spear haft. The man stumbled, and Jon hammered the pommel into his face. A soldier behind Jon finished him with a blade to the back. They burst into the great hall. Firelight flickered from a central hearth. Theon's men, perhaps a dozen of them, scrambled to form a line near the dais. Theon himself stood at the front, clad in worn leather and a battered breastplate, dark hair slick with sweat. A stump of a torch flickered in one hand, and he carried a sword in the other. His gray-green eyes went wide at the sight of Jon. For a heartbeat, they stared at each other in stunned silence, the two who had grown up side by side in Ned Stark's household, now enemies across a ring of blood. "Theon," Jon said, breath ragged. "Yield." Theon's face twisted. "Jon Snow. Or do I call you king in the north now? You come to steal my rightful prize?" He spat, though there was a note of desperation in his voice. Men on both sides ringed the hall. Jon's men numbered about 10 here, while Theon had maybe a dozen or so. The table in the center was cluttered with half-eaten food and a couple of tankards. The Ironborn must have been feasting or drinking. Outside, horns sounded as Hornwood's group got the gate open. The rest of Jon's riders would soon flood the courtyard. Theon Mu. St have realized time was short. Jon advanced a step. "You grew up under my father's roof. He treated you kindly. We were friends, Theon. Why do this?" Theon let out a harsh laugh. "Friends? I was a hostage, a ward to keep Balan in check. We were never equals. Now I claim what I can. The North is weak, your father dead. Why shouldn't I take Winterfell for the Iron Islands? Jon felt white-hot fury. Because it's not yours. And you hold innocent people hostage. Theon's lip curled. Then fight me for it. He raised his sword, glancing around at his men. We are Ironborn. We pay the iron price. Some of his men nodded, though a few looked uneasy, seeing the larger conflict turning against them. In the corner, Jon spotted a handful of tied prisoners, 2 women, an older man, maybe a stable hand. Another prisoner lay slumped, possibly unconscious or dead. That stoked Jon's rage. Theon had turned Winterfell into a prison. Let them go, Jon growled, pointing to the captives. Theon's voice rose, forced bravado. Not until you lay down arms. We still have archers on the walls. If you kill me, they might kill the hostages. Are you willing to risk that? Jon's men fanned out short swords at the ready. A stiff silence. Then from behind Theon, one of the Ironborn hissed, we can't hold if they have the castle's gates. The rest of their riders are coming. Another added, we should cut our way out, Theon. Theon glared over his shoulder. No. This is our seat. We hold or die. The men exchanged uneasy glances. Some had not expected such dire odds. They were raiders, not suicides. Outside, a fresh chorus of shouts told of Jon's riders entering the courtyard. The rattle of steel hammered the tension. Jon lifted Longclaw. Last chance, Theon. Yield. I'll spare your men if they throw down arms, but you must face judgment. This is your father's war, not ours. Spare them, but not me. Theon sneered. I see how you repay old friends. Jon's throat felt tight. This was not a friend. This was a traitor holding Winterfell. You left me no choice, he said simply. Theon lunged without warning, sword whistling. Jon parried, the clash of steel echoing in the hall. Theon was quick, fueled by desperation. Sparks flew as he hammered at Jon's guard, trying to force an opening. Jon gave ground, letting him tire. He saw Theon's men shift uncertainly. Some Ironborn advanced on the Stark soldiers. A melee erupted in the center of the hall, steel on steel, men grunting. Ghost darted among them, savage and silent, snapping at ankles. A short but vicious brawl flared. Jon and Theon circled each other, swords meeting in a loud ring. Theon hissed curses, face contorted. You all look down on me, you and Robb, treating me like a lesser. No longer. He feinted left, slashed right. Jon deflected, twisting aside. With Valyrian steel, Longclaw parried Theon's blade easily. Theon panted, sweat on his brow. I'll show you I'm not worthless. Stop this, Jon growled, heart pounding. You can't hold Winterfell alone. We have you surrounded. He pressed an attack, driving Theon back. Theon parried once, but Jon battered aside his sword. Theon tried a desperate thrust. Jon sidestepped and slammed his pommel into Theon's temple. Theon staggered, dropping his torch, nearly losing his grip on his sword. A second blow from Jon's gauntlet fist sent Theon crashing into the dais. Theon coughed, blood trickling from his lip. He scrambled to retrieve his sword but was pinned by Jon's foot on his wrist. Jon held Longclaw to Theon's throat, chest heaving. Yield, Jon demanded. Don't make me kill you. Theon's eyes flicked with hatred, but also fear. Blood coated his chin. He parted his lips as if to speak, but at that moment chaos erupted behind them. One of the Ironborn had grabbed a captive woman as a shield, knife at her throat. Let us out or she dies, he roared. The Stark soldiers hesitated. Another Ironborn flung a dagger at a soldier, then turned to flee. Ghost lunged, bringing him down with a snarl. The main scuffle continued, but the Ironborn were outnumbered. Some dropped weapons, preferring life to a hopeless fight. Seeing the tide turning, Theon hissed, damn you all. He tried to jerk free, but Jon's foot held him fast. Then Theon's voice took on a desperate edge. If you kill me, you lose your best chance at controlling the Ironborn. My men might slaughter more hostages. We'll handle them, Jon muttered. The choice is yours. I won't slit your throat if you yield. But if you keep resisting. Before Jon could finish, an arrow zipped from somewhere near the dais. It thudded into the wooden floor, missing them by inches. Theon blinked in shock. A second arrow followed, and Jon realized that an Ironborn archer had hidden behind an overturned table. Get down! Jon barked. He shifted, dragging Theon forcibly aside. Another arrow whistled overhead. A Stark soldier fired back with a crossbow. The Ironborn archer cried out, presumably struck. Taking advantage of Jon's momentary movement, Theon wrenched his arm free, slashing upward. Jon twisted to avoid the blade, but it caught a graze across his shoulder. He hissed, pain shooting down his arm. Theon scrambled to his knees, half-lunging for the dais steps. Blood dripped from his temple. No! Jon shouted, lunging after him. Theon tried to bring the sword around, but Jon slammed into him, tackling him onto the dais. They crashed into a wooden bench. Theon's sword clattered away. Jon pinned him by the throat with his left arm, the wounded shoulder throbbing. "Stop," Jon snarled. "Yield, damn you." Theon clawed at Jon's arm, eyes bulging with panic. Then his strength gave out, or his will. He sagged, panting. "Fine," he rasped. "I yield." His expression was a mingling of anger and defeat. "Damn you, Snow, or should I call you Stark?" Jon's lip curled. "A Stark is more than you'll ever be." He forced Theon's arms behind him, yanking a length of rope from his belt to bind Theon's wrists. Theon let out a strangled grunt. "Prisoner," Jon declared. "No harm to him yet." He glanced around. The skirmish in the hall was over. The Ironborn lay dead, wounded, or disarmed. A few of Jon's men sported injuries, but it seemed no casualties from his side. The captive woman sobbed in relief as a soldier pried the Ironborn's blade from her throat. Another soldier hustled to free the other hostages. Blood pooled on the stone floor, mingling with spilled ale. Torchlight flickered over the carnage. Ghost appeared at Jon's side, muzzle stained, panting. Jon patted the direwolf's flank, breathing hard. "It's done," he said quietly, scanning the hall. "Winterfell is ours again." Outside, horns sounded once more, confirming that Jon's riders had secured the courtyard. The last few Ironborn likely surrendered or tried to flee. The presence of 100 cavalry in the yard left them no real option. Theon's men had never been prepared for a pitched battle. They had relied on stealth and fear. Now the stealth was undone, their leader defeated. Jon shoved Theon forward. "Stand," he commanded, hauling him upright. Theon winced, tears of rage brimming in his eyes. "You bastard," Theon muttered. "I had no choice. My father." Jon cut him off. "You had every choice. You betrayed the family who took you in." Theon's face twisted. "We were never my family. I'm Ironborn. You were just," he broke off, chest heaving. "I yield. Do what you want. Kill me." Jon ground his teeth. He recalled a younger Theon joking in Winterfell's yard, smiling, always quick with a jape. That Theon was gone. "I'll decide your fate once the castle is truly secure. If any harm has befallen those inside, you'll pay double." He turned to his men, voice ringing. "Lock him in a storeroom under guard. Tend the wounded, free the hostages. If any Ironborn still hide, flush them out." They saluted and moved quickly to comply, dragging Theon away. Jon exhaled, running a hand through his sweat-soaked hair. The pain in his shoulder flared. He pressed a hand to the cut. It stung but wasn't deep. Ghost sat on his haunches, staring at Jon with crimson eyes. Jon looked around the great hall, remembering how once feasts and laughter had filled these walls. Now it stank of blood and fear. But at least it was free of Ironborn. He strode among the rescued hostages, offering calm words. An old woman wept with relief, praising the old gods. A stable boy recognized Jon and blurted, "Lord Snow? Or King? You've come. Thank you." Jon ruffled the boy's hair, feeling a pang. He found an older man with a grievous wound, quickly calling for the men to fetch a maester if any were available. Perhaps someone had maester training or basic healing skill. There was no real maester at Winterfell since Maester Luwin had gone to White Harbor or possibly to the south before the war. That was uncertain. So they had to rely on simpler methods. He left the great hall, stepping into the courtyard. The gates stood open, torches blazing in the frigid night. He saw Jory Hornwood with his riders, rounding up Ironborn prisoners. Some had thrown down weapons, hands on their heads. A few bodies lay in the snow. Hornwood saluted Jon. "We took them by surprise, mostly. A few scuffles, but they're subdued. No sign of serious casualties on our side. We found a couple of Winterfell guards locked in the cellar. Freed them." Jon nodded. Relief ward with exhaustion. "Good. Secure them. We'll question them in the morning. For now, keep a close watch. Theon is captured. He yields." Hornwood's eyebrows rose. "That's that then? The castle is yours again." "Yes," Jon said, scanning the familiar courtyard, the old well, the broken cobblestones, the training yard overshadowed by the walls. It looked battered but not destroyed. "We hold Winterfell," he murmured, aware that the cost had been high, the war, the betrayal. But for the moment, the seat of House Stark belonged to the Starks again. In the swirling snow lit by flickering torches, it felt both triumphant and tragic. He recalled how Ned Stark once said, "A ruler must know the land they protect, must feel it in their bones." Jon felt it now, as if the stones recognized him, battered though they were. He ordered men to search every corner of the castle, ensuring no Ironborn remained hidden. He told others to attend to the living conditions, light fires in the major hearths, gather the few supplies. By the time a cold dawn broke, the place was secure. A tally revealed that Theon had about 50 men. Nearly half died in the infiltration or tried to flee. 10 were severely wounded, the rest caged in storerooms. Hostages were freed, though some had bruises and cuts. The storerooms were meagerly stocked with winter provisions. Theon's men had been raiding the castle larder greedily. Theon himself was locked in a dingy cell that once served as a wine closet, wrists bound in manacles, guarded by 2 of Jon's men at all times. Exhausted, Jon found a moment to stand in the godwood, the silent heart of Winterfell. Snow covered the ground, blanketing the old red leaves that had fallen from the ancient weirwood. The carved face in the trunk gazed at him, a silent witness to centuries of Starks. Ghost stood at the edge, watchful. Jon sank to one knee beside the weirwood. He bowed his head, letting the hush envelop him. "Father," he murmured, voice catching. "I've brought Winterfell back under House Stark. I hope I've honored you." He felt no voice answer, only the faint stirring of wind among the branches. But that was enough. He rose, squaring his shoulders. They had taken Winterfell. Now the next steps loomed, rebuilding, protecting it from further Ironborn incursion, and deciding Theon's fate. Also, the realm might question Jon's authority or whether he intended to remain in the north. The war with the Lannisters was over, so they said, but many unresolved strands remained. That afternoon, Jon convened a council in the Great Hall with Jory Hornwood, the older guards who had re-emerged, and a handful of senior riders. They laid out a plan. Secure all castle entrances, post sentries on the walls day and night. If any Greyjoy reinforcements appear, they must be repelled or delayed. Inventory the stores. Determine if there's enough food for the winter. If not, send out foraging parties to the nearby winter town or to outlying farms, offering fair exchange or tokens, not theft. Treat the wounded. Seek out any local who might have healing knowledge. Decide how to handle Theon Greyjoy and his men. A formal trial might be warranted or immediate execution for treason. The last point caused debate. Hornwood favored immediate justice, hang Theon for betraying House Stark. Some writers agreed, citing all the blood spilled. But a few argued that Theon might be used as a bargaining chip if Balon Greyjoy continued the war. Jon listened carefully, remembering that the partial peace with the Lannisters was won in part by exchanging Tywin. Now, with the Ironborn, perhaps Theon's life could serve a similar function. Yet it galled him to spare a man who had caused such harm. In the end, Jon decided to hold Theon prisoner until more was known about Balon's intentions. Bolton's host was fighting the Ironborn on the coasts. Maybe capturing Theon would demoralize them. Or maybe it would provoke Balon further. Jon wanted to gather facts, then consult Robb and Mother Catelyn if possible. Theon would remain in a cell for now, guarded day and night. If he tried to escape or cause trouble, swift justice would follow. The men accepted that. With those decisions made, they turned to the urgent matter of survival. Winter had come early and the castle's supplies were wanting. Some of Theon's men had wasted food. The old guard said that if they supplemented with hunts in the wolfswood and forced a strict ration, they might last a few months. But if winter lingered or if more refugees appeared, it could be grim. Jon nodded, concluding they would need to coordinate with any loyal houses nearby, House Glover at Deepwood Motte, though that was under siege, or House Serwyn, or the Manderleys if White Harbor was open. Perhaps small convoys could travel with great caution, bringing supplies. But everything was complicated by the war with the Ironborn. In the days that followed, Jon strove to restore a semblance of normalcy to Winterfell. He assigned men to clear rubble from the courtyard, to re-erect battered fences, to gather firewood. He ordered those Ironborn who had surrendered to dig latrines, chop wood, and haul water under guard. Some spat curses, but a stern threat from Jon or a show of ghosts' fangs quieted them. Each night, Jon prayed in the godwood, thankful they had arrived in time to save the castle from greater ruin. The men slept in the old guard barracks. The place felt eerily empty, missing the bustle of younger Starks, missing the presence of Ned's calm leadership. Jon also visited the crypts beneath Winterfell, paying homage to Ned's tomb. He found it partly sealed with rubble. Theon's men had evidently not dared to plunder the crypts thoroughly, though some rumors said a handful of them forced local folk to hide there. Jon pushed aside the heavy door, torch in hand, descending the steps alone. The dank air smelled of dust and sorrow. He walked past the long line of stone kings and lords, each with a dire wolf at their feet, a sword across their lap. At last, he found Ned Stark's tomb. The statue upon it was a fair likeness, though sorrow twisted Jon's heart at the memory of his father's real face. He knelt by the tomb, letting the torchlight flicker across the stone features. "Father," he murmured. "I've come." Winterfell endures. Later, he confronted Theon. He wanted to see the traitor's face again, to glean if remorse lurked there. Theon was kept in a cramped cell near the kitchen stores. A guard unbarred the door for Jon, stepping aside. Theon sat on a small stool, arms bound. He looked up with sunken eyes, grime on his cheeks. "Have you come to kill me?" he asked in a dull voice. Jon stared at him, arms folded. "Not yet. But we might if you don't answer. Why did you do this? Was it only to prove yourself to your father?" Theon's lips curled bitterly. "What do you know of fathers? You're no true Stark. I was never truly a Stark, but you were even less, just a Snow." He spat on the floor. "But you found a crown anyway. Some luck." Jon felt a flash of anger but forced it down. "Tell me about Balon's plans. Are more Ironborn coming here?" Theon shrugged. "Likely not soon. My father focuses on the coasts. My task was to slip in, take Winterfell with a small band, Saphir. Maybe hold it for ransom. I'd planned on the people cowering before me. But then you came. Robb never told me you were so cunning. Or maybe you're just lucky. You realize you have no future now," Jon said, voice cold. "We hold you captive. Perhaps Balon might bargain for your life, but no one else will." Theon exhaled shakily, a hint of panic in his eyes. "My father might not even care. I was always the spare. He has my sister, Yara, for his real heir. He might let me rot. But I had to try something. Living under your father's shadow was humiliating." His voice broke on the last word, part resentment, part regret. "But I never wanted to kill your father. That was Joffrey's doing. The war changed everything." Jon's voice hardened. "Your regrets mean nothing to those you hurt. I'll keep you alive for now. If Balon tries more assaults, maybe your life can be used to stop him. Or maybe I'll hang you. That's all you deserve for betraying the Starks." Theon glared, though tears shimmered. "Do as you will, Snow. I've lost. I know that much." Jon closed the door on him, unsettled. Theon's twisted mixture of pride and desperation grated on him, stirring memories of how they once practiced archery in the yard, teased each other about swordsmanship, all undone by ambition and betrayal. War devoured friendships as easily as it devoured entire houses. But at least Winterfell was secure for the moment. In the weeks that followed, a fragile new routine emerged. Jon's men patrolled the area, chasing off a few stray Ironborn. They accepted any local refugees who ventured in. Snow kept falling. Winter deepened. Letters were sent out by Raven if any rookeries still functioned, though many ravens had flown or died. Jon improvised messengers. He penned a letter to Robb in Herrenhal, explaining that Theon was captive, Winterfell retaken, calling for any reinforcements or instructions. Another letter he tried to send to House Manderley, requesting supplies. Whether they reached their destinations was anyone's guess in this weather. In time, the battered folk of Winterfell began to trust that the castle was truly theirs again. Fires glowed in the halls, though they burned precious wood. The stables echoed with the whickers of the newly arrived horses, many of which needed extra feed. Jon rationed carefully. Each day, more men scouted around the surrounding lands, gleaning what they could from half-abandoned farms. Some loyalists from the winter town reappeared, bringing small gifts of preserved meats or root vegetables, grateful to see the Starks retake their seat. But it was not enough for a comfortable winter. If the season was long and harsh, they might face hunger. Still, it was better than Theon's chaos. Days lengthened into weeks. No major Ironborn force approached. Perhaps Balon had bigger problems with Bolton's host near the coast. Perhaps Theon's fiasco at Winterfell had dissuaded other raiders. With the castle secure, Jon turned to reinforcing the damaged walls, though that was a slow process in the cold. He occasionally found himself in Ned Stark's old solar, a place T.